And we're live. Welcome back, everybody, to a brand new season of The Truth Revealed with Mama Bear. How you doing, Mama Bear?
Good, and how are you?
I'm
And
good. I'm good.
good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everybody around the world. Hello, old man Mitch. How are you?
Hey,
Hello,
Mitch. Hey, JM.
hello,
Hey, Justin.
AJM. How are you? How is everybody this afternoon? Or good morning or good evening to everybody wherever you are. How is everybody doing? I'm sure Mitch is getting prepared for his storm that is coming.
Get those roosters inside. Yeah.
I hope you are safe. Going to be safe.
Well, we've got a brand new lineup for you today. Change it up a little bit. This is the Vigilante Media stroke Mama Bear show, where we will show you some corruption like you haven't seen before, but we're just going to highlight some government corruption and take the piss as we usually do.
Yeah. Yeah, we're going to go around a whole lot of different things.
Try a couple of new things.
Yeah.
Oh, this one's a juicy one.
Yeah, it is. It
You're going to
is.
like this one.
Yeah, it is. It's a good one. Whoops. Started playing before I wanted it to. Yes, it's a good one. It's a good one. Yes. Hello, AJ. Jab up. Good morning.
Jump up.
Good morning.
How you doing?
Yes, this
Yeah,
is a
good morning.
good one. Yes, it's a good one. We'll start off with a bang today.
Can I help you?
No, I'm good.
Why are you recording me?
It's a peaceful exercise of our First Amendment rights.
A peaceful exercise of your First Amendment rights.
That's right.
Okay, it's also a good request for me to be able to say, I don't wish to be. Right? As a private citizen, I have that right to say that.
You don't have the right to not be filmed in public. That's what we teach people.
You're right. You do have an option to do that, but
You
there's something
need to
called,
stay away from me.
and you can stop recording me.
No, not
I can keep
stay
approaching
away
you.
from me. No, that's assault. Get away
I'm
from
not
me.
assaulting you.
Get away from me,
I
or you're
haven't
going to get
assaulted
sprayed.
you. If you spray me, that would be assault.
Yeah, if you touch me, I'm going to spray you.
And I can come as close as I wish
You are
to.
backing me into the corner. Get the fuck away from me.
I can come as
Get the fuck away from me, dude.
He's exercising his First Amendment right to record. And I'm exercising my First Amendment right to be close to you.
Okay, that's not actually.
Yeah, you can go ahead, ma'am. I can keep him right here so that you don't need to be recorded.
You're fucking harassing me right now.
No, I'm not harassing. You're harassing people.
Get the fuck away from me, dude. What is your problem? What is your problem? I'm your
You're
problem?
my problem.
All right. Dude, stop. Stop.
I don't need to. It's my First Amendment right
No, it's not.
to exercise my free speech.
Just get in my fucking face. No, it's not.
I can
Get
do
out
this.
my face.
I can do this.
No, it's not.
As long as I'm not touching you, I can do this.
I'm not touching you. I'm not. That's what you're really doing now?
Yeah. I'm going to go ahead and stand here, and I'm going to keep people from doing this. It's aggravating, isn't it? It's aggravating, isn't it? It's aggravating, isn't it? It's aggravating, isn't it?
This is what we're going to do now?
Yeah, I'll follow you around all day.
How long you
I don't have
okay.
anything to do today.
Okay, good. I don't either.
Good. We can stand here all fucking day.
All right. We'll do that.
Can you hear me? Who am I speaking with?
This is Kaylee.
Kaylee, okay. I'd like to submit a public record request.
That has to be done in writing. I can give you my email.
What's the email?
It's C Anderson. That's ANDERSON at
Okay, according to the law here, I got the law and the statute in my hand that says that I could submit an oral request. At this time, I prefer to submit an oral request.
Do you live within the state of Virginia?
It doesn't distinguish. It doesn't say in the state of Virginia Act if it distinguishes whether the person lives or not. I'm not going to confirm nor deny at this time, but it does say I do have the right to submit an oral request. I just want to know, does the psychopath mayor still work for that town?
He's still the mayor. He's not being paid.
He's not being paid?
No, he's never been paid.
Well, why is he in office? There was a video of him acting very hostile.
So, the only people that can get rid of him are the voters.
Okay,
There's no way that us that work here in the town office can get rid of him.
right. This call is being recorded here. Did you see the video?
I have seen part of it, yes.
Okay, and what did you think of his behavior?
I and the rest of the people that work here don't condone it, and a statement has been released by the office of the mayor on stephenscity.org if you'd like to see that.
Right, okay. I'm gonna put my public record request in writing, no problem. I'll send it to your email, and I appreciate your professionalism here today. Maybe they need to promote you as mayor and get that psychopath out of office.
I appreciate the compliment.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you. You too.
You're not allowed
giving me a lot of information.
You're not allowed to.
And you're trespassing. So you understand that that is a
Unhinged or what? And that guy was the mayor, right? In a post office, losing his shit. Well, you're muted, Marvin. Yeah, what do you guys think of that one?
Totally unhinged.
Right, so what we need to do really is I need to figure out what town this guy is in, right, and see if we can get some telephone numbers up. Where is this guy from? Oops. Apologies.
Totally unhinged.
Does it say what town he's from?
No. But let me find Rogue Nation and see if I can find it on Rogue Nation. Let's find Rogue Nation's clip on it. That is totally unhinged.
All right, so I've got the video is, I'll put the link in the chat. It's a new channel. It's called Illicit News. I'm going to put the link in the back chat, Marvin.
Okay, it's Stephen City. It's Stephen City.
What's up? Doing good? I'm fine.
All right. So here's the full video. I'm not going to play the full video, but we can skip through it when the police came. We can see what happened there. Maybe if we can drop this guy's channel, he's only got 891 subscribers. See if we can get him couple of subscribers on his channel. Let's bring this up. Is that my screen? Yeah, screen is up.
You're my
problem.
All right. Dude, stop.
I don't need to. It's my First Amendment right.
No, it's not.
To exercise my free speech.
You not be a fucking face. No, it's not. I can do this. I can do this. No, it's not. As long as I'm not touching you, I can do this. I'm not touching you. That's what you're really doing now?
Yeah. I'm going to go ahead and stand here, and I'm going to keep people from doing this. It's aggravating, isn't it? It's aggravating, isn't it? It's aggravating, isn't it? It's aggravating, isn't it?
This is what we're going to do now?
Yeah, I'll follow you around all day.
I don't have anything to do today. Okay, good. I don't either.
We can stand here all fucking day.
Right. We'll do that.
Neckbeard. Incel fucking neckbeard. What you are.
Okay. You're really just going to say girl.
You got it, man.
All right, we'll do it.
We might as well get acquainted with each other. What's your name?
My name? I'm not telling.
You're not telling me that?
No, fuck you. You're touching my shit.
This guy is being a pain in the ass, so I just wanted to report.
George, don't worry about it.
George, thank
Go
you.
ahead and go. You have a good weekend.
Can you get this guy away from me, please?
You have no obligation to do that.
I can't get involved, sir.
That's right. You can't get involved, but I can because I'm a free citizen to do what I want to do.
No, you're harassing.
You're harassing people too.
No.
Where does the line end and begin to harassment?
What you're doing is harassment.
What you're doing is harassment.
No, what I'm doing is lawful. What you're doing is unlawful.
No, go ahead and call the cops then. You want me to do it?
If you want to call the cops on yourself, go ahead.
I'll be happy to call the cops.
Don't do it. Do it. They don't care. They know me. They know who I am.
Yeah, they know who you are because you have a reputation of being an asshat. You think you're being some wonderful patriot here by doing what you're doing. And you're not. You're being a nuisance.
All right.
You're being an absolute
You can
nuisance.
think that, but what you're doing right now is
It's just the same thing that you're doing.
No, it's not.
Getting up in people's faces
No,
and
I'm not
being a fucking turd.
Get the fuck away from me, dude!
No!
This is where you could legally spray this guy in the face.
I know you hate freedom.
No, I don't hate freedom.
You do.
You don't know who the fuck I am.
You know who I am, dude!
No, I don't, and I don't care to fucking know who you are. Because you're a smelly fucking neckbeard who doesn't fucking know, like, to be an actual human being with respect in people's lives. Like, this is so fucking disrespectful when you can just go ahead and feel like you're powerful enough to just get up in people's faces and record people's faces. You don't have to be directly in the person's face. Just being present here.
outside my car, you're gonna follow me.
It's a free world.
And
You're in the
that's
public.
actually harassment.
You're in the
That's actually,
public.
like, stalking.
You're in the public. Stalking would be coming to your house.
No, not really.
Yeah, it would be. Yeah, it would be.
I don't think so.
This is not stalking. You want to go to your car? Go to your car. Go on. Go to your car. People are laughing at you, dude.
Okay, really?
Yeah, look right over there. All of them are laughing at you.
Okay.
Yeah, because you're a fucking fool. Think you're fucking holier than thou.
I'm holier than you.
This guy's trying to record people coming in.
You hate freedom so much.
No, I don't.
You do.
No,
Yes,
I
you
don't.
do. You should move to North Korea. They don't have rights there.
You're right. You're right. It's because I'm not doing what you want me to do. I'm not doing what you would like me to do.
Okay.
Yeah, you would like me to move, and I would like you to
stop
leave.
harassing me.
No, I'm not harassing you.
You're getting my face. You're following me around.
You're right. You're
touching
right.
my
You're
shit.
just as
You're touching
harassing
my
as
shit.
you're just as harassing as I am, man.
That is.
You're just as
not
harassing
true.
as I am, man. I'll stand here all day and block your camera.
Right. It's gonna be a long day.
Yeah, they open until 5 o'clock. I ain't got nothing to do.
Obviously not. This guy's harassing me. Just,
How you doing?
Watch out
He's
for
trying
him.
to record people coming in and out.
I'm just exercising my rights, and he hates freedom. That is what it is.
This guy wants to record people coming
I'm
in and out.
exercising my First Amendment
He's
rights,
exercising
and
his
he's
First
being a
Amendment
dick.
right to free speech and recording. Do you want to be recorded, sir? Yeah, I didn't think so. See,
I don't care.
you don't want to respect people's,
Respect
privacy
people's what?
and
you don't
like,
have
ability.
privacy in public. That's
You're
what
right.
we teach people.
You're right. You don't have privacy in public, and you also don't have to, do what you're doing in public. It'd be nice if you had a goal in mind. What's your goal
There
in
is
mind?
nothing better than exercising your rights.
What is your goal?
To exercise my rights.
And what do you think you're going to get here at the post office?
I'm going to exercise my rights and then go home.
And what do you think you're going to get here at the post office that you think
I'm
your
getting
rights are
you
being
being a psycho right now. That's what I'm getting.
Enjoy yourself.
Thank you, sir.
Have fun.
You have a great day. Get a lot of shit footage right now, aren't you? How big is that SD card you got there?
128 gigabytes.
You should be able to get at least 20 hours of videotaping.
Is that how long you're going to stay here?
We'll be out of here before you run out of tapes. Oh, look, here's the police.
All right.
Officer Hunter, how are you doing, sir? Yep, I know. He has a First Amendment right to do what he's doing, so I'm just going to go ahead and stand here and exercise my First Amendment right to block him. I'm not touching him.
You are.
I'm not touching
You're touching my stuff.
This thing is.
He's following
raised
me
it a couple
around
of
and
times,
just getting in my
unfortunately,
face.
because
I'm not
of
getting
pushing.
anyone's face. So I'd like him to stop.
Officer Hunter, please. I'm happy. Yeah, I'll be happy.
Yeah, thank you.
Hi, Mr. What's up? You doing good?
I'm fine.
Good. Everything good today?
Everything's fine.
You all right?
I'm fine.
Good. All right.
I just like to just do what I'm doing peacefully.
So they'd like for me to stop, but they say that I have no obligation to stop, so. Sucks to be both of us, doesn't it?
I guess. You're touching my stuff.
You're pushing it into my stuff.
No, you're touching my stuff.
You're pushing. You have any brothers, sisters? Mom, dad still alive? You been ostracized by your family?
Okay.
Asking questions. Just asking questions.
Okay.
It's my free speech right to ask questions.
Sure. I don't have to answer them. I can just tell you to fuck
right.
off.
See the fifth. Right?
Have a good day.
Is that a colostomy bag in your stomach there? Looks like one.
What do you have against colostomy bags?
Nothing.
Okay.
Nothing at all. Just trying to get a sense of who you are as a person.
I'm not going to share anything with you.
It's fine. I can deduce enough as I want.
But you still here? You were here the other day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, is that one of them all over here?
Hmm?
Is that one of them cups I know here?
Yep.
Oh, he's already here. Oh, you can marry on him.
How you doing, sir?
Okay.
All right, here's the deal.
Yeah.
Right now, you have every right to be here, record, and all that. But as soon as you start affecting the business that you're in,
Yeah, I understand.
then it starts becoming a little more serious matter. Is that understandable?
Yeah, that is.
Okay.
All right. Everything good? I'm sure the officer told you it's fine to talk to people. I mean, to do your thing, First Amendment order. Just don't
make it disturb. Don't cause
make
a
a disturbance.
Yeah,
You got it.
I completely understand that.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you. Have a good day.
You too.
Thank you. Back again.
Back again.
So, like, are you trying to find something specific?
Not talking to you.
You trying to just, have this so that you have a masturbatory information for later on? All the ladies walking
You're
in,
not my type.
all the boys walking in.
You're not my type.
I wasn't looking for you. I'm already married.
Okay.
My husband loves me very much. I'm a combat veteran too.
Okay.
Yeah, I fought for the rights that you're talking about.
Then
right
why do
now.
you hate him so much?
I don't hate them. I just
Why?
hate people who, take the inch and go a mile. And you're taking an inch and you're going a mile. There's nothing wrong with going a mile, but I can guarantee most of the people in here don't want you doing what you're doing.
I don't care.
Yeah, I know you don't. That's why I don't care that I'm standing here doing this to you either.
Okay.
Unstoppable force meeting an immovable object. Isn't that cool?
Now you're doing it too.
Yeah. So that's my First Amendment right.
It is. You're learning.
Yeah.
You're
we all learn together.
learning. Good. Good for you.
This is for my protection, so that you don't turn around and say I did something.
Okay. You are harassing.
And you're harassing everybody walking in the door.
I don't see it that way.
Yeah, I don't see it this way either. Right. It's interesting when my opinion on things is the one that overrules.
I'll see how it overrules.
I'm still here, aren't I?
I guess.
Yeah, so.
Good for you.
Yep, good for me. This is aggravating, isn't it?
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? Tasted your own medicine, maybe?
No, not the filming. The getting in my, blocking my cam. Can I do that?
Yeah, you're free to do that too.
Good.
So you can do this all day long.
Okay.
Those are some disgusting ass nails.
Okay. You want to clean them for me?
No, but some hygiene would probably go far for you.
Okay.
Yep. Oily hat, smelly clothes, dirty jeans, pants that don't fit.
I'm just living my life, man.
And maybe if you took care of yourself and maybe, looked at life a little bit differently than you're currently looking at life, you'd probably get a lot further than you are right now. Are you employed?
Yeah.
You are employed? Okay. Are you paid to do what you're doing right now?
Nope.
No. So it's your day off.
Yes.
And you decided what you'd like to do is come down
Exercise
here.
my rights. There is nothing better than exercising your rights.
Where else do you exercise your rights at?
Public buildings.
What other
sidewalks,
public buildings? What other public
City
buildings?
Hall, police departments, libraries, anything that's open to the public, I can come in and film.
You're gonna go on like the corner down the street here and like film cars driving by and stuff like that?
I could. I absolutely could.
Why don't you do that?
I have done it. It's actually kind of fun.
All right, let's go.
I see some cool cars.
Let's go. We can talk about it all and everything.
You first.
I go where you go, my friend.
All right.
We're now best buddies. That's why I kind of like to know your name. That would be kind of cool. At least the first name.
Glenn.
Glenn?
Yep.
My name's Mike. It's a pleasure meeting you, my friend. Does it go on YouTube? I'd like to subscribe to your channel.
Yeah.
What's your channel called?
Illicit News.
Illicit News. How many viewers you got?
I have over 400 subscribers.
400 subscribers. Oh my God. Yeah, you must feel really proud about yourself with 400 subscribers.
I didn't think anybody
how
was
many
gonna
people
watch
in
it.
this world? 8.5 billion? Wow. Not even a drop in a bucket. That's like
Right. So why do you care so much? Why do you want to shut me down so much?
I'm not trying to shut you
If
down.
you think I'm so pathetic,
If I was trying
why-
to shut you down, that
you are shutting me down. You're blocking my camera.
You're still able to record and you're still recording, right? I'm not obstructing your recording. I'm obstructing your ability to record. There's a big difference.
What?
I'm not obstructing you actually physically recording. I'm just physically obstructing what you are in fact able to record.
Okay.
You can dish it, but you just can't take it, can you? Go ahead, point it that direction. I don't care. As long as you're not getting people that want to be left alone. I don't think you've actually got it, my friend, is that I'm still going to be standing here in front of your thing all day long.
Okay. That's
pathetic, right? Kind of like you.
Okay.
Kind of like you. This is pathetic. You understand how pathetic this all is right now.
Yeah, what you're doing is pathetic.
Yeah,
Yes.
what you're doing is also pathetic.
I don't think so.
You don't
That's-
think
that's
see,
just
and
my
that's the thing.
opinion.
I don't think so either. I don't think what I'm doing is pathetic.
All right.
And you don't think what you're doing is pathetic.
That's right.
I'm getting more people thanking me for what I'm doing than you're getting
Well, I hope you
thanks.
feel really
I do feel actually quite proud because when people do things positive in this world, it feels good.
I don't see
You're
how-
a miserable human being, aren't you?
No, I'm very
No?
happy.
You're very happy?
Yeah.
Okay.
You want me to be miserable.
No, I don't want you to
Yes.
be miserable. I keep asking you about positive things and you're deflecting.
I just don't want to talk to you, dude. What
Well, you might as well get used to it because I'm here now and we're going to be here all day.
All right.
What time is it now? It's
It is 1:20.
It's 1:20, exactly. 13:20. 4.5 hours to go.
Yep.
Time did you start this morning?
12.
So you've only been here for an hour and a half?
Yeah.
You missed out on a lot of good footage, I'll tell you that.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, what happened?
I don't know. It's not that important
Okay.
because it's a post office in Stephen City, Virginia.
Yeah.
That's what I'm like completely and totally like not understing here.
Yeah, I can imagine you wouldn't understand.
No, I don't
It's
want
just,
to. I want to understand, and you're not, so far being forthright
if
about.
if you were polite,
I
I'd
am
say,
being polite.
No.
I'm asking you simple questions.
While you're blocking my camera. That's not.
I don't.
Come on, that's not polite.
It's polite. It's not polite for you to be sticking the camera in people's face.
I'm not sticking it in people's face.
The mere fact that you're sitting here in an office, in a post office, okay, and you're recording people going in and out of a door.
Yes.
That's pretty much in their face.
No, it's not.
Is it within their sight?
Okay, within their sight.
Within their sight.
I can see across the parking lot. Is that in my face? Across the parking lot?
The question is, do you think people really like being recorded?
Some people don't care.
Some people don't care. That's
Most
right.
people don't care, actually.
Actually, I think there's a lot of people that don't want to do what I'm doing here and stand up for it.
Because they're not as fucking pathetic as you.
No, because they don't want the confrontation. I'm not afraid of confrontation.
I see that.
Yeah, I'm not afraid of it because I know that you're not going to do anything to me. Because I know that if you did, that would tear down everything that you're trying to accomplish right now, would it not? Okay, so let's think about it like this. You can try and get.
How come you don't want to just show your face?
You already got my face.
All right.
You already got my face.
All right.
So I don't need to show my face again.
Okay.
All right. So you attract more. You've heard the term that you attract more flies with honey than you do vinegar. Mm-hmm. Okay. So I know that you want to achieve a goal. You have a goal that you want to achieve. Is that correct?
You could say that.
Okay. So do you think that this is the most appropriate method that allows for open dialogue to be held? Why? Are you talking to people as they're coming in?
Yep.
And what are
they talk to me? Yes.
And they're talking about, well, what are you doing?
Yes.
And you say,
I'm exercising my First Amendment rights to record in public spaces. Nothing nefarious.
And then what do they usually say after that?
Sometimes they just say, oh, okay.
And walk away?
Yeah.
But what are the times when they don't do that?
Well, sometimes they say, you need my permission to film me. And that's not true. And that's what we teach people.
You're absolutely right. It's not true. You can record in public. As a matter of fact, there is a person.
Why aren't you letting me record in public?
Because I have the ability to stand in front of you.
Okay.
Okay. Just like the person Taylor Swift. She's the big one right now, right? Okay. She's in the news all the time, right? So we're just gonna pick her out of the air.
Okay.
Okay. You have a right to record because that's in a public space, is that not? Like people do a part of a concert or something like that.
No, they can put restrictions on. If you're a private property, they can put restrictions on filming.
Okay. All right, so maybe that wasn't a good choice. No, I'm just trying to think this out because you're right. I'm trying to think logically. All right, I'm trying to have a discussion. See, that's the type of person that you are. Is that you look at the surface and you read, the little words that matter to you, and then ignore the other, information that's beneath it that would explain how what you're doing is.
Actually, I don't know why I didn't do this before. Your arm's gonna get tired.
Yeah, I got 2 arms.
Both arms are gonna get tired.
Military Barry.
Okay.
You don't know how many hours I had to stand watch, how many hours I had to do this, that, and the other thing. Like, for real.
Yeah, but that was not yesterday.
No, that wasn't
no spring
yesterday.
chicken anymore. Right?
I don't know. You don't know me again.
Right. You don't know me either. So go away.
How about you go away? How about this? We both go away.
Okay. And then I'll come back in 5 minutes.
And I'll be back. I'll wait here out in the parking lot and make sure you don't go back in.
Are you going to stop me?
No, I'm not going to stop you because, again, it's a public place, but I can go ahead and still stand here and record.
Okay.
Or cover you're recording.
Okay.
That is. What do you like to do for a hobby?
This
This.
right here.
Nothing else.
Exercise my rights.
Nothing
There's
else.
nothing better than exercising your
And I'm
rights.
exercising my rights.
Okay.
Right?
I don't really.
Am I really? Am I? Because if I was violating the law, don't you think the police would have taken me away?
I don't know. The police kind of just hate what I'm doing, so they're, not really on my side.
I don't think many people are on your side.
There
400 people are.
Yeah.
400 people are out of 380 some odd million
The views will get some
Americans. Cool. That's great.
I think so. I didn't expect anybody to watch them, but people do.
People do strange things, don't they? This is pretty strange, right?
What you're doing? Yeah, it is.
You don't think that what you're doing is strange?
I do not.
You do not.
You can think it's strange, but.
And you can think some of the things that I say are strange, right? Isn't it glorious America? Glorious country that we live in.
It is.
It is.
And I think in order to keep our rights, we need to exercise our rights.
You're right. You're right.
So then why are you doing this?
Because I am exercising my right.
To prevent me from exercising my rights.
You are still recording, are you not?
I'm recording nothing.
And are you still talking?
Yes.
So I haven't obstructed your rights, have I? I haven't interfered with your rights. You're still recording. If I kicked this out the door and threw it in the Route 11 and had a truck run over it, yeah, that would be a violation of your rights. Absolutely. And that would be wrong of me. That would be a crime too. Violation of rights, crime, they're both the same
law,
thing.
whatever.
Yeah, they're both one and the same. But thankfully the law protects me from do this too.
Actually, I don't think it does, mate. That's called prior restraint, you fucking moron.
You're the only one that does this around here, or are there others?
I don't know.
So amendments.
Yes.
The First Amendment.
Amendments.
The First Amendment. Where is that found?
Where is it found?
Yeah, where is it found?
The Constitution.
No, it's actually the Bill of Rights.
Which is part of the Constitution.
Yeah, no.
There are amendments to the Constitution.
There are amendments to the Constitution, but it's still the Bill of Rights. It's not the Constitution, it's the Bill of Rights.
Oh my God.
Declaration of Independence, there's the Constitution, and then there's the Bill of Rights.
The first 10 amendments to the Constitution.
You're right, but it's still the Bill of Rights, not the Constitution.
But it's part of the Constitution.
They're amendments to the Constitution.
Oh my God, this guy's such a fucking moron, man.
Okay, you want to split hairs with a razor blade? That's fine.
That's what the First Amendment is all about: is having conversations, right?
No, it's more.
So what are the 5 parts of the First Amendment, moron?
Can you name the 5 freedoms in the First Amendment?
Thank you, Illicit News.
Isn't it like press, religion?
Okay, that's 2.
Yeah, press, religion, free speech. That's 3. Assemble and petition.
Very good.
Look at me. We both know our rights under the Bill of Rights, which are amendments to the Constitution. And the Constitution outlays our government. What are the 3 branches of government?
Executive, legislative, judicial.
Okay, and under the legislative branch, that's broken down into what?
You're really just going to quiz.
You've got Congress, which is broken down into
House and Senate.
House and Senate. Very good. See, we're learning together. We're both, reaffirming our, knowledge as patriots, right? You're a patriot.
As you're standing there breaking the law, you stupid fucking moron. You're harassing him and you're fucking blocking his fucking right to record in fucking public, you moron.
But then it's another thing to actually exercise your rights.
It's another thing to defend your rights too. And I did that for a number of years.
Why do you have a problem? Why do you have such a problem with this? If you fought for these rights, why do you care so much that I'm exercising them? What is this doing for you?
Because
seriously,
because there's also like tactfulness. Like there's nothing stopping you from doing this. But there's difference between exercising your rights and being just completely.
This guy is such a delusional moron. He doesn't know what he's thinking, man.
Is yes, also within your rights to do, but people come by and
Contradict yourself some more, you fucking idiot.
I don't care.
Okay.
As long what makes you think I care?
As long as you don't mind, I don't care either.
Dude, I don't care about what other people think.
And I don't care what you think either, my friend. Glenn, sorry, Glenn.
Yes.
We're on a first name basis now.
Mm-hmm.
Meet Glenn. He's a peach, isn't he? This do pretty good. I see it's 8K. What brand is it?
I don't film at 8K. That's ridiculous.
Is it? What brand is it though?
I don't even know.
You don't know. I'm just trying to see because I'd like to, maybe I get into a little filming myself.
What do you film?
It's none of your business.
Oh no, now we're not friends anymore.
I mean, I'm picking and choosing what we can.
All right. You brought it up.
Usually it's like family events, especially since my nephews are now, 2 and 4 and 12. So how you doing, sir? So it's a lot of like soccer games.
I found the mayor's statement.
Birthday parties, stuff like that.
You don't film anybody without their permission.
I don't. I ask permission.
I don't.
And I generally ask if it's a venue, if you'd like me to not point in this direction or that direction, stuff like that. If I don't have anything cool like this, I usually just use my phone. So, that's why I'm kind of in the market for something different. I want to get a DSLR that does video now. Those mirrorless ones are pretty cool too. Is this mirrorless? I don't know. Can't tell.
This guy's unhinged, man. We've got no business working as a mayor of this town. No business. He needs to be removed as soon as possible.
You got a spare battery too, just in case.
Yep.
Good. Hey, you're thinking
Wait
there.
till you read his statement. Wait till you read his statement.
Hey, how you doing?
Good, you?
Good. Standing in the post office. This guy right here is filming in the post office. Just randomly people walking in and out. So I've decided to stand here and block his camera from doing that.
Okay, well. Okay.
Have fun. I'll talk to you later, dude.
Wait till you read his
No, that's
statement.
actually my brother.
Okay.
That's actually my brother.
Okay.
He knows me better than anyone else, and he knows that I've got a lot of, tenacity and gumption.
Wait till you read his statement.
Yeah.
It is hilarious.
It's not about being a hero. You seem like
His
you
statements in the private chat.
I've been getting thank yous from people who love me, people who like me. Thank you. Thank you so much.
How many people thank you? 400. That's right. 400 people thank you. Aiming for one of those cool YouTube plaques.
What?
You want a YouTube plaque for being, yeah. You've never seen the plaques? You got your phone on you? Pull it up. Look it up. Look up YouTube subscriber milestones. They give you plaques for doing that. A lot of YouTube personalities have that in their background and stuff like that. Did you know that?
I did not.
Do you have your phone with you?
I do.
You want to look it up, or are you just gonna take my word for it? Not worth it.
I don't even care. I don't care about. Who cares? Why do I want a plaque?
Yeah, who cares about
I
you
don't
care
think-
enough to
see,
be here. You
I don't
care
have-
enough to be here and try and get people to see what you're doing, but you don't care enough for anything else. You just care about being an asset. You care about being.
I care about exercising my rights in this beautiful
You
country.
keep talking about exercising your rights, and though I'm not
I know you hate it. I know you hate our rights.
No.
But
See,
you know,
here,
geez.
Glenn, hear me out here for 1 second. You know, I'm not here to tell you that your rights are need to be restrained or whatever.
Well, you're restraining it right now.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
You're still recording.
I'm recording your.
Yes, you're recording this, which is fully within my right. I can stand here all day long and put this in front of your camera, and it's my First Amendment right to do so.
But you are restricting my ability
No,
to
I'm
gather
not.
information.
No,
Absolutely incorrect, and that is against the law. This is called harassment.
I'm not able to.
You're not recording right now? You're right.
Not able
Because
to
I keep
record.
getting in your way.
Yes,
Yes.
which means you're restricting
I'm
my
not
rights.
restricting
You're
it.
stepping on my rights.
Do you want to go ahead? We can have this conversation again. The police didn't pull me out of here, so therefore I'm not violating your rights. Therefore I'm not breaking the law. You understand that, right?
No.
No, you don't.
I don't believe.
Because you don't see it and you don't believe it. And that's
And the
inherent
police
problem with your actions,
dereliction
your
of duty
you
comes to
think that
mind.
you're justified by doing this. And justified or not, it's perfectly fine for you to do what you're doing, but you're just being annoying. You're just being annoying.
Being annoying is
Being
not
a
against the
nuisance.
law.
No, it's not. And I'm being annoying to you too, am I not? By standing here and blocking you from being able to record fully to the extent that you want to record. I'm not keeping you from recording, I'm just blocking you from.
Keeping you from recording.
Well, again.
Thank
you're
you
still
for
wrong,
admitting
right?
that once more.
Yes, but I'm not able to record.
That's
And I'm not able to gather information.
That's
You're
not-
restricting my ability to gather information.
that's not the First Amendment.
Yes, it is.
No, it isn't.
What a fucking idiot.
Gather
Free
and
press, you
disseminate
fucking
information.
idiot.
You're still talking. You're still talking, so I'm not curtailing your free speech. You're still recording, so I'm not curtailing your free speech.
It's not free speech, it's freedom of the press.
Oh, okay, so this is free. I thought you were talking about First Amendment. Oh, yeah, First Amendment, free press,
It's in the
petition,
First
and
Amendment.
blah, blah, blah. Yeah. I know. You're right. See, that's the thing, is I identify when I'm doing something wrong, or identify when obviously I'm in the wrong.
Then
This
why
is
don't
not
you
in the
identify
wrong.
yourself?
This is not in the wrong.
Okay. You can think
You
that.
can go ahead and hire.
You are so fucking wrong, it hurts.
Your phone call an attorney. Sorry. I apologize. I don't mean to be hitting that. Howdy. Howdy.
Stay busy?
Oh, you know it. Friendly and approachable.
Did you film the door, brother?
He wants to tell him, yeah. But it's just fully within his right to do.
Absolutely.
Yeah, he can absolutely film, and I can stand here and do this too.
Yeah. Constitutional rights.
Constitutional rights, that's right.
Yeah. I'm a bear search.
Right.
You know, brother, if you really want to come, something I'll tell you. You know what I'm saying, brother?
I think we should give these guys a call.
Is that right, Mayor? You can go to 81 all day long, man.
That's right. Have a great day, sir.
Yes, sir. God bless you, brother, with your focus there, brother.
Oh, me or him?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, right. God bless him in his focus, right?
Yes, sir.
God bless his little soul.
Gentlemen, have a good day.
Have a great day. Stay dry.
Yes, sir. You too, my friend. Have a good day.
Bet you kind of wish I never came through the door, right? Maybe.
I didn't want to have to deal with a complete asshole.
I didn't want to have to deal with a complete asshole either.
But
We both have
are.
opinions of each other, right?
Yeah.
My right to have an opinion on you, isn't it?
Yep, it is.
You want to share opinions? Or you just let things go? Like, tell me how you feel about me right now. I have thick
I
skin.
think you're a jackass. I think you're really petty and childish, and I think you just have a little bit of an anger issue, you know?
Can't you say that possibly the same thing can be said about you?
When you harass me.
I'm just asking. Do you think
You
the
could
same
say that, sure.
the same could be said about you? that you're being petty?
I don't think so.
You
but
don't
you
think
can say
so?
that.
See, that's again, you keep going with this. I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think so. As if that like absolves you of any responsibility to actually think. Do you really think things through fully? You sure of that?
Yeah, you clearly haven't, you fucking moron.
Yeah, that's your opinion, your prerogative.
Now, this is a mayor of a town, right? Of a city.
So you started at noon.
Mm-hmm. It's almost
2 now. And that battery only lasted about an hour and 40 minutes, 45 minutes. You got a third?
Yep.
You got a fourth?
I've got a big
You got a big one?
that I can just plug in. And it'll run for hours and hours and hours.
Want to make sure you're ready. Fair. You know, all these people that are coming through here are just trying to get through the day. You know, inflation's been killing everybody's paychecks. You know,
What does that have to do with this?
because I'm saying that again, people are just trying to get through the day and not wanting to have to deal with something like this in a place that they
Well,
assume.
I'm afraid this is America. So
You're right. You're right. When you go
if
through,
you don't like it, then go to another country.
Yeah. If you don't like what I'm doing, you can go to a different country too, right? Right. It goes both. You don't realize this, Glenn, is that everything is a two-way street. So
You're breaking the law.
you can't just, wave your hands around and say, I'm exercising my free speech, my First Amendment, blah, blah, blah. You can.
Yes, you can.
Okay. See, and that's the thing is you take some of the things too literally. Like, yes, absolutely. I'm not saying that you can't. I'm not saying that you can't. But I'm saying that you don't win any fans by doing what
I'm not looking for fans. What makes you think I'm looking for fans?
Because you're uploading it to YouTube for credibility.
That's what you think.
What was your thing again? Your
illicit news.
Illicit. May I take a picture of that so that I have that for my record so that I can look it up later?
I suppose.
All right.
You can't remember 2 words. That's
well. I'm gonna. You're not worth remembering. Ooh. Oh,
so hurt.
I know.
What feelings? Feelings are
hurt. Oh, you got an eagle on it. That makes it all better.
Mm-hmm.
And a picture of George Washington crossing the Delaware. Wow.
Yeah.
People,
I'm going to be as annoyingly patriotic as I can be.
Yeah, and that's the most annoying part about your supposed patriotism.
Giving me a view, that's nice.
Yeah, I know, right? This one's already got 1,900 views.
You should subscribe.
Nah, not worth subscribing. What did you get here?
What did I get?
Like you got 17 minutes of footage at this location.
Not just at that location. I came back here afterwards. If I go into a place and everybody ignores me and respects my right, then I'll leave. I'll go home.
So the mere fact that I'm standing here right now is keeping you here?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely right.
Well, then you would have missed out on a bunch of stuff, my friend. Glenn. I have an uncle, Glenn.
I just don't understand why you hate rights so much.
You keep going back to this idea that I hate rights.
Yes, you're
and you have what evidence do you have? I'm not shutting you down.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not. You're not being thrown out here. You're still standing here.
You're
still recording
preventing me from gathering information.
You're gathering the same information.
No,
Are you getting audio? You're getting audio that is information.
You are blocking my video, though.
You don't need to necessarily have video to get information. You can get information.
I want the video information.
Without you want. Oh, you want the video information. There's a difference between wanting something is not a right. I want $1 million.
Okay, I want to say
I have a right.
I want to say something right now.
What do you want to say?
That's a right, right? If I want to use my right,
Yeah, and nobody has a right to no. Everybody has a right to not listen to you too.
You go away.
I know, right? You want me to go away. I want you to go away. We're both not going to give each other what we want. So what can we give each other? Where is the common ground that we can meet? Because honestly, that's about what all these rights are
If you
for.
just minded your own business, you wouldn't.
Pot, meet kettle, meet pot. Mind your own business.
I am minding my own business.
No, you're not. You're
Yes,
not minding your own business.
Me operating my own.
How can you
property.
mind your own business by filming or recording?
I just want to ask, what are you doing for this?
It's an exercise of our First Amendment rights.
No.
No?
If I don't want to be filmed, you can't film me.
Yes, I can.
No,
He
you can't.
can. He can.
Absolutely.
You can.
Yeah, it is his First Amendment protected right. This is a public space,
Yeah.
and by law, and the Supreme Court has upheld that nobody in public spaces have any right to privacy, so people can't record. Unfortunately, there's tactfulness and there's respect of other people and everything like that. And I get it. He's fully within his right to do what he's doing. I'm also fully within my right to do what I'm doing as well.
You're the mayor, aren't you?
Yeah, I am.
Yeah.
Is that cool? Yeah.
No, you're not within your right to do what you're doing. What you're doing is called harassment and prior restraint. You're blocking him from
He's gonna go ahead
recording.
and put it on YouTube.
I am.
Oh, look at what the mayor of Stephen City is doing.
Oh yes, yes I am.
It is absolutely illegal, unethical, immoral.
You put that on YouTube too.
All right, I will.
Go fuck yourself, bro.
All right, have a good day.
You want my card? I'll be happy to give
Sure.
it. No, I'm not. Do you think you gain anything by knowing that information?
Yes,
Oh,
I do.
Do you really?
Yeah, I think I do.
Oh, how so?
Because you're a public.
I'm a public official.
You're
that's right,
about
but
to
I'm not
find
doing
out,
anything
you
by public
fucking
capacity.
dickhead.
But you're being an asshole. I can show people how much of an asshole you're being.
And why don't you turn the camera on yourself and point it at you too?
Okay. Don't have any mayoral duties to do today.
You know what? I'm not paid for what I do. I don't get paid to be a mayor, and it's fully voluntary. I do it out of the kindness of my heart. I
Bullshit.
spend countless hours protecting people from, developers wanting to do things nefarious and, people breaking laws and stuff like that. That's what the police are supposed to do. And so we enact those laws and ordinances to ensure that that's addressed. We also like to make sure that people's rights are not being trampled as well.
Then what are you doing?
I'm
You're trampling on my rights.
I'm not trampling on your rights. And you can get a lawyer. You can go ahead and call up a lawyer and ask him what I'm doing.
I don't need to call up a lawyer. I'm just going to put you on the end.
Because you're going to get the what's it called? Jury of your peer, not the jury of your peers, jury of public opinion. That's it. Jury of public opinion to put forward some, ideas of what this is.
I don't know.
I got some ideas of what this is. I'm going to let you know personally, my friend. I'm going to reach out to you personally.
Go home. Go take a nap.
You want
take
me?
A pill.
If you want me to leave, give me this SD card.
What?
Give me the SD card and I will leave.
Wow.
Exactly. So go fuck yourself too. I mean, come on, dude. Come on, Lan.
If he's got pepper spray on him, I would have used it by now.
This is the mayor of Stephen City. He hates our rights. He wants to harass people peacefully exercising their rights.
Point to the camera. You're harassing people too.
Yep, there's my camera, and that's what he's been doing. He's following me around, getting in my face, screaming at me.
I've not been screaming at you. I've been very kind and polite. I've been raised my voice maybe a couple of times.
What a stupid fucking idiot.
He's the mayor.
Exactly. We're all idiots.
We're both idiots, yeah.
We're both idiots.
His representation is showing no class for that city.
He's exercising his rights.
It was brilliant. How long can this fucking idiot stand there like a fucking moron? It's more fun to block this one, eh?
You're not worth this.
You're not worth it. He's gone now.
If you want to go ahead and do 2 videos, go right ahead.
Well,
all right. I'll at least cover up one.
okay.
Keep an eye on your camera, bro. Keep the camera on the camera. Put the camera on the camera. He's going to touch the camera. What's the matter with you? You want to get that on the evidence. You're a moron. What an absolute fucking bellend. I hope everybody over there, you know what? I'm going to reach out to this guy. I don't care if you lot don't or do. Or whatever you do. I'm going to reach out to this guy. I need to speak to this guy. I want to know what he's thinking right now.
Yes, please, everybody, send an email to the city. I just did.
Follow me on YouTube. Have a good friend. You too. Take care, Glenn.
Yeah, speak to you soon.
And you know where you can find me.
Yeah.
I'm at the Town of Stevens City office every now and again. I don't know.
Every now and again.
I have a full-time job outside of this. Also, to point out for everybody's information, I'm also unpaid. I'm voluntary. I was elected by the people here to do this job, and I stand by doing this, blocking it because it is within my right to.
No, it's not.
Block.
No, it's not.
I haven't stopped him from recording, but I can definitely block him.
No, you can't.
And free speech is paramount, and I certainly encourage people to use it.
Someone needs to.
But also,
This guy
I
needs to
encourage people to use tact.
sue the
In
fucker.
doing so, and try.
So
and
free speech is great. Freedoms are great, but
I encourage people to use tact.
if they're doing it in a way that I don't approve of,
It's not just me.
I don't know.
It's not just me. It's society.
No, it's
Society
fine.
No, it's just you, dude. It's just you.
Did you not hear the other people that came in that said, good for you for doing this? And did you hear the people that said, don't you have a life? They're talking about you.
They were talking to
I
you.
don't care. What makes you think I care?
And again,
You keep
I don't
telling
care.
me people don't like you.
Okay, no, I'm not saying people don't like you. People don't like what you're doing.
And I don't
And you don't care. You don't care. People
I don't care. I don't care. I don't care.
I'll see you in a little bit.
All right.
See you soon.
I want to see your ID, please. Please.
All right.
Yes. In private chat, Mellows, is his letter.
Okay, I'll read that out in a sec. Let me just get this link. I'll stick the link in the chat, guys. Give him a like, a share, give him some subs. He's only got 800 subscribers.
I already put it in.
And yeah, let this town mayor, city mayor, know what you guys thought of his performance.
Mama Bear already did.
Thank you, Mama Bear. So here we've got a letter. Right, let's bring this fucking letter up, right? Because this has got to be a laugh.
Yeah, it is. It is.
All right, so we've got the letter. Let's zoom in. Because I'm blind. All right, let's go. Where's my mouse? Statement from the office of the mayor. Dear residents of the town Stevenson City, I am writing to address a recent interaction at the local post office involving me that has gained attention online. As many of you know, a selectively edited video was posted online showing an interaction between myself and an individual who identified himself as Glenn. This interaction has sparked discussion and concern, and I believe it is important to speak directly to you, the people I serve. First and foremost, I want to express my disappointment in how the situation unfolded. As your mayor, I hold myself to a high standard of conduct. I feel this guy's gonna oh, shit. I feel that the safety and respect of our residents must be protected. Nevertheless, I allowed my emotions to get the better of me, and the exchange that took place does not reflect the values and patience and understanding that I strive to uphold. Oh, fuck, what's happened to my mouse? Right. The individual in question was exercising his right to film in a public space. In my view, the post office is not the appropriate venue for private individuals to film the public. I was uncomfortable with citizens being recorded, yet I acknowledged his right under the First Amendment. In hindsight, I should have approached the situation differently. No shit. With calm and professionalism. Yeah, that went out the window. Rather than engaging in an argument that led to insults like a fucking stupid idiot, moron. I regret that this incident may have brought negative attention to our town. Yeah, no shit. How about a fucking lawsuit that could cost the town fucking thousands of pounds, you moron? Moving forward, I am committed to learning from this experience, yeah, at the taxpayer's expense. I will work to ensure that these situations like this shit are handled in a more thoughtful manner. I will continue to serve this town like fuck with the integrity that you all expect and deserve. No, you're gone, mate. You're out. Thank you for your understanding. Together we can continue to make the town of Stevenson City a place where we are all proud to call home. Like fuck. Go fuck yourself, you fucking Nazi. There's a place for you in North Korea. You can dictate over there to your heart's content. Fucking idiot. The whole town, I don't know what the fuck you lot thinking, voting. This is exactly what I mean. These idiots, right, are selected. Nobody votes for these people anymore. And they lie to everybody and they just, and they put on the set and they get the votes and they don't give a fuck about anybody. Once they're in power, they do what they fuck they want. They treat the public how this is how he treats a member of the public. He doesn't know whether this person is one of his constituents, one of his fucking people in his town, whether he's from the town or not, and he's treating him like that. The mayor. You mean you'd expect a fucking ignorant dumb fuck to treat him someone like that? Someone who fucking does fucking some stupid fucking dirty fucking grimy work, you know, not someone you expect to call a mayor of a town to act like that in public in front of everybody else. No, he's gone. Not paying him. Yeah, I wonder why he's not getting paid. He's probably because he's getting paid under the table. He's getting paid all right. You know, I don't trust these people that do things for, I'm doing it out of the goodness of my heart. There's no goodness, there's no one's heart. This guy ain't got no fucking heart. He ain't doing no goodness of his heart. He's getting paid underneath the table. I guarantee you, someone needs to go down and investigate this motherfucker. Because I fucking guarantee you, this cunt's dirty as fuck. Look how he treats a member of the public.
Yeah.
His hypocrisies that even he himself admitted, right? And the police force that came in and witnessed a crime and walked away. In fact, probably gave him advice. So, no, you can do whatever the fuck you want. I ain't gonna fucking stop you, right? And fucked off. That is dereliction of duty. Over here is misconduct, right? Gross misconduct.
Yep.
There's a lawsuit right there. Piss me off. These fucking idiots call themselves government.
Yep.
Yeah, he's gonna get some contact from me. I tell you that much. We'll reach out to that motherfucker.
I've sent him an email.
Yeah, good.
You violated the First Amendment. You harassed him.
We'll see what he replies. We'll read it. We'll read it out.
You harassed him. You harassed him.
Wow, this guy.
You harassed him.
And he served, right? Or did he serve? Or is he just lying? Can we check? Is there any way we could check this motherfucker, see if he's served, or is he fucking doing a... You know? Is he lying?
I'll have to check.
See if he's lying about that, the motherfucker. Because they lie about everything, these cunts. Did he serve?
We'll do some checking.
You know?
We'll do some checking. We do some checking.
You know, anytime they say, oh, they're doing it, they're good, I'm not getting paid. You know what? Alarm bells ringing. There's nobody does think. There's no such thing as doing something for nothing, right? Especially something like that. Mayor, and you're doing it for nothing. Nah, there's benefits from it. There's benefits under the table, I guarantee you. Doing it for nothing. Yeah,
It's tight.
You're getting paid, man. Mayor's an influential, powerful position. Everyone's fucking giving you money, lobbyists, fucking, you know, whining you, giving you... There's all kinds of benefits of being a mayor. Of course there is. You're getting paid. Bollocks. Some accounting fraud going on there, man. Get some fucking investigator in there.
Dang, it's gone even in the paper.
It's gone in the newspaper.
Yeah, there's an article in the newspaper.
Good. Bring up the newspaper. Let's fucking blast this motherfucker.
It's
fucking
even in the newspaper.
Down the job center with you, mate. Go and queue up with the rest of the fucking...
It even made it in the newspaper. Good God.
Well, he said he's all right. The guy said he's got a full-time job, right? He's got another job, a full-time job. He's all right, you know? You don't need the mayor. You know? You can get the fuck out of there.
He's been in there since 2000 and he's there till 2026.
His what? When did he get his position?
Oh, it must be his...
Hey, Ariel. How you doing, bro? Inferno? What's going on? These people are unbelievable, man, there. And there's more. There's more. Guys, there's more. We're just getting started, man. There's more. These creatures. They're like cockroaches, right? Where you find one, you find them all, right? So let's read this. Let's read this newspaper article. So, Winchester Gazette. Stevens City Mayor apologizes after clashing with a local YouTuber at the post office. Stevens City, Virginia. Let's zoom in here. Stevens City, Virginia. We spelled Stevens wrong on the chat. Never mind. It was a bit with a PH, not a V. Mike Diaz of Stevens City was released has released a formal apology following a heated confrontation at a local post office, which was captured on video and circulated widely online. The incident involved Diaz and a man known as Glenn, who runs a YouTube channel focused on recording interactions in public spaces as part of what he calls First Amendment audits. The video posted on Glenn's channel, Illicit News, shows the mayor engaging in a tense verbal exchange with Glenn, who was filming inside the post office. The video has sparked widespread debate, with many viewers, citizens, criticizing both Diaz's behavior and Glenn's tactics. In a statement issued from his office, Mayor Diaz expressed regret over the incident, acknowledging that his conduct did not align with the standard he expected of himself as a public servant. I allowed my emotions to get better of me, and the exchange that took place does not reflect the values of the patience and understanding that I strive. They're just like highlighting his bullshit apology. The video in question, titled "Mayor of Stevens City Goes Super Karen and Harasses a First Amendment Auditor, Real Government Abuse," has received thousands of views. It depicts a confrontation where the mayor repeatedly challenges Glenn's decision to film. Mayor Diaz, he's exercising his First Amendment right to report, and I'm exercising my First Amendment right to be close to you. Dudes, stop. I mean, he's just putting a little excerpt of what they said in there. Right, the video also shows the mayor acknowledging his role as an unpaid voluntary official elected to serve the community. Toward the end of the video, Diaz sarcastically encouraged Glenn to upload the footage, suggesting that the people that supported his efforts to block the camera. The incident has drawn mixed reactions from residents and viewers. While some expressed sympathy for Diaz's frustration, others criticized his handling of the situation, particularly his use of profanity and confrontational tone. Meanwhile, Glenn's channel continues to attract attention for his controversial style of filming interactions in public spaces, which many find provocative. I regret that this incident... Who the fuck are these people talking, man? What the fuck are they talking about? I regret this incident may have brought a negative attention to our town, Diaz said in a statement, adding that he is committed to learning. They're just trying to make them him sound, good, which is almost impossible. The mayor concluded by thanking residents for their understanding and reaffirming his commitment to serve the city with integrity. Is that what you call integrity? Well, this is a joke. This reporting is full of shit. Full of shit. What kind of bullshit reporting is this? You're going to be objective. Be objective. Don't be fucking one-sided. So they put in this bit of the wording here, right? Just to make sure that they get him saying, because look, they get Glenn saying, go fuck yourself a couple of times, right? Just to show that it was Glenn who was the one being aggressive, right? Well, actually, it does say here, major, it's aggravating, isn't it? You can just leave and not aggravate people. Right? So he's admitted to aggravating somebody, and which is a crime at the end of the day. It's called harassment, right? And he touched him several times, which is battery, right? Unwanted touching, right? This is a mayor who's committed crimes in front of police, right? Who did nothing but walk away. They didn't even de-escalate. They didn't even say, look, you know, you're a mayor. Maybe it's not a good idea. You just leave it, man. Get the fuck out of here. You know, they didn't say none of that. They just said, no, do what the fuck you want. You know, yeah, you can stand there and block his rights. No, mate. You listen to these fucking idiots and you said you can block his. They just fucked you. They just created a fucking lawsuit. That's what they did. These idiot police could have de-escalated this whole fucking thing, right? They could have just took him to one side and said, look, mate, you know, don't do that because, you know, you're the mayor and it's not going to look good if I have to come back in and fucking arrest your ass. Boom, that would have fucking finished it. He would have said, boy, I'm the mayor. I'm not going to get arrested for harassing someone in the street. No, they didn't explain it to him. No, you're harassing the guy. You could get arrested for that. But no, they said, no, you're the mayor. No, we're in a corrupt town. We're all corrupt. You're the mayor. You do what the fuck you want because we ain't going to do shit. As a matter of fact, if you, the mayor, tell us to go and arrest the cunt, we'll go and arrest the cunt, but you're the one that's going to have to fucking okay it, you know? Because that's how corrupt they are. They didn't give a fuck. They could have de-escalated that whole thing. They could have de-escalated that whole thing. But they're such ignorant, useless fucking knobheads. They left it in a situation where it escalated even more than it should have.
He won. Okay. He was elected. He received 309 votes to the other guy's 270 votes for mayor.
Well, he's just lost his election. His re-election. When's he getting? When's the next election?
He was elected in November 7th of 2018.
Oh, so he's up for a re-election, right? Any minute now. When's the next one? Only 4 years. And that's it's just.
He is a Navy veteran. And it's a 4-year term, so
Second term.
19, 20, 22.
He's halfway through his second term.
So it's a 4-year term. So 2022.
There's got to be a way of sacking him.
Yeah, they can vote him. They can have special meeting. Town can vote him out. Town can vote him out.
Mm-hmm. They voted him in. They can vote him out.
Yep. They can do special election, vote him out. So, okay, we got another good one coming up.
Let's go. Line them up.
Okay. Okay.
You're not allowed
giving me a lot of information.
You're not allowed to.
And you're trespassing. So you understand that that is a misdemeanor offense in the state?
You know
You
what?
understand that?
Oh no.
Yes, that is a
Trespassing?
misdemeanor. Yes.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, and you're not supposed to be filming.
Oh shoot. Those guys were like, "Well, you're trespassing and you can't do that." And I was like, "Oh no, I don't want to get in trouble." And then they were like, "We're gonna call the police." And I was like, "No, don't. And then they did.
Can I get your name in?
Grande.
Grande. Okay.
Johnson.
Johnson.
That's it. My supervisor sent me out to Los Lunas, New Mexico to do an investigation on the prison out there. Since I was just doing what I was told, even though I have no idea why, I can't be held responsible for anything that I did or said. After all, I was just following orders. I was told to record the gate and anything else I can see from a public space. I really didn't know why, but that's the thing about following orders. You don't ever need to know why. You just need to do as you're told. Since it was really boring, the editors added music into the background to make it seem really exciting.
We're muted because of the music.
Trick is called walking the dog. Once the government parasite has spotted you and decides that he wants to make contact with you, you turn around and walk away and see just how far the dog will chase you.
Now a minute of your time. Word. How's it going? By chance, do you have a permit to record? Who are you with?
What's that?
Who are you with?
Hard of hearing, got to speak up.
Who are you with?
Oh, just me.
Just you?
Yeah.
Why are you recording, if you don't mind me asking?
Just an investigation.
Investigation due to what?
I just do an investigation.
So you know that our facility, our level 2, right here, houses inmates, and we get a lot of people that toss over contraband, drugs, and illicit contraband into our facility. You know that?
Okay, hold on. Let me write that down.
So state police is on the way. By chance, do you have your ID on you?
My ID?
Yeah.
No, I just have the clipboard that says investigation. You know,
What's your name?
Can we write down? You said, what is it? Contraband?
No. What is your name, sir?
Contraband? Is that
No.
what you said?
What is your name?
How do you spell that?
Okay. Well, state police is on the way.
How do you spell contraband?
I have no idea.
Contraband.
You said. What is your investigation in regards to?
You said people throw contraband over the fence?
Your investigation is due to what?
Well, I'll tell you what, it's an open investigation, so I can't really give you too many details at this time.
Okay. And what facility do you work for? What department are you
It's just me.
So you're doing a personal investigation?
Well, I got a supervisor. You want to talk to my supervisor?
Yes, I would love to talk to your supervisor.
Do you have a phone on you?
No, I do not.
You can call my supervisor if you want. I could give you his number. His name is Buddy Bao.
Buddy Bao?
Mm-hmm.
And who's he with?
He's with his wife.
Okay, and that's not what I mean. That's not what I mean. What company do you work for? You said you have a supervisor, correct? So if in order to have a supervisor, you have to have a company that you work for, correct?
Well, Buddy Bao just supervises me to just tell me what to do and what not to do.
And your name, first name?
You said people.
What is your first name?
You said people throw contraband. Is that what you said?
I asked you, sir. What is your first name?
Do you guys ever smuggle drugs in there, or is it just outside people that throw drugs in there? You guys ever smuggle drugs?
We're not allowed to talk to you about that right now.
You're not allowed
giving me a lot of information.
You're not allowed to.
And you're trespassing. So you understand that is a misdemeanor offense in this state?
You know what?
You understand that?
Oh no.
Yes, that
trespassing.
Is a misdemeanor. Yes.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, and you're not supposed to be filming.
Oh shoot! So, trespassing and filming.
Yeah.
Is it filming a misdemeanor too?
Well, let's say police let you know that. They'll be on the way.
Okay.
What is your supervisor's name?
Well, I call him Buddy Bow.
Buddy Bow?
Yeah.
You know how to spell it?
Well, I spell it Budie,
Okay.
and then I spell Bow B-O-W.
B-O-W, and what is his phone number?
You know what? I'd have to look it up, but my phone's recording, and since you guys are here, I can't really stop the recording to look it up.
You actually can.
Do you want to give me a number and I can have Buddy Bow call you?
No.
Okay, because that probably.
Do you have a YouTube channel or what? What are you filming with?
What's that?
Okay. Just hang tight. Say please be on the way. All
Right here.
Yeah.
What if I run?
That's fine. You run.
Okay. Either way.
Good.
All right. Thanks, guys. Hey, what do I tell them when they get here?
They'll have a question for you first.
Hey, guys, if I leave, will you call the police off?
No, I already gave them a description of your clothing.
Am I going to be in trouble if I run then, or do I have to wait here?
You can run.
I can run? Is it legal? Is it legal to run? I just don't want to get in trouble. I just wanted to do my investigation. I guess the state police are coming because I trespassed on a public easement on a public road. Uh-oh. I didn't mean to trespass on a public road. State police aren't on their way. He just got on the phone and asked them to call Los Lunas police because the state police refused to come. What's up, man?
I'm just seeing if you're good, that you were here. So, I mean, you're not doing anything wrong. You're out in public. You're not on the property.
Mm-hmm.
Like I told them, you have a right to be doing what you're doing. You're not in the facility. So I just want to make sure you're good.
Yeah, it's just an investigation.
Okay.
Buddy Bow just told me to come here and just record everybody.
Who?
Buddy Bow.
I'm not familiar who that is.
Oh, okay. He's my supervisor.
Oh, okay. What is that though? I have no idea what that is.
Buddy Bow, he's just he doesn't really show his face much. He's kind of a behind the scenes type of guy.
Okay.
But he just asked me to come out here and do an investigation, and then those guys were like, "Well, you're trespassing and you can't do that." And I was like, "Oh no, I don't want to get in trouble." And then they were like, "We're gonna call the police." And I was like, "No, don't." And then they did.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I mean, like I told them, you're not on their property, so you can be trespassing. I mean, you have a right to do that. So, as long as you're all right, you don't need anything from us, man.
I got a little scared, but
okay.
I think I'll be okay now.
Okay. Well,
yeah, they were scary.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, it is a prison, but like I said, you're out here out of their property, so.
Yeah, I thought they kept all the bad guys on the inside though, so I'd be safe out here. But sure enough,
you're not wrong, man.
Yeah, sure enough, these guys came out and they're like, "Rah, rah, rah, we're gonna get you." And I was like, "Ah."
Yeah, no, you're not breaking any laws. So.
Okay, I'll just continue my investigation then.
514 Central. I'm in 910-4. Sorry about that.
No problem.
But yeah.
So I can continue my investigation then.
Yeah.
Can you tell them not to scare me anymore?
I mean, I could tell them.
Okay. Yeah.
I think they kind of get the point that, hey, you're not doing anything wrong. So can I get your name in?
I can give you what the homies call me and Buddy Bow.
Okay.
Grande.
Grande?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Johnson. Mm-hmm. And that's
all right, man.
That's what the homies at the office call me.
Yeah.
The investigation office.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Okay. All right,
can I get yours?
Deputy Chavez.
Deputy Chavez?
Yeah.
Deputy Johnson, you said, right? Or Chavez. Deputy L. Chavez? What's the L for?
Badge number 6136.
6136. Okay, I'll put that in my investigation for Buddy Bow then. If he has any further questions, is there a phone number where I can reach you at?
The sheriff's office. Valencia County Sheriff's Office.
Okay, what's
I don't
that?
have it offhand, but if you just look up the sheriff's office, they'll have the number for you.
Okay, Valencia County Sheriff's Office. And if he has any further questions for you in regards to our investigation,
he can just call there.
Sure, I don't know a whole lot about what you're investigating, but sure.
Okay. And what's your height?
What would you put it at?
Man, I don't know.
I'm short.
5'4"?
Sure, that's what
5'4"?
you feel.
Is that right or no? What does it say on your state ID?
Probably about, say, 5'8", 5'9".
5'8" to 5'9".
All right, man.
We'll give you 5'9". How about that?
Yeah, I'll take it.
And what's your weight?
I don't need to give you my weight, man. Come on.
Okay. Well, it's just the investigation.
No, you're fine.
Don't get me wrong.
Like I said, you're not in trouble. I'm
neither are you.
trying to be cool with you.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, you're not in
right.
trouble either. I just, Buddy Bow tells me to try to do a thorough investigation as I can. So
all right, man. I'm going to let you get back to what you're doing. Again, like I said, as long as you're not trying to go inside the prison, you're fine. All right?
All right. Thanks, man.
Yep.
I'll tell Buddy Bow you were cooperative.
Okay.
Thanks, man. The conclusion of my investigation was that government is way too big and sucks at everything, so you should clown them every chance you get. And also remember to always support local small businesses.
That was brilliant.
Yes. That was
Freeman.
funny. I like this.
Buddy Bow. Was he talking about Clash with Bow? He's crazy. He's another crazy one.
Yes, that was a good one.
Yeah, he's awesome. He's awesome.
Tell me your height and weight.
He must be what, about 5'4"? You're a little short ass. No, I'm a bit bigger than that.
Your height and weight.
We'll give you 5'9". What's your weight?
That was brilliant.
I'm just trying to do a thorough investigation.
Give me your height and weight. Give me your height and weight. Give me your height and weight. That was brilliant. That was brilliant. That I liked. That I liked. Yeah.
That was funny. Funny as fuck.
Yeah. That I liked. Give me your height and weight.
Brilliant.
Let's see. Oh, we got another one, James Freeman.
In action.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Boo! Boo!
So it's doing, we're gonna have to ask to remove you if you continue that.
Boo!
To have to ask to remove you, sir, if you continue interrupting.
If they can clap, I can boo. It's that simple.
So the last one is a surprise.
Don't touch me.
You need to go outside.
No, I don't.
You will be going outside.
Are you gonna remove me?
Yes.
I dare you.
Ma'am? The mayor, sir?
The mayor did not ask me to leave.
Yes, she did.
Don't touch me.
That was
Back
the
off.
last, this is the last.
I'm going that way.
No, you're going that way. That's the exit.
I'm gonna actually sit right here.
No, you're not. You're going to go. Sir, you've been asked to leave by the mayor.
No, I haven't.
Yes, you were.
Hey, city attorney, if they can clap, I can boo. Get your mind right.
The mayor asked you to.
The mayor don't have that authority.
Yes, she does.
No, she doesn't.
Yes, she does.
You have one chance.
Thank you.
Go.
Or what?
I'm going to arrest you for trespassing. Let's go.
You're gonna arrest me for trespassing?
Yes.
Then do it. Let's go. Come outside and give me the ticket. Let's go. Come out and give me the ticket. Rankin, you'll see the lawsuit tomorrow. Don't touch me. Do not touch me. I am voluntarily leaving. Do not put your hands on me for any reason. I am leaving like you asked me. Don't touch me ever again. Thank you. Come here, Williams.
Alrighty, so this is.
Get it out.
The last meeting.
I'm not giving you my ID. Arrest me.
Okay.
Arrest me right now.
Are you going to give me your ID?
No.
I need your identification.
Arrest me right now for trespassing. Thank you.
There you go.
Perfect.
There you go. There you go.
Don't touch that, sir. You cannot stop my video record. You're not going to take pictures of evidence.
I don't have a choice now.
Okay, cool. Arrest me for booing. So are you going to unlawfully search me? You're going to seize my phone?
Lane Myers was removed and arrested for having a dissenting opinion. Everyone in the room was allowed to express their noise of approval, but Lane was not allowed to express his noise of disapproval. This is what we call use of force or violence to silence dissenting opinions. It's commonly used in places like North Korea, China, and Tucson, Arizona. As you could see, everyone in the room applauded his arrest. This is called democracy, where the majority forces their will on the dissenting minority through force and violence. The arresting officer was Brandon Williams, who is Tucson Police's go-to guy when they want somebody arrested for constitutionally protected activities. The mayor that ordered his arrest is Regina Romero.
City Clerk's office, how may I help you?
Hi, City Clerk's office. How are you today?
Doing well, about you?
I'm doing all right, thanks. Hey, nobody at the mayor's office answers the phone. Do you know what's up with that?
They're always in and out. They just don't have anyone consistently there because they're just busy. Unfortunately, email is probably the best way to reach them.
How many staff members do they have in the mayor's office?
I have no idea. A lot, I think, but I don't know for sure.
They don't have anybody that
I'm not up on that.
can answer the phone and okay.
I mean, the answer is sometimes I don't. They don't have a regular staff person on there all at the phones all the time. I'm aware of. So they just, when they're available, they're there, and they're not. They're not. They're in and out all the time.
Who are we supposed to cuss out then?
Send it in an email
Or
come to a meeting.
What's that?
Or come to a meeting and there's public. You can talk at the public. Talking during the meetings, during the mayor council meetings, if you have a opinion on something.
Okay, I can cuss her out during the public meeting.
Well, you can't cuss around. You'll get taken out of there, but you can voice your concerns if you like.
So I can't cuss during public comment?
No, they will tell you to leave.
Really? Will they drag me out by force?
I don't know. They have police there. They might. I don't know.
Are you familiar with the arrest of the woman up in Surprise, Arizona, about a month ago, where she criticized the attorney, the city attorney, and they had her dragged out by the police, and now they're getting sued for it?
No.
Oh, you should look that up. Just Google Surprise, Arizona mayor has someone arrested.
Okay.
Yeah, but the reason we need to call and cuss her out is actually because when somebody had a dissenting opinion in her meeting, she had the police drag him out. So, and now they won't answer their phone. So, I don't have a problem with you. I don't know who you are. So it doesn't seem like it makes much sense for me to just cuss you out right now. But you're the only one answering the phone. So, how do I find this mayor so I can cuss her out?
Again, the best way, unfortunately, is email. Email is the best way to reach them. They're not usually here all the time. Their staff is always out doing other things. They really don't just stay in the city hall. They're out doing work. So that's why there's no answer phones, because they're really just not here all the time.
Okay.
Like, the mayor's not here probably right now. So that's why. It's just they're not. It's not they're not doing anything. They're just busy.
Oh, I'm sure they're doing something. They're busybodies. They're always doing something to hurt people. When's the next city hall meeting?
Next Tuesday, a week from today.
Tuesday, a week from today.
5:30.
Next Tuesday, 5:30. Do you know, is public comment usually at the beginning of the meeting?
The call to odds it's near the beginning part. It's early on, probably in the first 30, 45 minutes or so.
Okay. All right. I think maybe we'll just round up a bunch of people, come out there in person, and cuss her out at the meeting. Do you want to come?
No, I would rather not be here at but have fun.
Look, I can assure you entertainment. You know, what are you gonna go?
Sure.
What are you gonna do? Go home and watch Netflix, watch Breaking Bad? Like, this is gonna be way better. It'll be live in-person show.
I'll take your word for it. Take your word for it.
All right, man. What's your name?
Ryan.
Ryan, I'm James.
James. Have a good day.
All right. Hope to see you next Tuesday, man.
You will. I'm sure you will.
All right. Have a good one.
Looked at us and then walked to her door anyway. And I was like, well, are you going to go down there? And she's like, should I? And I said, probably you should, but I'm not going to let you go by yourself. So I walked down there with her. I had scissors. I didn't have my firearm on me. And I had scissors in my pocket from cutting stuff. And so I was a little bit slower than her because she was in the car. But as they walked away from her door to her, they said, we just want to see if you want your lawn mowed. And she's like, no. I mean, her lawn was just mowed.
Wow, that was an interesting one.
Yeah, we drop James Freeman's link in the chat.
Yes, I did.
Thank you, Robert.
Yes, I did.
All right.
I always drop them.
You do. Well, I think I need to put the kettle on and get ready for the next one, I suppose.
Yeah, got another good one. Got another good one.
How are you doing, bro?
Hey, Howie.
Yeah.
My mouse worked. We got another good one.
Oh. What we got? What's this one? Here's the deal. Lovely.
Yeah. Cop stealing caught. My mouse doesn't want to work.
You guys got to steal her car. Why are you doing this, man? Is this community policing? Are you guys really going to steal this lady's car? You can tell she's a nurse, man. Why are you telling me that you're okay if I film? I don't give a shit if you're okay with it or not. I'm going to do it. Okay. But why are you stealing? No.
You know, it's unfortunate, and I don't want this to continue to be our reality, but the truth is that the most virulent blight in any community is the local law enforcement agency and the state agencies and the federal agencies. And before we get into this video this is a public service, I asked ChatGPT today, what are pirates known for? It said pirates are known for their adventurous, often lawless lifestyle involving the robbery of ships and coastal towns. And then it said they are famous for seafaring exploits, plundering treasure, and defying authorities. And then lastly, it stated that pirates are often associated with iconic symbols like the Jolly Roger flag, eye patches, and peg legs. Pirates became legendary for their ruthless tactics. I'm going to rewrite one of those sentences and say that road pirates, today's road pirates, are often associated with iconic symbols like the thin blue line flag, Punisher patches, badges, and costumes. Today, thanks to the YouTube channel, this is a public service, and I suggest that you go over and take a look at his channel and look at some of the videos that he has posted. He gave us a front row seat into the activity of these road pirates in Florida as they steal a nurse's vehicle.
You guys are going to do this lady like that? I'm already filming.
I don't have a problem with you filming yourself.
I don't care if you have a problem. It's a constitutional right.
I'm well aware.
So why are you telling me that you're okay if I film? I don't give a shit if you're okay with it or not. I'm going to do it.
Okay.
But why are you
Take a step back.
No, he's fine. His back's to me. He knows I'm not going to do anything. Why are you stealing this lady's car? This is a public service.
Yeah, this is a true public service. This is real heroic activity. You're putting your life on the line as he's approaching this traffic stop right here. He's putting his life on the line because he knows he's going to encounter psychopathic police parasites who would rather shoot him than talk to him. But the police officer was so nice to me when he stole my car. Here comes their buddies with the wrecker service. It almost seems like a conspiracy. Wrecker is turning around there in the background. It almost seems like the wrecker service and the police department is conspiring against the people of any area to make additional money. Daytona police.
Looks like they're stealing her car.
What percentage of kickbacks go to the police department from the wrecker fee and the impound fee? There's Officer Santos.
Are they taking your car?
Yes, because I was supposed to have a funeral by a certain day in July. I went and got this car. I had another car, and they didn't report it to the DMV. So he's saying that I was suspicious because he almost hit me to the stop sign, and I pulled over to let him around. And he said I was suspicious, so he's taking the car. I didn't know my license was suspicious. And I'm showing him I just got the car on the 1st of July. You know what I'm saying? I say call the people because they were supposed to straighten that out. Oh, I don't believe you. I don't believe you at all.
Why you guys got to steal her car?
He said he don't believe me. He's going to confiscate my tag because I'm lying to him. But I'm a nurse, work every day. I could have been paid for this.
Why are you doing this, man? Is this community policing? Is this how you police the community?
They don't have to do this. They can exercise discretion. As a matter of fact, Auditing Erie County posted something, and public service, this is a public service, pinned it. If this was their friend or family, they would use discretion, but not for citizens, not in the Blue Line gang. They can employ officer discretion anytime they want. Ma'am, your insurance is expired. Ma'am, your license and your registration is expired. Please just go ahead and take care of this. I'm not going to take your means of travel, which is people's bread and butter. I mean, how are you going to work if you can't get to work? And if you can't get to work, you can't make money. And if you can't make money, then how are you going to be able to pay for your registration and deal with getting all the stuff in order that the cops want you to get in order? It's ludicrous, and they create a snowball effect of economic terrorism where somebody gets backed into a corner and can't even get themselves out. And as for whatever cozy relationship the police department has with the towing service, I have no doubt that they do. And this is an interruption of the free market, because that towing service wouldn't even have this business without the barrel of a gun coming out of the police department, exacting tyranny against people in that area, people in the community who just want to be left alone.
Is it possible to get the call number?
What do you need, the profit number?
Please.
Yeah, can you just wait till I'm done with this?
Yeah, are you guys really going to steal this lady's car?
I'll get you the profit number when I'm done.
Yeah, but I mean, you can tell she's a nurse, man. You're gonna do her like that?
He's not going to answer.
You guys are gonna do this lady like that? I'm already filming.
I don't have a problem with you filming. Just
I don't care if you have a problem. It's a constitutional right.
I'm well aware.
So why are you telling me that you're okay if I film? I don't give a shit if you're okay with it or not.
Because what if the cop wasn't okay with it? What would he do? I mean, whether you're okay with a constitutionally protected, unalienable right or not is absolutely irrelevant. But they have to issue commands. They have to issue directives. They have to let you know, oh, okay, it's okay for you to be here because I say so.
I'm going to do it. Okay. But why are you
Take a step back.
No, he's fine. His back's to me. He knows I'm not going to do anything. Why are you stealing this lady's car? You guys have no compassion, do you? You can't just listen to the lady, have a little compassion. You don't have any care at all for what you're doing to this lady's life. You guys are fucking monsters. Are you okay with this, dude? What this guy's doing?
Obviously he is, because he's there acting as the accomplice to this other law enforcement officer. This is road piracy, and he's right. This is lacks compassion. It's ruthless. And that is what the pirates of the Caribbean and the Mediterranean and oceans around the world were known for. Known for their ruthless tactics.
Stealing this poor lady's car.
The parasites in society, the law enforcement agents who are the parasites in society, aggravating and harassing and economically terrorizing productive members of society. If it's true that this lady's a nurse, her job is to make people better. Their job is to make lives worse.
Could I get the number? The Papa number, could I? Thank you. Santos, I hope you have the day you deserve, buddy. You don't do stuff like that, do you, dude? What's your name?
My name's Jax. What's your
Jax? My name's Foshin.
Potion?
Foshin.
Potion. Have we ever met before?
I would remember Jax.
Unique.
Yes, just like Foshin. Is this something that you would do, Jax? Is this how you community police Daytona?
All right, here's the Papa number.
Jax, if somebody came up to you and asked you a question and you didn't know the answer to it, would you make a good faith effort to find out the answer?
Potion, you have a good day. All right, just be careful.
Yeah, would you make an effort though? I'll be careful. Would you make an effort though?
Take care.
So no, he won't make an effort. They just stole this lady's car. Straight up. Straight up just stole this lady's car.
Yep.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Got 11.
Do you know where she went?
Her daughter picked her up and she's gone. That's pretty shitty.
I can't believe they just stole her car, man.
Yeah, they just took her car and saying that it ain't her car. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Fucking monsters, bro. Have a good one, man.
Thank you, man.
Yeah.
So the name of this video is Cop Steal Nurse's Car in Broad Daylight. This comes from This Is a Public Service. I will leave the link in the description and hopefully in the pinned comment, but my pinned comments almost always disappear for some reason on this channel, but I'll leave the links. Let This Is a Public Service know that I sent you. And there's been a lot of requests for me to cover this video right here. Stolen BMW driver executes state police officer and then drives away with his car. I think that I will go ahead and comment on that, and I'll probably be saying something that is quite unpopular. So stay tuned for that. Thanks for subscribing to this channel. Hit the bell notification icon, give it a thumbs up, share it with everybody know. Don't forget to subscribe to my email list through my website, highimpactflix.com. If you haven't done so already, subscribe to my brand new channel called The Disturbing Illusion, where we expose the left versus right paradigm, lie, dog, and pony show under the WWE Big Top of Washington's District of Criminals. Remember, the price of freedom is now and will always be eternal vigilance, and indifference to this notion is the means by which the
Well, another good one.
Oh, yeah.
Cops don't listen. They don't care. They don't care. Oh, look who showed up. Support the BMC. Showed up.
Yeah.
This one is Long Island.
I remember this one.
You have to put it on pause. So you're doing something illegal. I got to go get the cops. Okay. Want me to go get the cops?
It's illegal to record here?
It is, absolutely. We got to get the sheriff to come down here.
You're going to have to turn your phone off. I know you have it on right now.
Right, that's correct.
Filming.
You're asserting something that's a rule. I'm asserting something that's in the United States Constitution.
You're such a knucklehead. You know, pal, you're not being practical. Abide by the rules that everybody else has to.
Practical?
Yeah.
I don't think that's what that means. Is there a particular reason why you follow me today, ma'am? He said it was against the law to record in here, so I'm trying to figure out what law that is. Do you know what law that is? Do you know the definition of loitering? You're going to get educated today. Hey, what's up, guys? Long Island Audit here, back again with another video. Today, we're at the Nassau County Government Building here in Mineola, New York. We're here today, as always, to peacefully exercise our First Amendment right to film in public and publicly accessible areas, to promote transparency and accountability within our government, and to ensure that our public servants recognize our rights and treat us with respect. Let's get into it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're just getting inside of the Nassau County office building here. We're going to submit our Freedom of Information requests. Hi, ma'am. How are you? I have 3 separate FOIL requests here that I wanted to submit to the county.
I believe you might have. I believe you have to submit online.
No, you can submit them in person as per the statute.
I'm not taking care of that.
Okay, yeah, sure. If you could find out for me, that would be great. Thank you. We have plenty of friendly reminders that the government is always watching us, even though it always seems to be an issue. Excuse me, ma'am? I'm just trying to conduct some business here, ma'am. Can you help me with FOIL requests? Hey, how are you, sir? I got 3 different FOIL requests here. Just wanted to submit them with your office. One's for asset forfeiture documents. That one that you're looking at there.
I'll acknowledge them. That's not a problem. And then I'll let you know.
Okay. Is there any way you can give me like a receipt, a copy? Yeah, stamped copy, please. My FOIL requests seem to go missing sometimes, so I just want to have some evidence that you received them.
Have your email and stuff on you?
Yeah, all my contact information is on the bottom of each request. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Thank you. We have an unconstitutional sign here: photography or video audio recording prohibited. We all know that is not the case. It's not a law. It's their policy because they hate transparency. That's what it comes down to. Yes, I'm recording. Who are you, ma'am?
that see over there?
What does it say there?
Just read that.
Authorized personnel only.
Yes.
Use of video recording photographs are strictly prohibited.
Yes.
Right? Is that a law?
That we have all the confidential documents here, and we don't want any
Right.
confidential.
Do you have them just laying around where people could see them?
Yes.
You have them. You have confidential
we have-
documents laying around where people could see them.
We have on everybody's desk when we are handling documents. If you're filming it, we don't know if.
But what if I could see it and write it down?
That's why we don't want you to film it. So
But,
please.
but if I could see it, I could write it down, right,
Please
ma'am?
refrain from filming.
I'm not going to, ma'am.
Okay.
Hi, how are you?
Are you video taping?
Yes, ma'am, I am. So apparently they have confidential information just lying around everywhere where anybody could see it, write it down, put it to memory.
There's a sign behind you.
Yeah, I saw the sign, ma'am. I saw it. The sign says you cannot record. So all of a sudden you can't record. Your rights don't matter. Transparency and accountability doesn't matter. Thank you, sir. I appreciate you.
So give me 5 days.
Okay, do you handle the FOIL requests?
Yeah.
Okay, so are you like a FOIL officer for Nassau County?
You came last time I was here.
Oh, yeah. Unfortunate. I wasn't. Yeah, you weren't here. Okay, sounds good. Thank you. And if it's different departments, do you
That's
just
the majority of it is,
right?
but let me review all of them. I'll get back to you next couple of days.
Okay, but you could reach out to those departments and
I can forward it to them.
forward it to them.
Yeah.
Oh, so you don't handle the request for all
Just Nassau County.
just Nassau.
Yeah.
But wouldn't the police department's
They have
records
their
or the
own one, and we all answer to the county attorney.
to the county attorney?
Yep.
Okay, so as far as like asset forfeiture documents, I'm sure the comptroller's
I'm not gonna
office.
have that, but
The comptroller's office doesn't have
no,
that.
I'm saying I'm not gonna have
Okay,
that. Asset forfeiture, police.
right. But I would assume that that money's being kept track of from the comptroller for
Okay,
Nassau
you can
County,
go and
right?
ask them.
Okay. All right. Thanks. I will. Thank you. I appreciate your time today. Thank you, sir. So the comptroller's office is on the second floor. The office of the comptroller, Elaine Phillips. Hey, sir. How are you? I just had a question for you. I was just at the county clerk, and I was submitting a FOIL request for the financial documents for Nassau County Police Department's Asset Forfeiture Fund. And I wanted to know, does this office keep those records for the Asset Forfeiture Fund?
I'm not sure about that. Maybe that's the sheriff's, but
Yeah, it's for the Nassau County Police Department, not the sheriff's, but it's the Asset Forfeiture Fund.
Okay, well, all of the permits that we have on this end, it's like this. I don't know if it revolves around.
See, yeah, it would probably fall under accounting. Is there anywhere I can speak to like a supervisor so I can ask
Of
them?
accounting or
Of the comptroller's office, like a supervisor? They're available? Thank you. Understanding Nassau County finances. Just something I'm noticing here. Look at where the majority of the money goes to. Goes directly to Police Commissioner Patrick Psycho Ryder, law enforcement and safety. Absolutely insane. Hi, ma'am. How are you? I just had a quick question for you. I submitted a FOIL request downstairs with the clerk's office, and I submitted it with for the Asset Forfeiture Fund financial documents. Is that something that your office here at the comptroller's office would have possession of? The Asset Forfeiture Fund?
I don't know. But did you submit it electronically? The FOIA request?
No, I submitted it in person, and I
Okay,
got a
I
stamp.
didn't even know that they accept them in person.
Right.
So I know, like through our department, you have to submit the FOIA request through an online form that we have. I mean, I
Right.
think you can probably mail it in as well,
Right.
but we have a specific one in our office.
Right.
So I don't know if it's like transferable within.
Well,
departments.
no, it's the FOIL request, the Freedom of Information Law from your.
Yeah, I know what
your-
it is. I just didn't know. if,
Right,
like,
it's just
they-
generalized of all public offices. So it's not. It's just you need your name, your address. and
Right,
things of
right.
that
I'm just
nature.
saying we have one that people submit directly to us if they're
Right.
requesting information from our department. So I don't know if like the clerk's office would send that to us if it's something we have to do, or you have to submit it directly to us. I know
Right.
that to my knowledge, is if you're requesting information from our office, you have to submit your FOIL request to us directly. So I don't know if whatever you submitted with them, like I said, is transferable to us.
Right.
But if you want, I can give you the information to submit it through our office.
Right.
You had an issue?
I
with
just don't want
theirs, or
to.
is that-
No. This is. I just submitted it today.
Oh.
It's not that I have an issue with a response or anything like that. I think that it should be transferable because I'm serving it on Nassau County government in general.
Yeah.
And it's just
sometimes they'll like it's forward it.
Right.
I don't know if that's what's being done
because
here,
you're the
or if
ones
that's
who have the
normal
records, right?
But, well, it depends what records you're
exactly. If
requesting,
you have the records, that's why I was just asking if you guys took care of. You guys handle all the accounting for the county and things of that nature, right? Budgets.
Yeah, well, every department has an accounting team, but like we're like the accounting
for the entire county, right?
Correct.
Yeah. So I was just looking. I know you do audits and stuff like that. Okay. And just last question for you: is Elaine Phillips? She's an elected official, or is she appointed?
She's elected.
She's elected. Okay. She's the elected comptroller of Nassau County. Okay. Thank you. If I need to send them to you directly, I'll shoot it over via email.
Okay,
if I
yeah,
need to send it
you
over
can go right to
directly.
our website.
But I'll wait for a response from the county clerk.
Yeah, if you already submitted to them, they'll direct you. If it has to go to a different department.
All right, thank you,
They
ma'am.
should.
Appreciate your time. Thank
you're
you.
welcome.
So we have the Division of Land Records here for Nassau County. This is an office that I didn't get to take a tour of last time I was here. So let's take a look around. Unconstitutional signage there. So why wouldn't you be able to take pictures inside of the area where all the public land documents are? Well, that's because they want you to pay for it. They want you to pay for public documents. It's always a fake security issue or a money grab, one of the two, always.
Sir?
Excuse me?
Put that on pause.
Why?
Because I need you to. I run this department, sir. Could you put it on pause for a moment?
No.
You have to put it on pause. So you're doing something illegal. I got to go get the cops, okay? Want me to go get the cops?
What am I doing that's
You're not
illegal?
allowed to record here.
Why is that?
Because you're not allowed to.
It's illegal to record here?
It is, absolutely.
Really?
There's signs even placed there, I swear. But I need you to put that on pause for a moment.
No.
Okay, then I have to go get the cops.
You do what you need to do, sir.
Okay, sir.
Nothing I'm doing is illegal. Wow. It's illegal to take pictures of public documents. No, please don't get the public servants who I pay to protect my constitutional rights. Don't do that. Too bad we're in Nassau County, where the law enforcement officers here are led by a corrupt and tyrannical individual named Patrick Psycho Ryder, arrested for police brutality, official misconduct, and perjury. Has threatened an attorney, allegedly, to unalive him. Has used racial slurs against female officers in his own department during a deposition. Alleged affairs with county executives. All in all, a pretty horrible person. They sure don't have any problems with recording inside of the public records room. But of course, rules and laws for thee, not for me.
You have to stop, sir.
Who are you,
This
sir?
is Maureen O'Connell, the county clerk.
Who are you, sir?
You're not allowed to film.
She's the county
here.
clerk.
I'm the county clerk.
Hi, nice to meet you. What's your name?
Maureen O'Connell.
And your name, sir?
I'm Francis Becker.
Okay,
Francis Becker?
you're going to have to turn your phone off. I know you have it on right now.
Right,
We don't
that's
allow
correct.
filming because this is that
Public documents?
that damages the material.
Well, you have security cameras everywhere. Does that damage the material?
No, but they're not focused in on page by
Right.
page.
I'm not
Okay.
focusing in on any documents
but
in particular.
we don't permit recording, so I don't understand why you just won't
Submit a
stop and
request. Well,
because-
abide by the rules that everybody else has to
Well,
abide by.
no.
Everybody has to abide by rules. It clearly says out there, there's no recording
Right.
permitted.
Well, I
So
understand.
I'm asking you to turn the camera
I
off
understand. So that's,
politely, and then we got to get the sheriff to come down here.
sir, I
mean,
understand.
I'm just telling you to please
Sir, if
stop.
you let me
You
speak, I
you
would-
finish speaking.
No, I'm not.
You're
I'm not
recording.
finished
You're not
speaking.
allowed to.
Sir, what is there unreasonable about recording?
No.
The rule.
It's
you
a
took,
rule and a recommendation that
rules-
everybody
do rules
abides by,
supersede-
except for you right
do
now.
rules supersede the law or the Constitution, sir?
Listen, that you can go to court about. Okay?
I don't need to.
No, you have to go to
No,
court.
I don't.
About it. You're sure you do.
No,
That's
I'm not
if you
the one.
have
You're
rule is
asserting something
telling
that's a
you-
rule. I'm asserting something that's in the United States Constitution.
You're such a knucklehead, you know, pal. You're
Why?
such a
I mean,
knucklehead.
name calling from a public servant, is that really becoming a professional? Is that why you don't want people recording? Because they can see your true colors, Francis?
It doesn't matter to me, but
Come
it's
on.
the rule.
I mean,
It's the rule in
name
law.
calling is very professional from a public servant, sir.
You kind of like ours. So.
I kind of like, I am a knucklehead. Okay.
Because you're not being practical by the rules that everybody else has to.
Practical?
Yeah.
I don't think that's what that means.
Yeah.
I don't think practical means that.
Good luck to you, my friend.
Now I'm your friend? I thought I was a knucklehead. Are a bunch of your friends knuckleheads, sir?
Oh, yeah.
The utter contempt that our public servants have for transparency in government buildings is unreal.
Yeah, hang on. My sister. Yeah.
Hi, ma'am. How are you?
It's not.
Ma'am, as the county clerk, I have a question for you.
That's true. That's very true.
Ma'am.
How are you? I'm good.
Ma'am, you're the county clerk. I just have a quick question for you, if that's all right.
No, I'm sorry. I'm not available.
You're not available? Ma'am, you're a public servant. I have a question. I don't understand. So, ma'am, just a brief second of your time.
Sorry, I have to go to the courthouse.
You have to go to the courthouse?
Yes, sir.
But you're the county clerk, and I have a question.
You can ask anyone here.
Okay, ma'am. No problem. Enjoy the courthouse. So the public safety officer is actually in violation of the quote-unquote rules as we speak. She is filming in the public document area, not a restricted area. But yet, there's a problem when I do it. Makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. Ma'am, do you work for public safety for Nassau County? Hi, ma'am. How are you? Do you work for Nassau County Public Safety, ma'am? Did the clerks tell you that it is prohibited to record in here? Are law enforcement on the way so I could speak with them? Okay. She's exercising her right to remain silent, not incriminate herself. Wait for it. Wait for it. Is there a particular reason why you follow me today, ma'am? No? Yes? I'm not a threat to you anyway, ma'am. I'm just taking some pictures and video just like you. You're the one that's following me around. It's kind of, I don't know. I wouldn't follow somebody around. I guess you can. Hey, how are you?
Hey, did you call?
No, I didn't call you guys, no. Excuse me. Excuse me.
No. Hey, yo, did you guys call? Huh? Did you guys call?
Somebody called, right? Yes. It was you, right, Frank?
Yes. Thank you, officer. Gentleman here, last person reporting in the clerk's office. Him? This gentleman continues to report. Obviously, some sort of and he posts on the internet, but he's not allowed to report. What's the break the rules? He's to stop. So you guys have to go and set another
I think you're gonna get educated today, Frank.
Thank you.
Hey guys, you mind if I just get your name and badge number, please?
Sure.
Thank
Officer Galizzi, 4171.
Your name?
Officer Glass, 4757.
My name is Sean.
Yeah, what's going on?
Oh, nothing. I'm just working on a story. I was actually just at the clerk's office submitting some FOIL requests for some asset forfeiture documents and police department stuff. And no, I'm just taking a look around the public documents area here. I'm not in a restricted area or anything. This is public documents.
Right.
Literally public documents.
Okay. How long are you planning on doing this for?
Oh, there's a lot of books here. I'm just taking a look around, just seeing what's cataloged here. You know, you have all that side and all this side. So, I don't know, maybe 20 minutes, something like that, around there.
Yes.
All right.
I'd like to look up the deed.
Yeah, I just want to make it clear. I'm not breaking any laws. I'm not, being disorderly in any way. I'm treating everybody with the same respect I'm treating you. Yeah, he said it was against the law to record in here. So I'm trying to figure out what law that is.
I don't know if he knows. Do you know what law that is?
This particular point is just, it's a rule here. When I look at the recent.
So it's not a law.
I'm sure we could find that if we needed to do so.
Okay. Well, you probably should do that. I just wanted to go about my business. I'm not trying to, make a big deal about it, but they called you. I didn't call you. Like I said, I've been treating my tone has been the same the whole entire time. I'm explaining to them what I'm doing. My name is Sean. I'm an independent journalist. Yeah, just filming the books, right? Just walking around filming the books on all the publicly accessible areas. Just getting a detailed count of the deeds, the mortgages, all the public documents.
What's back that way and what's back that way?
Public documents. Right. And I think the real reason, I don't think it's a law. I think it's so that they can make you pay for copies. I think that's what it is. I think it's like a money grab.
The other people that are in the office here. If he wants to go to court with that, let him do it. But he wants to not abide by the rules that everybody is supposed to.
Okay. Are those rules put in?
By the way, it's a courtesy too.
Are those rules put in place to make people pay for copies?
It's a courtesy, and he doesn't even want to accept the normal courtesies that we have as human beings with each other. He just wants to do something on his own for whatever reason may be.
Well, I mean, it's my right, sir. That's why. I've been very polite with you. You called me a knucklehead. It's a right. You don't care about our rights?
Spare me. All right. There's a lot of rights being broken around the world, unfortunately. And
so you just want to break one more, right? Not a big deal. He's just taking pictures. Okay.
Want to, put something on the internet, make yourself look, I guess, important.
I mean, I didn't tell you to come up to me, sir.
So you're here. Did he get these documents from you guys?
No, he's here just to cause trouble. That's it.
He's not really causing trouble. He's just filming.
But he is, because everybody else abides by certain rules, and we, as being respectful to each other.
I'm a mold breaker. I break the mold, sir.
If he has an issue with it, I'm sure he can go upstairs, and he even might be able to get permission to do this, but he doesn't have.
Right.
So you're gonna be here what?
My position, yeah, something like that. Just gonna get some more documents here.
He's not doing any of that.
Yeah.
He's not doing it. Actually, he's kind of loitering.
Right.
Kind of going up and down the aisles, and maybe people.
Do you know the definition of loitering? Do you know what the definition of loitering is, sir?
Oh, please spare me with your nonsense, would you?
I mean,
my grandfather was a congressman. We've been abiding by the law and
by rules. By rules. You abide by rules. So your grandfather was a congressman? I'll look into him.
He's abided by all the rules that other human beings abide by.
Right.
But not you.
Right. I'm a rule breaker.
Even human dignity have rules when we cooperate with each other.
Okay. Why can't you cooperate with me, sir? Why are you being difficult?
All you have to do is go get permission.
I don't need it. United States Constitution, sir. First Amendment. United States Constitution is my permission. Might want to look into it.
Help people in the world.
Get an education, sir. You're gonna get educated today. You're gonna get education today, sir. So we're just gonna walk away from the law enforcement officers because there's really nothing else for us to talk about with them. We're not. He should probably look up the definition for loitering. That's not what this is. This is a public building, public documents, non-restricted area, taking pictures and video. There's nothing illegal about it. Again, the only reason why they have those signs, unconstitutional signs up, is so that way they can get some more of your money by forcing you to make copies. As if we don't pay enough in taxes already.
You don't have an audit?
Yes, sir.
I always watch your videos.
Thank you, sir.
Always.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you. Always run into supporters. I love it. We the people are growing. We're getting larger. Well, we've gotten all the photos that we need to get here. Let's see. Hope you learned something today, Frank. Have a nice day, okay? Maybe you don't treat the public that way the next time, okay? Just a little bit with more class, okay? Just a little bit more class next time, Frank, okay? Okay. Just treat people a little bit of class next time, okay? You got a little bit more class. Hi, ma'am.
Hi, how are you? Good, how are you?
You too, Frank. Hope you learned you can't enforce your rules, buddy. Can't enforce your rules, Frank. I'll be back tomorrow. See ya.
Heading out, Sean, or
I'm sorry?
heading out, or
Yeah, I'm heading out in a few minutes. Yeah. Yeah, no problem. I still want to keep you guys from any more serious calls, you know? I'm just a man with a camera. You guys know who I am by now.
there's other cops out there on the street.
Okay, good. Yeah. Just want to make sure that everybody, that the community is being taken care of. I don't want to take up any resources for a camera, you know? It's just a camera. Look at the old school phone booths that used to exist. It's insane. You know, it's kind of sad that law enforcement officers just hang around for a man with a camera. It's absolutely ridiculous. Why? Is there any point? Am I a danger to anyone? No. They know me. They know I'm not a danger to anybody. This is my third time here. Like I'm some random guy who just showed up. This is my third time here. Go through a metal detector to get in. My third time. I mean, I guess they might just stay just in case somebody else calls another department, but it's just absolutely ridiculous, the treatment by our public servants. You know, he says, I'm a troublemaker, but I didn't name call him. I didn't say anything derogatory towards him. Why? Because I'm breaking his rules that break the law and the United States Constitution and transparency. Fundamental right to transparency. And they have this sign everywhere. It's absolutely everywhere. It's insanity. No transparency. We, the people, have a fundamental right to transparency in our government. Our rights just keep getting violated every time. Because people see all these signs, they know we're recording signs, and then they obey. They just comply with the rules because they don't know their rights. They don't want to push the envelope. They don't want to exercise those rights peacefully.
You speak English? Oh, what a beautiful thing.
Do you speak English?
I need your license.
You can refuse your license. That's so crazy how he just walked in. He's like, do you speak English? That's insane. That's a crazy question. Just walk in and ask a security guard, do you speak English? A county public safety officer. Incredible. All right, guys, we'll hang out for a little bit longer and then we're going to be getting out of here. All right, fellow patriots, we're just getting out of the Nassau County government building here in Mineola, New York. So just like all the other times, they want to exert their dominance, enforce those unconstitutional signs that have nothing to do with the law, has everything to do with hindering transparency and accountability within the Nassau County government. But we've been reporting on this for years now. Doesn't look like it's going to change. Hopefully they answer our FOIL requests, because if not, we will be hiring an attorney, taking them to court. And as I stated, it will not be the first time the Nassau County government has been taken to court by journalists for refusing to release public documents. Police Commissioner Patrick Psycho Ryder was actually held in contempt of court for refusing to release documents. So I have a long fight ahead of me, but I know I can do it with all of your support. Your support means the absolute world to me. None of this is possible without each and every one of you watching. Please take a second, hit that like button and share this video so it can be seen by as many people as possible. We need to get the word out about Nassau County here in New York, one of the most corrupt counties in the nation. Highest police force, highest paid police force. 32% of their budget goes to paying law enforcement officers and safety. One of my favorite quotes is from Benjamin Franklin: those who give up their freedom for the illusion of safety and security deserve neither. It's so true. Every single day we're giving up more and more of our constitutional rights, our freedoms. We're just accepting it because they put up fancy signs that say no recording. It's strictly prohibited. But when you push and you exercise your rights peacefully, I don't raise my voice. I don't, trying to demean anybody, they get aggressive with me. Frank in the clerk's office got aggressive with me. He called me names. He escalated the situation. He called law enforcement. And then he found out that law enforcement couldn't do anything because I wasn't breaking any laws. This is my right. It's our right. And we can't give up on that. And we won't. Nassau County, I'm not even close to being done with my investigation into the county executive, Bruce Blakeman, police commissioner, Patrick Psycho Ryder, not even close. So stay tuned to the channel. Let me know your thoughts in the comment section below. As always, stay safe. God bless. I'll see you in the next video. Long Island Audit. Peace.
Yep. Yeah, always does some good work.
Check you out, Brandon.
Okay. All right.
That was crazy. That was crazy.
That's your government. That's the crazy. Crazy part. I'm hungry. Oh. All right. Where are we at?
Well, I'm looking at a video from Brandon's page. It's a very small channel. Webcam from a cop's. Yeah, it is a crazy one, Brandon. Very small channel. The guy's only got 25 subscribers. It's a crazy video. I haven't had a chance to view it. So we're going to view it. Whoops.
I am in my car, thank you.
Sit back in the car, ma'am.
Run the information.
Run the information. Ma'am, have a seat in your car. Ma'am, have a seat.
Sir, I am in my car.
Right over here. Sit in the right here in the passenger seat. I'm gonna place you under arrest. This is the last time I'm telling you. This is the last time.
No, I just stood down.
Stay right here. You're gonna be stopped. You're gonna be placed under arrest. Do you understand? Yes or no? Do you understand? If you move from this seat, you're gonna go
I
to.
do not stand under you.
You can have my copy of it too.
Sir, you need to read all that paperwork right there.
No, stand the fuck up.
You need to read that paperwork.
All right.
You are ignoring, you are violating my rights. All of them. I'm gonna make it right in front of the fucking camera, right here.
Well, the
These
camera's right
officers
here.
are violating my rights. They have tased me. On top of that, they've done it in front of my face. They're now searching me. I gave them all my information when they tried to take me out of the vehicle. You're supposed to tase the shit out of my fucking. Dude, seriously, I'm not.
Quit
I didn't do
resisting.
shit. He went after
Stop
me.
resisting.
I got out of the car and tried to hand him paperwork.
Yeah, you don't get to
and he
do that.
grabbed my arm.
You don't get to do that.
Why don't I get to do that? That's my free right. I was trying to identify myself.
Give me a second.
Now you violated my right.
Give me a second.
Stop fucking resisting.
Keep
God
going.
damn, I'm not resisting. I was
Yes,
standing.
you are. Fucking stop.
I'm standing, dude. You guys have tased me already. Leave my wife alone, you motherfucker.
Sick of you. Come on.
You're kneeling my chest.
Told you stay in the seat.
You know what you're doing. You're over a little bit of a speed violation. Are you fucking serious? Are you fucking serious?
Okay, let's
Do you know how many reps? Do you know what you've done, dude?
My door.
Do you know what you've done?
My door on the side. It's funny, fella. Get in the fucking car.
Sit on the grass.
Get in the fucking car. In.
God, I'm trying. It's on an angle, dude. I'm handcuffed.
You're acting a fool. Do you know that?
Okay.
You're setting a good example. Put your hands back. Put your hands behind your back. Put your hands behind your back. Holy crap. This is. Yes. Yes. Call your grandma. Come on. Come on. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. There you go. There you go.
We'll get medics around. Seats unavailable. We're seeing if Moscow can come up.
That's clear. Could you have medics expedite for? So why didn't you stay in your seat? Shiva now. So what happened? He jumped out of the car on him. Oh. Here, sit up. You got a pulse on her? She doesn't have a strong pulse.
I don't know how to get Don Vincent.
Okay, we'll figure it out for you, okay, sweetheart?
Can I please have my mom to do this?
She can't right now, so I'm sorry. You need to know how to get in or find the right number.
I don't know my grandma's number. I know where she lives. She lives in Holden Road.
Okay. Do you know what do you call her?
Don Vincent. Vincin.
Okay, did you just call her grandma? I gotta go put my camera up. I'm recording him.
He's in his Green's car.
Grandpa, Mom and Dad have been arrested. Mom and Dad has been arrested. We're right on the road up to the drive right now. Mom, are you okay? Mom?
She's gonna be okay, sweetheart.
Anyway, why are they being arrested?
Well, your dad got arrested because he jumped out of the car. You're not allowed to do that. When the officer told him to get back in, he resisted. That's against the law. And then your mom also refused to follow orders.
So why are they getting arrested?
Because they didn't obey. You have to do that when a police
You
officer
told
tells
him
you to do
to get the fuck out of the car.
Yeah,
Oh, my
that's
head.
true actually.
Ah.
He did jump out of the
Hey,
car.
what's going on? What do you have a history of?
What do you mean a history
Like
of?
a medical history? Do you have like seizures or anything like that?
No, but my husband does that. You fucking shocked. He's epileptic.
Okay.
Yes, and
Nice to have you back.
and he hasn't had.
Yeah, when your head's fucking throbbing because you threw me to the fucking ground.
Yeah, you can talk to Grandpa and you can realize.
I think they're going to be showing up, so just keep an eye out.
All right.
Dad, he's before
Called Lieutenant left
5 years.
voicemail.
No, pick that up right now and get that to my job. That is my husband's credit card. If it gets stolen, I swear.
Please.
She seems to be fine now. You want to put her in the car to medicate her? Yeah. Okay. Put her in mine. Go ahead and stand up.
You got a door open for you?
I'm telling you right now, I really can't. Like, my legs cannot.
So
you slammed my head.
If you have
It
the
hurts.
energy to yell and scream, you have the energy to walk. That's, so if you don't
Okay,
have the energy
have
to
you
walk,
ever heard of, I don't know, adrenaline?
Okay.
I fucking can hear my kids.
Yeah.
It takes a second.
Of course you can, because you did this.
I didn't do anything, but thank you, sir.
I
You
told you
threw
4
me
or
out of
5
my
times
car.
to stay in your
I
seat.
did.
So we
I
stayed in the
stayed.
car.
You
did
told me
not.
to stay in my car, and I stayed in my car. And then you changed your wording to say stay in your seat.
If my grandma gets arrested for just picking us up and doing something,
Get your car, people.
All right. Okay, that's all the court's for.
Yeah, under your UCC. Okay.
I don't know. You can ask them.
This was unconstitutional.
We have a cat at our house. If we don't feed that cat, we found that cat. We don't know what it's eating.
Morning,
so it died.
87. That's clear. They have a unit they can spare. You know what? Let's just go to the hospital. Okay.
Hey, my grandma wants to talk to an officer.
Stand up.
Okay.
Wow. They just picked her up and they're going to take her to the hospital without wait for an ambulance.
Hey, man. Can you get back in the car, sweetie?
My mom said there's a.
Okay, yep. It's right there. Can you get back in the car for me, sweetie? Thank you. Just sit tight for me, okay?
Wait, no.
What's that?
Read this. This is
Okay.
under your law.
Okay.
All those papers that my dad were talking about were in
Hey,
your
sweetie,
law.
take a breath for me.
He
We're going to get all
was
figured
not
out.
wrong. No, he was not wrong.
Okay.
Why are you arresting my parents anyway?
Okay, we will figure that out. We'll tell you in just a second. You said you were in 4th grade?
Figure it out.
What are you,
Fourth grade?
are you excited for 4th grade?
Well, you shouldn't ask that question after you shocked my dad and all did that.
Okay.
Because I really want a present. What? Oh. Why can't you go and Grandma want to talk to the office?
Thank you. I'm gonna have Moscow meet you there.
All right.
Never even waited for an ambush.
2-6. I'll be en route to Percy Lincoln with one female beginning 1264. 1264.
Copy, girl.
Lawsuit waiting. Never even talk to her to see if she's okay. Correct, Jebba. Never even spoke to her. You were laying in the back seat past dead. Real concerned cop.
So who's looking after the kids in the meanwhile?
Supposedly the grandmother's coming to get them.
Ending 1267.
Right, so you just left them there on their own.
Well, there was two other cop cars there. But he didn't seem too concerned with the kids. Is he taking her to the jail? He's taking her to jail, not even to a hospital. Is this the jail or the hospital?
That's not the hospital, that's the jail.
So he didn't even get medical treatment for her.
Come on, let's go. Step up for me. Yep, there we go. Come on. I'll help you out. What do you need from me? You need me to help you out?
Need your badge and your uniform.
Here we go. All right. You're okay. Come on, almost there.
Oh, it is the emergency room. Well, at least he's getting her some treatment.
11. Okay.
Oh, they have a special room for him.
I'm gonna turn your head and sit you down, okay? Nice and easy. There we go. Are you gonna act up? Then you. The minute you act up, you go behind you, okay? All right, is that real? Yeah. All right. Come here. We'll go with that. Okay, now have a seat. I do not have any information on her. So she failed to comply with us. She was then ripped out of the vehicle. Possible, say, I don't know, head trauma. Head, I guess, hit the concrete, according to her. Okay. And then I don't know what's going on with the limping. Okay. So.
Don't know what's going on with the limping. How about head trauma, neck injury?
Extracted from the vehicle. What a mess. What was it all about? It's I was trying to make it stop. The vehicle didn't stop.
Of course.
There you go. It's the finest we got.
Of course. Made it the video. The end of the video. Totally pathetic.
Oh.
Totally pathetic.
All right, what we got here? We're 3 hours in. Got any more videos, Marva?
Totally pathetic. Totally pathetic. Well, I kind of would like to do an update right now. The storm in Florida has been updated. And it has gotten worse. We haven't talked about it. We just did an update. The National Weather Service did.
Welcome back, everyone. This is a 5 p.m. update on Hurricane Milton. Now, if you're just tuning in and haven't seen the information that has played out today, let me just bring you up to speed. Milton has undergone a rapid intensification period all day today and is unfortunately now a Category 5 hurricane on the Saffir-Simpson scale. So let's look at the current statistics. Maximum wind speeds of 180 miles per hour. Pressure down to 905 millibars, movement to the east at 10. And the question everybody wants to know is where will Milton go and what sort of impacts it will bring. Generally going to continue moving to the east overnight night, and then gradually turn towards the northeast on the day on Tuesday and approach the Florida Peninsula on Wednesday. Here you can see just offshore the Florida Peninsula, 1 p.m. Wednesday with max winds of 145 miles per hour. It's then going to move somewhere across the Florida Peninsula, potentially staying a hurricane during its entire trek across the Florida Peninsula and emerge out in the Western Atlantic. Now, we've got a lot of changes with this particular advisory, so I'm sort of zoom in here so we can unpack this map for you. So all these colors here are conveying what sort of impacts that you might experience in your community. The cone doesn't tell you that, so let's not focus too much there. Let's focus on this. So the yellow area here is a tropical storm watch, means tropical storm conditions are possible. And look, they extend all the way down now into southeastern Florida, including Miami-Dade and Broward County. The red area here is a hurricane warning. So the warning is different from the watch because it is saying conditions are expected. So what does that mean if you're in this hurricane warning area? So let's zoom in and look closely at some of the towns. Tampa, Cape Coral, Orlando, basically the entire I-4 corridor. You need to be preparing for hurricane conditions. So no more waiting and looking. You need to be securing your home, making sure this is the time to put up your shutters. If you're going to do that, if you're going to leave or evacuate the area, this is the time to do that because this means that conditions are expected generally within 36 hours. Then on the East Coast here, the Treasure Coast, you're under a hurricane watch. Portions of this area could be upgraded to a warning at a later time. So you need to be paying attention and stay tuned often, and that includes Jacksonville and Palm Bay. And then finally, you got a tropical storm warning is the blue area here. This area down here is a hurricane watch and a tropical storm warning. But the take-home message is if you're in this red area, you need to be in action mode. You need to be taking action to protect your house, to protect your family. Now, it's not just going to be a wind threat. Let's look at the storm surge threat, too. I think most people know now the Florida West Coast is incredibly susceptible to storm surge, and that's why there is a storm surge warning now in effect from basically Flamingo down here in Florida, Everglades National Park, all the way up to just north of Cedar Key. That includes Cape Coral, Tampa Bay, Fort Myers, Sarasota. Why is it under a storm surge warning? Because let's look at this, the peak storm surge forecast. Now, the purple is going to jump off the map here, and it should. Somewhere in this purple area, not everywhere, somewhere in this purple area, we are predicting 10 to 15 feet of storm surge.
Wow.
I'm 6 feet tall. That's more than 2 of me high. And if this is realized, that is more surge than was experienced during Helene. So to sort of put that in perspective. On each side of the purple area, including the Cape Coral area, let's see if we can get this one, 6 to 10 feet of storm surge. Still incredibly high storm surge amounts, very impactful. And then even to the north, 5 to 10 feet of storm surge. Look how far south the storm surge makes it all the way down to Chokoloskee area, 4 to 7 feet. Again, I'm 6 feet tall. That could be potentially over my head. And then we've added a new area here on the Florida East Coast or Treasure Coast, potential for 2 to 4 feet of storm surge. But let's talk about this purple area, or this entire colored area on the Florida West Coast, because a number of you are under mandatory evacuation orders, and you're wondering why I'm under a mandatory evacuation order. I'm so far away from the center or so far away from the cone. The evacuation orders are often based off this storm surge forecast. And because we expect Milton to grow in size before it makes landfall, it's going to spread the wind and storm surge impacts well away from the center. So let's not focus so much on where the center may or may not track, because when it comes to what impacts you may feel, that can be incredibly misleading. Now we'll end with one more hazard here, the rainfall. So the rainfall threat, this is the excessive rainfall graphic, which tells you where flooding from rain could occur. So anywhere in this red area, you need to be on high alert for flash flooding potential, even before the hurricane makes landfall, and that includes southeastern portions or metro Miami-Dade portion. So basically, all hazards are in play here. Multi-hazard event, you really have to be thinking about significant widespread power outages for days where the Milton crosses the Florida Peninsula, significant down trees, significant power outages, maybe the inability to move around for several days. So I'm going to leave you with this. What do you need? Let's think about what do you need to be home and stay home without power for several days? What do you need to be safe? What do you need to be comfortable in those conditions? And I want to urge everyone, if you've been ordered to evacuate, those evacuations orders are serious and you absolutely must follow them. That's it for us. We'll be back with our next video briefing tomorrow at 11:30, but you can get more timely and the latest information at hurricanes.gov.
Yeah, I imagine Disney World would be insured, wouldn't it?
Yeah. They are.
Imagine they'd be hoping something happens. They'll probably
They
make a bigger windfall than they do when they're busy, and in the busy period.
They are injured. They are injured. They are injured for sure.
Disney, for sure.
They are injured for sure.
And knowing Disney, them like they're part of the Illuminati. He'd know it was coming, so he'd take out an extra insurance policy over it. Especially when he knows it's coming.
Yeah, they are injured for sure. They are definitely injured. No doubt in my mind, they are injured. More than what most Americans are injured. They are injured. They are more injured than what we ever will think of being injured. Let's see. DeSantis did a live update.
Yeah, I want to hear what they've got to say, what they're doing. I want to know what these useless motherfuckers are doing right now. Instead of doing their job.
Center in our response to approach. Well, good afternoon. We're here at the State Emergency Operations Center in our response to approaching Hurricane Milton. We have Kevin Guthrie, Florida DEM, Jared Perdue, Florida DOT, Dave Kerner, Florida Highway Patrol, Major General Haas, Florida National Guard, and Director Roger Young from Florida Fish and Wildlife. Hurricane Milton is expected to make landfall on the west coast of Florida as soon as Wednesday evening. The storm has moved a little slower than projected. But remember, don't get wedded to the cone. There'll be impacts far outside the cone, and these cones can shift. And so there's not an approximation that you can hang your hat on about where this storm is actually going to make landfall. All folks on the west coast of the Florida Peninsula should be prepared for potential major impacts. We have made a pre-landfall declaration request from FEMA for support, and the federal government has approved a portion of our request for pre-landfall items, and we expect the remaining parts of our request subsequent to landfall for debris and individual assistance once the storm hits will also be approved. We currently have 51 counties under a state of emergency. As of 3 o'clock, Milton has strengthened not just into a major hurricane, but a Category 5 hurricane, and not just a Category 5 hurricane, but a very strong 175 mile per hour sustained wind Category 5 hurricane. Now, there's a lot of uncertainty about what is going to happen in terms of this track. It is predicted that this will weaken, but it was not predicted that it would get this strong to begin with. So we can hope and pray that it does weaken. But as of right now, this is a ferocious hurricane. It is currently a little less than 700 miles southwest of Tampa. Storm surge watch has been issued for the Florida Gulf Coast from mainland Monroe County to the Dixie-Levy County line. Possibility of 8 to 12 feet of storm surge is forecast from the Anclote River to Englewood, including Tampa Bay. 5 to 10 foot peak storm surge is forecast from Yankeetown southward to the Anclote River and from Englewood southward to Bonita Beach, including Charlotte Harbor. And those numbers can change and they can go up in certain areas depending on how the storm ultimately approaches the Florida Peninsula. Hurricane watches have been issued for portions of west central Florida and the Nature Coast. Tropical storm watches extend further south and north through southwest Florida and the Keys and along northern Florida. The Florida Division of Emergency Management is actively addressing storm-related resource requests. They're currently in the process of fulfilling 850 missions. They've deployed everything from sandbags to shelf-stable meals to tens of thousands of water bottles to thousands of tarps. We've already sent truckloads of food and water to Central Florida in preparation for points of distribution site subsequent to the storm hitting. We're also coordinating the deployment of more than 2,000 feet of flood protection systems and prioritizing critical infrastructure like hospitals, wastewater treatment facilities, and electrical infrastructure. We have generators deployed to support special needs sheltering. We also have Starlinks deployed in areas that have asked for that. More than 200 ambulances and more than 30 paratransits are in Central Florida, ready to support first responder operations as appropriate. State of Florida is amassing fuel reserves ahead of Milton and staging it to be utilized as needed. Those quantities include 415,000 gallons of diesel, 389,000 gallons of gasoline, and there is, as I mentioned this morning, an additional 1.5 million gallons of both diesel and gasoline that are en route to the state. Now, there is currently no fuel shortage in the state of Florida. Fuel continues to arrive at Florida ports. However, there are long lines at some gas stations, and because you've had a run on gas, there have been gas stations that have run out of fuel, but they are being resupplied with the fuel. So we're going to continue to ensure that we have fuel coming, but they're still coming with the ports. We have some coming on the ground, so people can go. You may be in a line, but if your gas station runs out, there's going to be more fuel on the way. As I've mentioned, we have ramped up support for county debris removal operations. We're working this mission to supplement their mission 24/7 around the clock, and we're going to continue to do that all the way until it is no longer safe to do so. Please, local officials, these vendors, there's been vendors that they don't necessarily do, and then when there's some sunlight and people see they're not doing, then they start to work really hard. We got to get as much of this taken care of as possible. I know with Kevin and with Jared putting the state assets to supplement, it has made a really significant difference. We want to continue to do that. Those barrier islands like Pinellas, Manatee that are under evacuation orders, people obviously should heed those. But once that deadline passes, we're still going to have the debris removal operations ongoing all the way until we start to hit tropical storm force winds. So that's all the rest of today through the night, all day tomorrow, most likely into the beginning of Wednesday morning. So I appreciate all the effort that's gone into that on the state. We have deployed just on the state side to assist with the federal, with the local debris mission, over 300 dump trucks to help with debris. And in the last 36 hours, state assets have been able to do 12,000 cubic yards of debris removed from communities and brought to landfill. That's 663 total loads. So that's been a good mobilization. It will make a difference, but we need to keep doing that to mitigate the harm that could happen once the storm goes. Florida National Guard, State Guard, additional FDOT personnel, and Florida Highway Patrol are all engaged in that debris mission. For the storm, we have 5,000 National Guardsmen that have been mobilized, and we will have, before the storm hits, another 3,000 National Guardsmen that will be on duty. We're also deploying major heavy equipment to assist with debris removal. And of course, National Guard will be a big part of any search and rescue that needs to happen, as well as helping set up our points of distribution. These debris and landfill sites are open, not just from state assets or from the local debris contractors, but for private individuals and citizens. And so if you've got a pickup truck, you can load debris up. We want you to go and do that. I know we've had issues with those sites being being closed when they should be open 24. We've opened them when we've seen that, but let's keep this going until it's no longer safe to do so. We're also coordinating the evacuation of pets from Pinellas, Manatee, and DeSoto counties to Walton County's temporary emergency animal shelter. Obviously, we expect Floridians to take care of their own pets, but you've got some of these pets that are in shelters, and we don't want to see them abandoned in areas that are very, very dangerous. We're also delivering a 2,500-gallon water tanker to Suwannee County Animal Control and coordinating veterinary assistance post-landfall for Hillsborough County. So the linemen that are being pre-staged, as is our practice in Florida, we will have over 30,000 linemen. Many are still en route. Some of them are coming from as far away as California. You still have ongoing major power restoration missions in states like Georgia and North Carolina. That has taken a lot of resources, but all of our companies are committed to utilizing mutual aid. And so you're going to end up having over 30,000, which is a massive number of folks to be staged. And of course, we're anticipating significant power outages. And so it's important that we do that. We have hundreds of state search and rescue personnel embedded in potential impact sites along the West Coast to begin immediate rescue operations as soon as the storm passes. We've established a temporary base camp at Tropicana Field in St. Petersburg to support ongoing operations, not just with the current debris mission, but also post-landfall first responder missions. So you should have a plan, and you should be executing your plan, particularly if you're on the west coast of the Florida Peninsula. These evacuation orders have gone out in many of those places. I know more will be coming in areas that have not yet done that. Now's the time to do it. Storm's not going to hit today. Storm's not going to hit tomorrow. We may start to see some bad weather sometime on Wednesday morning, and then obviously we're anticipating sometime Wednesday evening for the storm to make landfall. So please, you do have time to get out. So please do it. Please execute that plan now at this point if you are in one of those danger zones. Gas, I know a lot of people have been filling up their tanks. You have seen some lines in places. I mentioned the fuel. Massive amounts of fuel are being brought in, but make sure you don't want to get caught on an interstate if you don't have gas in your tank. That's not going to be good, especially when so many people are using that. Some people may not know their evacuation zone. If you want to know your evacuation zone, go to floridadisaster.org/know to determine if you are in an evacuation zone. Obviously, a lot of people in the Suncoast part of Florida just went through Hurricane Helene. We saw a lot of storm surge. So I think most people have a good sense of that, but maybe not everybody knows that. So floridadisaster.org/know. Again, keep your eyes out, keep your ears out for any of these evacuations. I know a lot of the counties have already issued that. I think you're going to continue to see some more evacuations. Already, we have Charlotte, Citrus, Hernando, Hillsborough, Lee, Manatee, Pasco, and Pinellas that have issued mandatory evacuations for some of their zones. As I mentioned this morning, tolls in West and Central Florida and Alligator Alley are suspended, and they will continue to be suspended until it's no longer necessary. Florida Department of Transportation is opening roadway shoulders as necessary to facilitate evacuation and ease congestion on I-4 and I-75. So The shoulder is completely open all the way until I guess it's in SR 417 in Central Florida from Tampa on I-4. That shoulder's open. The shoulder started to be open from the north on 75, I-10 working south. It should be completely open within the next hour. And so those are two roads that can typically have traffic anyways. Right now, the usage on I-75 is about 90% more than what would typically be happening right now. So FDOT will have that shoulder open. That does help to ease congestion and keep it moving as best you can. But just be prepared that there are a lot of people on the roads right now. You got time. It's not as if you have a delay, it's not as if the storm's going to come tonight. But FDOT is doing what they can to ameliorate that and to be able to keep things moving as best as possible. Visit Florida has emergency accommodation modules on Expedia, Priceline, and Booking.com for those evacuating. These modules will continue to provide real-time hotel availability and lodging resources. We're working with the Florida Restaurant and Lodging Association to continue to, as is standard in these emergencies, encourage hotels to reduce prices. Floridians who are evacuating because of the storm, they typically will offer a distress rate. I know a lot of the properties have already published that. Rosen Properties, Red Roof Inns, Alofts, La Quintas, Motel 6, Best Western, Holiday Inn, and you'll get a better rate as well as waiving, in most of those cases, any pet fees. So please bring your pets and make sure that you're taking care of your pets when you're going to those establishments. Uber, just like we did in Hurricane Helene, they are finalizing a code for free rides for those who are evacuating to shelters. We will give you that once it becomes live. I know that shelters will open once the evacuation orders take effect, then the shelters open. And so you're going to see that happening a lot over the next 24 hours. The following counties will close schools beginning tomorrow, Tuesday, October 8th. Charlotte, Citrus, Collier, DeSoto, Glades, Hardy, Hendry, Hernando, Hillsborough, Indian River, Lee, Manatee, Okeechobee, Pasco, Pinellas, Polk, Sarasota, and Volusia. You can find your county's emergency management page for specific information related to your county at floridadisaster.org/counties. You will likely have county-specific alerts that will be issued by your county officials. This is right now a storm that is stronger than what any of the models envisioned just 48 hours ago. And in fact, even the models that said it would eventually reach Cat 5 status had it at a relatively weak Cat 5. This is a strong Cat 5. It is intensified very, very rapidly. And while every projection is that it's going to weaken before Florida, we can't necessarily bank on that. This will produce major damage, whatever ends up happening. But certainly at the strength it is now,
Yeah, untrackable. How you doing, man?
really, really strong storm. And the effects of that, not just for the storm surge, but for wind damage and debris, would be really, really significant. So you have time today to execute that plan. You have time to be able to make sure that you and your family and your pets are safe. So please do that. This is not a storm you want to take a risk on. As I've said many times over the last day or two, we can't guarantee where this thing is going to end up making landfall. And it is possible even a very strong storm makes landfall in one part of the peninsula. If you're in a different part, 100 miles north of where it goes in, maybe it's not catastrophic in that area, but there's no way of knowing that. And I would say anything south of where the storm hits is going to have major storm surge, even 100 miles away. So that's going to happen. So we just went through Helene. A lot of people on the Sun Coast saw some significant storm surge. This has the potential to be much more significant than that and life-threatening. I mean, we had loss of life because of the storm surge that affected the Tampa Bay area with Hurricane Helene. I would imagine that this one would be more life-threatening in many different respects as a result of the strength of the storm and where it may end up hitting ultimately. So please take the appropriate precautions. You got folks on the local level. I've been talking with a lot of the counties. People have been ramping up for this. Everyone was on edge after Helene. Once this thing formed in a system, people have been working really hard. And I know they're working hard to get people evacuated. And I know everyone at the local level is going to be working hard to help any rescues that need to be done, help get people back on their feet. And there's a whole bunch of resources that are being amassed across all levels of government to be able to respond to this storm. We can't affect the track. We can't control how strong or how weak it gets. The only thing that you can affect is what you do and the decisions you make to protect yourself and your families. And so please execute your plan now. We'll hope and pray for the best, but we have to be prepared and we have to expect a major, major impact in the middle of this week. Okay, Kevin?
Thank you, Governor. Always appreciate the governor's trust in the state emergency response team to get the job done and ensuring that we have all the resources we need as the state braces for yet another hurricane. As the governor has mentioned, we are fulfilling more than 850 mission requests. This afternoon, residents should be finalizing their disaster plans, and if your county calls you to evacuate, you need to do so. I'm actually encouraged by the amount of evacuation that is going on right now, because what's happening right now, these are individuals that are either going to friends, family, or they have the necessary means to do something, and they're doing it well in advance of landfall in a very orderly fashion. They know that the traffic's going to be there. So again, this is actually a good sign that people are starting to get out of harm's way. People now will then start going to the shelters that are opened up at the local level. Please don't forget your pets, as the governor has said. Make sure that you have make sure you have supplies for your children, senior citizens, and people with access and functional needs in your home. If you have a person with access and functional needs in your home, you should have registered with the Florida Special Needs Registry at floridadisaster.org/SNR to provide that information to local first responders ahead of potential storm impacts. Those who live in the evacuation zone and depend on medication or electricity to use medical devices, please listen and evacuate now. If you lose power, there will be no way for you to use your medical devices. Storm surge values have gone up from this morning from 10 feet to now 8 to 12 feet. We had the visual this morning for those that weren't with us. We put that on the side wall over here of 5 feet, 10 feet. And then of course the roof is at 10 feet, 8 inches. So again, 2 feet above that is what we may experience. Several counties have already called for the mandatory evacuations, and I urge you to heed those warnings. I know I keep saying it, but this is very important. If you live in a condo or a high rise, you must evacuate. Please evacuate out and not up. If you evacuate up, you need to make sure that you have the ability to get up and down the stairs. The elevators will not be working. Visit floridadisaster.org/know and type in your address to determine if you live in an evacuation zone. 24 hours from now will be too late. As long as your gas tank or electric vehicle is halfway full or halfway charged, you should be able to evacuate tens of miles further inland to a safe location and away from the storm surge. The state has fuel and electric vehicle chargers pre-staged along the evacuation routes to support the evacuations if needed. If you are in an evacuation zone and need evacuation assistance, again, if you're in an evacuation zone and you need evacuation assistance, please call 800-729-3413. That's 800-729-3413. We do have buses running that will come in and supplement county and city pickups. The state has activated the state assistance information line. Residents needing information and resources. Again, this is an information line. It is not I need help line. So if you need information, you can call 1-800-342-3557. That's 1-800-342-3557. And again, we can service individuals in English, Spanish, and Haitian Creole. Additional preparedness resources and state updates are on Hurricane Milton can be found by visiting floridadisaster.org/updates. Please make sure for all of the latest information, you're following us on X and Instagram at FLSERT. That's at Florida CERT. and Facebook at FDEM. We're sharing all of those updates in real time, and we have a staff that's doing nothing but working social media. Residents should also have multiple ways to receive weather alerts, and always follow the warnings of your local officials. Connect with your local county emergency management by visiting floridadisaster.org/county. And thank you again, Governor, for your commitment to the residents of the state of Florida and the state emergency response team.
Okay. Jaron, give an update.
Thank you, Governor, and good afternoon. We continue our debris removal efforts as directed by the Governor. This has been a remarkable partnership between all of the responding state agencies, the Florida National Guard, the State Guard, FDOT, FDEM, the Florida Department of Agriculture. We're really proud of the progress we've made thus far. You heard the Governor. We've already removed over 12,000 cubic yards of debris in just 36 hours. That's 663 loads. We have over 300 dump trucks in circulation. Right now, we have made this a primary mission in getting ready for the impact of Hurricane Milton, and we're going to continue those efforts until it's no longer safe to do so. We have state employees out there working right now that live within the cone of where this storm is going to hit. They're removing debris for our local communities. We encourage all of our local governments, all of our local municipalities, please marshal every resource available to join with us in removing this debris before Hurricane Milton hits. Debris contractors, debris vendors, we've heard things about showing up here, not showing up there. We're encouraging you, we're asking you, please bring your resources that are available to the area to remove debris before Hurricane Milton makes impact. We have begun suspending construction on all of our construction projects within the 51 counties that are potentially impacted. We've removed all planned lane closures as part of those construction projects. We have been coordinating with our construction contractor industry here in the state of Florida. They stand prepared and ready to bring resources to the table to respond to the aftermath of Hurricane Milton. As of 10:30 this morning, we have suspended tolls in Central Florida, West Florida, and Alligator Alley to help facilitate those that are evacuating. We've also, since noon today, we've seen people are starting to leave and evacuate. That is a very good thing. Traffic is continuing to increase. Congestion is increasing. We began implementing what's known as emergency shoulder use at noon today. The shoulder is already open on I-4, as you heard from the Governor, from Tampa Bay all the way up to State Road 417 in Central Florida. We're currently opening the shoulder for use on I-75. We started at I-10 in Columbia County. We're working our way south. It will be open within the hour from Tampa Bay, just north of where I-75 and I-4 meet, all the way to I-10 in Columbia County. We have increased the frequency of our Road Ranger Service Patrol. We also activated pre-event contracts for motorist aid. Also, if vehicles stall out, run out of gas, whatever, we need to get those out of the travelway as quickly as possible. Minor incidents, clear the travelways so people can continue to evacuate. Our Road Ranger Service Patrol do provide air, tire changing services, small amounts of fuel. And so our goal is to bring every resource we have to keep traffic moving and help people evacuate efficiently. There have been discussions, rumors about something called contraflow. We do not reverse the flow of traffic on our interstates in the state of Florida. This is very important to understand. We need that interstate system for emergency responders, for staging of assets and resources, for residents to continue to move around. You've heard how evacuations happen here. It's get out of the storm surge area, get to a place of safety. We need access to remain for all of our facilities. We use what's known as emergency shoulder use. We used it during Hurricane Irma. We used it during Hurricane Ian. It worked very well. There will be several hours of congestion. Traffic is going to be bad while people evacuate, but this method works, and we're going to continue facilitating those evacuations as people get to safety. There's been a lot of rain. The ground is saturated right now with the forecast. This storm is forecast to be a hurricane all the way across the peninsula. We expect it to be a very large vegetative debris event. We're staging our resources and our assets for cut and toss and roadway clearing. This is going to be one of our primary missions after the impact of the storm so that the search and rescue life safety mission can go unimpeded. Also, with our coastal facilities, with bridges, low-lying roads in coastal areas, also bridges and low-lying roads on rivers, streams, creeks, inland. We're going to be paying very close attention to those. We have our bridge inspectors already staged. We're going to have our damage assessment teams out there as soon as the storm passes through. We will assess damage as quickly as possible and begin to effect emergency temporary repairs immediately after the storm passes through so that people can move around. We've staged over 1,000 generators, nearly 70 pumps to respond to this storm, and we are ready to go. We've been in very close coordination with our seaports and airports, specifically with Port Tampa Bay, which is a very important port with regards to fuel. They've continued to receive shipments of fuel. The fuel terminals have continued operating, and getting that port back open as quickly as possible after the storm passes through is definitely going to be a priority. Our 2,000 FDOT team members are committed. They've been activated since Hurricane Helene. They're going to remain activated through Milton, and they are going to be here 24/7 to support our communities and respond to this event. Really appreciate the partnership with the Division of Emergency Management, all of our state partners, and also Florida Highway Patrol, who has been an integral part of getting the shoulders open for hurricane evacuations. For real-time traffic info, FL511.com is the place to go. That is the most accurate, up-to-date information for traffic, FL511.com. Again, thank you, Governor, for your leadership.
Thank you, Governor. Dave Kerner, honored to be here on behalf of the Florida Highway Patrol, and it's an honor to serve Governor DeSantis. But more importantly, I would say it's we appreciate, Governor, the ability that and the way that you empower us as agency heads to work together with our fellow agencies here in the state of Florida. I can assure you here in the Emergency Operations Center, all of the operational agency heads and departments are here working together. We work day in and day out together during regular times, and we work even more closely here in the EOC to make sure that we keep everyone in Florida safe. I'm going to give a brief overview of how the Florida Highway Patrol is fully activated and fully engaged. All nearly 2,000 state troopers are playing some important role in the evacuation process and also the debris removal. I can tell you that we've worked very diligently with the Department of Transportation on debris removal, particularly in Pinellas County. The governor mentioned earlier a scenario where one of the dump sites wasn't open during the evening or early morning hours, and unfortunately we had to break into that facility and open it up. And I would say to local governments that we have to have your cooperation, your continued cooperation in running a 24/7 debris removal and an emergency operation here in the state of Florida in those affected areas. The ability for not just DOT contractors and DOT trucks to remove bulk debris, but also for our fellow citizens and residents, for them to be able to remove debris that is in front of their homes or businesses, is a very important part of this operation, and it's an important public service. And I can promise you that if you're in a potentially affected area, there is going to be state troopers at those sites making sure that you can get into these facilities as quickly as possible, get out and return on your way, whether you're evacuating or you're staying in your home. We have 74 quick response troopers that have pre-staged in Orlando. They are going to be embedded into the affected areas as the storm hits or just prior to assist the state, the National Guard and the State Guard in rescue operations. We are working diligently with the Department of Transportation to make sure that the emergency shoulder use operation goes without any issue. I'm going to talk a little bit more specifically about that. We have our FHP air support staged and prepared to deploy when needed. Our FHP drone units are currently deployed over waste disposal sites, making sure that the traffic continues to flow, and our ground crews with the debris cleanup in Pinellas County as well. And FHP troopers are monitoring evacuation traffic across the state. I want to just hit 3 brief points for my time here is over. We are on scene at debris removal sites for the projected areas that are going to be impacted. I've talked about this just a couple moments ago, but it's important to highlight that we are also engaged not just in moving those DOT trucks around, but you're also going to see state troopers moving and escorting fuel trucks around as well. We will be, again, there to assist with traffic control to make sure that you get in. So please do not hesitate getting rid of dangerous debris that is in front of your home for fear that you're not going to be able to access one of these sites. Work with your local governments, find out where those sites are. They're county and city specific, but we will ensure that you have the opportunity to unload any debris that needs to be moved. Emergency shoulder use. This is not a new concept in the state of Florida, but it may be a new concept for residents that have recently moved here. We don't want any person to have any concern or any hesitation that they should hesitate because you may be driving on a shoulder. You may say to yourself, well, shoulders aren't designed to drive at highway speeds. If we're executing the ESU program, that means that there's enough congestion that we're not going to be at highway speeds. And I want to talk about making sure that we keep those shoulders open. If your car breaks down, the role of the Florida Highway Patrol is to make sure that we get there as quickly as possible with our DOT Road Ranger partners. We will work quickly and diligently to get your car up and running, whether it's a flat tire, if you ran out of fuel, or something to that effect. However, if it's a scenario where your vehicle is going to occupy that lane for more than 10 minutes, we're going to have to move that car onto the grass. We have to keep the roadways open, but we will work with you and we will guarantee that we will get you off the interstate system safely. You're going to see a high level of presence of law enforcement and state troopers as you go upon the roadways of the state, particularly where the ESU is in effect. The state troopers and other law enforcement are there to help. They're there to assist. Feel free to engage them if you have questions or concerns. If there's a problem with your vehicle, call STAR FHP. If there's any other concern that you see public safety-wise, call STAR FHP. A trooper will be to you within minutes. And then the last thing that I would say about evacuations, if you're in a potentially affected area, follow the directions of your local leaders about evacuation, but please do not hesitate to evacuate because you have some sort of concern about property damage or property theft. I can promise you on behalf of the Florida Highway Patrol and really all state law enforcement and our local law enforcement partners, during the run-up of this evacuation prior to the storm hitting, we will be in force in those communities, making sure that your property is safe. The governor has emphasized and reiterated that this is a law and order state. We will not tolerate people that are looting, that are trying to take advantage of people that are going through an emergency. So do not hesitate to evacuate out of fear that your property will be damaged or stolen. With that said, it's an honor to serve the people of Florida in this time of emergency and need, and we will do our very best to keep everybody safe. Thank you.
Okay, so here we are Monday afternoon. I know a lot of people have already heeded the call in those vulnerable areas and have begun evacuating or evacuated already. I know more in the process of doing that. You have time to execute this plan now. You're going to have shelters available in your counties. You do not need, we talked about using the shoulders on 75 and I-4. And obviously FDOT's going to be happy to do whatever we can to facilitate that, but you don't need to evacuate hundreds of miles. There'll be shelters in your county. Every county has a pet-friendly shelter, special needs shelter. We also have hotels, friends' houses, family members who may be in areas that are not susceptible to storm surge. Those are all viable options. And so don't think, because there's some people that, especially some of the elderly, they're like, do I really want to get on the road and be on the interstate for 150 miles in bumper to bumper traffic? And the answer is you don't need to do that. If you're in an evacuation zone, there are other places you can go to evacuate that is not going to require that. And as I mentioned earlier, and once we get the code, we will publicize for everybody for the Uber. When counties under a state of emergency, when they do evacuation orders and they open shelters, you're going to be able to get Uber rides to go to the shelters as well. So not everyone has an ability necessarily to be driving a car right now. We understand that. So we're working on, and I know Kevin has worked with localities when they've requested for additional transportation support. But you have time to execute your plan now, but you got to do it now. We are going to have, probably tomorrow, there'll be a lot more work that's going to be done in preparation. We anticipate the storm coming sometime in the lighter part of Wednesday, but we'll definitely feel effects from the wind prior to that. So just be prepared for that, and know you still have time now. But as we get closer to midweek, time is going to be run out, and there will become a point where it's just going to be too hazardous to be on the roads. And we do see in these storms traffic fatalities as a result of those hazardous conditions. So don't put yourself in a situation where you're waiting until the last minute. You start seeing 40, 50, 60 mile an hour winds whipping, rain and nasty conditions, and think that's the time you want to get on the interstate. That will not be a good time for that. Okay.
They were from Matt Dixon that you declined a call from the vice president. Is that true? And
No, I didn't know she called me. I saw that, but I was not aware of that.
Have you spoken to the president at all? I mean, at this point, it seems like
So the president has approved what we asked for. We're thankful for that. If there's something we need that they don't approve, I will not hesitate to call him. We want to use whatever resources are available to be able to help Floridians prepare and respond to this storm. But everything we've asked for from President Biden, he has approved. And we do think we'll get more approvals for some of the individual assistance and the debris removal after landfall. Kevin's in the process of preparing the request for a major disaster declaration. I fully anticipate that that will be approved. And if there are things that we need that we're not getting, as governor, I'll get on the horn and do. But we have not had a need for anything that we've asked for. We have gotten support for, and we're going to continue to move forward to use any resources we can to be able to help Floridians weather the storm.
State's doing to kind of manage this storm, and Helene has quickly switched focus here, and people that are affected by Helene might be feeling forgotten.
Well, they're not forgotten, and unfortunately, some of the Helene victims are in the path of this storm. You know, we hope that it doesn't end up affecting some of the folks further north. I mean, we don't want to have anybody be affected, but some of the folks that have been through 3 storms, they're right now outside the cone. This can change, and so it's not set in stone, but there's ongoing relief being done there. Now, our search and rescue operations for this is even more robust than it was for Helene. I think with so many people evacuating, you could have it even be more significant. But if the people evacuated, just like with Taylor County, maybe you won't need as many. But all those assets are ready to go, and then some. And that's urban search and rescue teams. That's Florida National Guard. That's our Florida State Guard. That's the Highway Patrol, Florida Fish and Wildlife, all the local sheriff's departments and police departments and fire departments. They're all mobilized. So that effort will be there. And I hope that nobody is victimized, but certainly we have a lot of people in the Suncoast who just had damage, and some people lost their homes. We had fatalities, and you may be in a situation where you're getting even more major impacts in the Tampa Bay area. So we're mindful of that. But the reality is this search and rescue mission was conducted very robustly for Helene. It was completed. So all of those assets are available. The sheltering mission that we had to do, there were people that went to shelters. There are people that have been displaced. Kevin has worked with those folks. There's a variety of options that we've done. This storm could potentially displace a lot more. I mean, that's just possible given the ferocity of this right now. And again, we hope that it weakens. It's forecast to weaken, but we have to assume this is going to be a monster. There's going to absolutely be a need for that. So I think what will end up happening on some of this stuff, you're going to have the search and rescue. You're going to have the things that we just do as a matter of course. And then when the dust settles, there's going to be people likely that are going to be displaced. And all this housing mission will likely just be one general mission for the state. If you need a trailer, we're not going to discriminate between Helene or that. I mean, wherever the needs are, we're going to go and meet it. But obviously it's more challenging when you have a Category 4 storm hit. And then this will be not even 2 weeks, 1 day shy of 2 weeks, where you have this one hitting. That's a really, really significant thing. And it's happened before in Florida. 2004 season was very crazy. And there are some similarities to that. But the reality is we're just using whatever we need to do. We're going to put the resources on. But there are more. I mean, I think, Kevin, but there are going to be more staged for this than were for Helene. And Helene was a really robust response. And, you didn't hear as much about Florida after a day or two because a lot of the focus was on some of these other states. So that was robust. We knew it could be major, and it did have major impacts. This one, I think we're going to have urban search and rescue all through from the Florida teams. They're all going to be ready to go. I think they're coming in from other states, California even, you name it. So they're there. We have more guard mobilized for this one than we did for Hurricane Helene. And there will be more linemen that are pre-staged for this one than is Helene. And look, how these things go, the Depends on the path of the storm. I mean, you look at the Florida Peninsula, there's a track that takes it through Tampa Bay, up I-4 and out the Atlantic Ocean. I mean, there are millions and millions of people that be in the path of that storm. There's other paths which would have big impacts, but perhaps not as many population and not as many power lines to be knocked down. Perhaps we'll see, but there's a lot of resources that are being brought to bear.
I don't know if you remember during Ian, there was a hospital in Port Charlotte that sustained a lot of damage and it had patients and had to do, I think they had to do search and rescue like the minute that they could to get some the critical patients out. I don't know if there's been any changes to this hospital in Port Charlotte in particular, which is right in the crosshairs of the storm, and other hospitals in terms of getting local evacuations and getting patients.
I mean, Kevin, you want to address that specifically, but I know there's a major effort on the healthcare facilities that has been ongoing, and it will not be limited to that.
Thank you, Governor Rick. We have numerous hospital facilities evacuating right now. I don't want to say this is the largest. I'll say it's the largest since I've been here in 2018 for Hurricane Michael and beyond, when I was the state emergency response team chief and moved into the directorship. But this is right now ongoing. Hospitals, ALFs, and nursing homes have certainly heeded the warnings that have been put out. And we are in the middle of there's 500 to 600 ambulances that are in active evacuation right now of medical facilities in the greater Tampa Bay region. We have requested even more rescue and ambulance units from FEMA. They have them staged in the southeast United States, probably in the Atlanta, Georgia area. We're using buses for those that are, and I always get this backwards, ambulatory versus non-ambulatory, but if they can sit in the bus seat, we're getting travel buses and things like that. So we've got everything. It is literally all available resources to transport individuals in and out of the facilities, and we're taking them to their, each and every ALF and nursing home is required to have, and hospitals are required to have what we call a comprehensive emergency management plan that says they're going to move their patients from here to here. So what we're doing is we're helping supplement that plan by actually helping provide the transportation to get them there. But hundreds, nearly 600 ambulances and other vehicles are involved in that right now.
About this being a ferocious storm and potential major damage. Given there are a lot of people who view the track that it's on as a quote, sort of a worst case scenario for the Tampa Bay area. Citizens has a great deal of exposure in that area, like over 50 billion. I know it may be too early. Have you had any conversations or assurances from those in the insurance industry that they can withstand a second major storm in such a short impact in terms of, I mean, is it too early to say what this
I think it's too early now. Helene, I think the reports were that that's going to be something that people are going to be weather. Now, of course, the wind damage on Helene was a very small portion of the flood damage. The flood damage is a national flood insurance program, so that doesn't implicate as much citizens or our private carriers. But I will say this, we certainly, since I've been governor, you game plan different types of scenarios that are going to impact the state, and a major hurricane into Tampa Bay, given how vulnerable it is to storm surge, how low lying it is one of the most significant events that we can respond to. Now, it's too early to say whether this is definitely going to go in and hit Tampa Bay. Clearly, there are models that suggest that it will. Obviously, we are proceeding and assuming that that's something that may happen. But I think it's too soon to say. There's a lot of uncertainty with this storm. If you look at, this is a very quickly forming storm. It formed, and then they said, well, it's going to potentially be a hurricane, and it became a hurricane very quickly, tropical storm very quickly, hurricane very quickly. It was predicted to strengthen, but not to the level of 175 mile an hour sustained winds. I mean, it's a rapid strengthening. But then if you look at the cone, go back 36 hours ago, the storm has actually gone underneath where the cone was. It's basically bordering the Yucatan Peninsula. The initial cone had it being to where it would have been off that coast by a decent amount. So I think that there's just a lot of uncertainty. But from a protection of life perspective, the evacuation orders that have gone out in those vulnerable areas by the local governments and emergency management have been the right decisions to do. Seems every indication that our residents are really heeding the advice of that and recognizing that this could potentially be a major impact. and then the response and the assets that have been marshaled are being marshaled commensurate to the threat that it poses to the state, but particularly to that region.
That you turned down calls from both Biden and Harris. Are you
that.
saying you're not aware of that? And if so, how are you not aware of that?
So Biden called me a couple days ago with Helene when I was on the helicopter. I didn't have any issues. They had helped us with what we've done. I'm not aware that he's tried to call since then. Certainly hasn't called my phone, so I don't know quite where they're getting that information. At the same time, we got the approvals that we need. If there's something else that we need, I'll hop on the phone very quickly, whether that's the FEMA administrator or the president, and we will press the case to be able to get approvals for what we need in Florida. But we have gotten approvals for everything that we've asked for.
In this area?
As far as Harris and Go.
I didn't know that she had called, so I'm not sure who they called. They didn't call me, and their characterization of it was something that they did. It wasn't anything that anybody in my office did in terms of saying that it was political.
Given the severity of the storm, since I did want to ask you about politics right now in terms of should
I don't really want to answer questions about this. Is not a time for politics. No, excuse me, Gary. You and your publication will twist anything that's done to try to make a political agenda. That's what you do. That's how you get your clicks. I understand that. I understand that's the business model. Well, but I don't want to talk about politics because, but I have a feeling that however you do, you guys will find a way to frame it. That's just your shtick. I get it. It's fine. But I don't want to participate in it. We have had to respond to a Category 4 hurricane. We've had to prepare and now respond to something that may hit as a major hurricane, may be Category 4, may even be bigger than that. We hope that it does, but that should be the focus. And I think some of these questions are trying to create some type of political angle where there's just none there. What we've asked for has been approved. You're not seeing me out there carping or complaining about anything. We have gotten what we need from the feds. We have been working constructively with all the local communities. We have marshaled an incredible amount of resources in the state of Florida to be able to get the job done. And that's just what we're going to continue to do. That's what we've always done when it comes to these types of situations.
In this area, these homes are rated for 140 or 150 mile an hour winds. Obviously, this is far exceeding that. Do you have any concern that these homes are not going to be able to withstand this type of storm?
Anyone that would say they don't have concerns about 170 mile per hour, 775 mile per hour hurricane doesn't know much about major hurricanes. The fact is the most powerful that's ever hit Florida was in the 1930s. The Labor Day hurricane was 185 miles per hour. I don't even think Andrew quite reached 175 when it made landfall. I think it was about 173. No, that was a much smaller storm than potentially this will be. We'll see. There's a lot of runway left for this. All the models say it's going to weaken. But what I would just tell the Floridians is, that type of power is really, really significant. And so if people are telling you to evacuate, then you should evacuate. If you have a home that is older, certainly if you're in a mobile home, I would imagine those are going to be evacuated anyways. But there's going to be certain structures that will not be able to withstand if it comes in at that level. Now, that's not what the forecast is calling for, but the forecast never called for it to get this strong to begin with. So I would just tell people, kind of your homes and how they're rated. Most of them would be able to handle any new construction, would be able to handle most likely a Category 4 storm and that 140, 150. As you start getting above that, it just becomes really, really powerful. And there's just no telling how that will end up. Hurricane Michael was not quite that powerful. I think it was 160 miles. The newer construction tended to do okay. Older construction, some of that just got wiped off the map, just totally gone. So this is a really, really powerful storm right now. We're going to continue to monitor it. We'll see how it does overnight. We'll see how it progresses tomorrow. I think the forecast, I still think there's a lot of uncertainty with this, but what is certain is we are going to get major impacts. Like that will happen one way or another. The precise way it enters the state, what type of surge, all this other stuff, that remains to be seen. But it is going to be a really significant event.
Building code map, it looks pretty outdated, frankly. Is that something that, you know, you would consider, or you think?
What do you mean by outdated?
I mean, you've had multiple Category 3 storms hit the Big Bend. Homes there are rated for 120, 115. Looking at the Panhandle, 140 miles an hour. This area, I mean, it just looks kind of outdated.
Well, I think if you look at in the Big Bend, I know I've spoken with some folks about some of that, about some of the construction. But if you look at the Big Bend damage, you know, that was not because of the wind. That was because of the surge. I mean, that was, you know, when you have 15 to 20 feet of storm surge, that is going to cause major damage. And so I don't know that there's a building code. I mean, I know like they raised some of the ones that were raised really high. I think the newer homes have to be raised higher there. And they had kind of the concrete piling. You know, the surge hit it, and the homes, the wooden that were a little lower, totally wiped it out because of the surge. You want to address anything on that?
Thank you, sir. You know, I think one of the things to the heart of your question is the Florida Building Code is the toughest building code, to my knowledge, in the United States. And it has performed admirably ever since it started going into effect under the Bush administration and moving forward. 2004, and even just recently this year, there were updates to the Florida Building Code underneath the DeSantis administration. So the Florida Building Code continues to lead the way. And I'm sure that the governor and the legislature will continue to lead the way in that building code. But again, to the governor's point, where we see people that are built to the Florida Building Code, typically after 2004 or later, and they have that resilience, you know, again, in Horseshoe Beach, in Deacle Beach, in Steenhatchee, where we saw the circular pillars, reinforced concrete, 20 feet in the air, that stuff. And again, the sheriff was telling us, Sheriff Padgett said the new code is 20 feet in the air. All of that stuff was fine. And it was there, it stayed there. Now, did they lose their steps leading up to? Sure, they lost that. They just have to rebuild those. So again, people that end up having their homes destroyed will ultimately have to build back to the Florida Building Code in the general impact area that comes into. But again, I think it's very important to point out that Florida leads the way in our resilient building code. Even the governor of this last administration, or I'm sorry, this last legislative session made changes that increasing that. So again, I think Florida leads the way, and we're going to continue to do that.
Okay, so we have a very strong storm that's near the Yucatan Peninsula. We got a little under 700 miles away for its approach into the state of Florida. There's still a lot of uncertainty in terms of what precise track it will take, but there's not much uncertainty that there is going to bring significant impacts, major impacts for many communities throughout the state of Florida. So many Floridians have already heeded the call who are in those evacuation zones to do so. Others are in the process of executing your plan, and I would just urge you to do that now. When you start talking about this major storm surge, that is just not something that is navigable the way potentially some of the wind can be. But even how the wind is now, you don't want to mess with that either when it's at that level. So please take the appropriate precautions. All the local communities that have done the evacuation orders, they're mobilizing their shelters. We've got the hotels, we've got the flow on the interstate, and we're going to continue to do all we can to make sure that folks end up safe through this. But we're going to have a major impact here in the middle part of the week for the state of Florida. Where precisely it hits remains to be seen, but wherever it hits, and in many places beyond the eye of the storm and even the cone, is going to produce major impacts. So please execute your plan now.
Well, people in Florida, take warning. I think it's going to be a doozy. Oh, Marcy, I am so sorry to hear about that. I hope you are doing better.
Hey, Marcy.
She said she sent you an email and discovered it did not send.
Oh. I didn't get it.
Well, she didn't send. I have done that so many times, Marcy. I have done it as well. Hello, Untrackable. Hello, Untrackable. I found something interesting. Very interesting. They had a little disturbance at the White House tonight at the press conference. And I found something very interesting in it. So I had to go to the White House because I do have the White House press conference. I do have the White House press conference. On my I have the White House. Yeah, I do have the White House on my but I guess she's getting ready to leave.
Disaster help. And that's because of this president trying to combat this misinformation. The needs are.
I guess she is leaving the White House.
Misinformation about the storm and
The briefing room, are you?
Unless you want me to. Do you want me to leave this?
No, sure don't.
All right. Okay.
So the arms dealer that President Biden freed in a prisoner swap, Victor Boot, is now, according to the Wall Street Journal, selling.
This easy thing to do. Again, frankly, we have had an extraordinary record of doing just at a robust, more than 1,500 federal folks on the ground to help. And
okay, let me get to where I want it.
Without Congress coming back.
Okay, let me get.
We've been very transparent. So look, we're
Oh,
going
fuck off, Kareem.
this easy thing to
I
do.
fucking
It is
can't
that
wait
there are
to
some
see it.
difficult decisions.
Never see this bitch again.
Oh yeah, she got a promotion.
We want to make sure that the communities
Sniffy Biden sniffing over fucking cum.
to go vote.
No, understand, and I've gotten this question certainly SZA as well.
I got to get to the right spot.
Misinformation about the storm and voting.
But there's an interesting spot.
Unless you want me to. Do you want me to leave this?
No, sure don't.
All right. Okay.
Yeah, she got a promotion.
Looking to our response on the ground, right? We're
Related
trying
to
to
what?
get funding on the ground. We're trying to make sure that people who have been affected can reach out
Biggest
to
bullshit of the
FEMA,
year.
can reach out to federal government asking for assistance, and that is something that's really important. And that's the misinformation, disinformation. Certainly SZA as well to speak to that specifically. I just don't have anything else to share, but this is why what we're trying to do, trying to combat this misinformation, disinformation, working closely with local and state officials to make sure these
Well, we'll get back. We'll do that whole question.
important to communities, especially communities that are impacted. Kevin in the back.
Thank you. I have questions on two topics. The first one, you mentioned the Supreme Court case regarding emergencies and abortion. The administration has not done much to enforce its interpretation of that law that hospitals have to provide abortions in medical emergencies, particularly for hospitals that patients have reported that's not happening. Can you talk about the administration's efforts to ramp up enforcement in that area in the next couple months?
Yeah. So I would refer you to HHS. This is on their purview, so I would refer you to them.
And on the storms that are coming and also on Helene, Florida and Georgia both have voter registration deadlines today. Some of the states that are in the path of the storm have them upcoming. Is the administration going to ask the states to extend those deadlines, or are you doing anything to prepare for storm damage to exist around election day to make it difficult for people to go vote?
No, understand, and I've gotten this question multiple times in variations. So look, this is why it's important to do this type of response that we're doing. We want to make sure that the communities are getting the response, they're getting the recovery from this disaster, and we want to make sure that their voices can be heard in November. So I would certainly refer you to state election officials and certainly CISA as well to speak to that specifically. I just don't have anything else to share, but this is why what we're trying to do, trying to combat this misinformation, disinformation, working closely with local and state officials to make sure these communities have what they need so that we can get them back on their feet is so critical, is so critical. As it relates to that specific question, I would have to refer you to the state.
Are you seeing misinformation about the storm and voting, or just the storm?
What I'm
response
saying
in
is that
general?
misinformation, disinformation. I'm speaking to our response on the ground, right? We're trying to get funding on the ground. We're trying to make sure that people who have been affected can reach out to FEMA, can reach out to federal government asking for assistance, and that is something that's really important, and that's the misinformation, disinformation that I'm speaking to. And so what our focus is making sure that that recovery, that response is getting to communities because we want to make sure that the communities, they're able to have their voices heard in November.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Corinne. Congratulations on the promotion.
Thank you.
You're not leaving us in the briefing room, are you?
Unless you want me to. Do you want me to leave this?
No, sure don't.
All right. Okay.
So the arms dealer that President Biden freed in a prisoner swap, Victor Boot, is now, according to the Wall Street Journal, selling weapons to the Houthis. Does President Biden think that is a problem?
So look, a couple of things. I can't confirm that report today, and I believe in the Wall Street Journal. I do want to put out a couple of facts here that is important to note. Look, securing the release of Americans who are being held hostage and wrongfully detained is a big priority, is a priority for this administration. And I would note that we have been extraordinarily successful in getting that done. It is a top priority to get these Americans, again, wrongfully detained and held hostage. And so that is something, and it's not easy. It is not an easy thing to do. It is not, there are some difficult decisions that we have to make. We've been very transparent about that. Very transparent. As you're talking about Victor Boot, that was related to Brittany's release. And so even then, a year and a half ago, we were clear about decisions that have to be made on a number of occasions, and it's incredibly difficult. And we've been transparent about it.
Incredible.
We've been very transparent.
It's incredible.
So look, we're going to continue to do what we can, do everything that we can to bring Americans home who are wrongfully detained and held hostage. And again, frankly, we have had an extraordinary record of doing just that. And that's going to be the president's top priority.
And on this issue of funding, the administration has money to send to Lebanon without Congress coming back. But Congress does have to come back to approve money to send to people in North Carolina. Do I have that right?
Here's what I'm going to be very clear about. The president and the vice president has had a robust whole of government response to this. Hundreds of millions of dollars. I said it at the top, more than $200 million that we have directly put towards survivors here for disaster help. And that's because of this president's commitment to make sure that we are there for communities that are impacted. We take this very seriously again. We take this very seriously. And before the hurricane hit, we pre-positioned more than 1,500 federal folks on the ground to help. And so we have made sure that every state has gotten their storm requested emergency declaration. They requested it, and we made sure they received it. We've taken this very seriously. More than $200 million that we have provided to the impacted areas. But instead, people want to do disinformation, misinformation, which is dangerous, because then when folks on the ground hear that, they may not want to ask for the help that they need. That is there for them. That's our focus here.
But President Biden is fond of saying, show me your budget and I will tell you what you value. If he's got money for people in Lebanon right now, without Congress having to come back, what does it say about his values? There's not enough money right now for people in North Carolina who need it. That's not misinformation.
Wait, no, that is your whole premise of the question is misinformation, sir. What you don't, yes, it's misinformation.
Is there money to send to Lebanon right now?
I just mentioned to you that we provided more than $200 million to folks who are impacted in the area, and I just shared with you that people are deciding not to.
Wait. To Congress that there's not enough money to help people.
We're
in North
talking
Carolina
about the SBA disaster loan.
That's
yes.
money for.
Did you hear that? Did you hear that? Mellows.
Yeah.
Did you hear that?
Yeah.
It's loans. Did you catch that?
Yes.
Let me replay that.
That is there for them. That's our focus here.
But President Biden is fond of saying, show me your budget and I will tell you what you value. If he's got money for people in Lebanon right now, without Congress having to come back, what does it say about his values? There's not enough money right now for people in North Carolina who need it. That's not misinformation.
Wait, no, that is your whole premise of the question is misinformation, sir. What you don't, yes, it's misinformation.
Is there money to send to Lebanon right now?
I just mentioned to you that we provided more than $200 million to folks who are impacted in the area, and I just shared with you that people are deciding not to. Wait.
To Congress that there's not enough money to help people.
We're
in North
talking
Carolina
about the SBA disaster loan.
That's
yes.
money
Loans. It's not. They're giving everybody money in foreign countries free of charge, but they're giving everybody else here in the. They got to apply for loans.
There you go, pay back.
They've got to pay it all back.
Well, they can exchange their land and property for it.
Now, let's finish watching this because this is interesting what she does.
For people in North Carolina.
And that's important. And people in North Carolina need that. Wait, this is nothing new. Peter, this is nothing new. Congress comes together. They provide money, millions of dollars for disaster relief. We're asking them to do the job that they have been doing for some time.
From a letter that President Biden sent to Johnson, McConnell, Schumer, and Jeffries. The president's letter is not misinformation. Would you agree?
No, the way you're asking me the question is misinformation. There is money that we are allocating to the impacted areas, and there's money there to help people who truly need it. There are survivors who need the funding, and it's there.
That you don't like misinformation.
I actually said we have the money available to help survivors of Hurricane Helene and also Hurricane Milton.
They have no hope.
Now,
they have no jobs.
There's going to be a short,
they can't pay back.
right? Because we don't know how bad Hurricane Milton is going to be. And so we're going to need additional funding. That's
exactly what I just asked about. And you said it was misinformation.
What you're asking me is why Congress needs to come back and do their job. That's what you're asking me. Congress needs to come back and do their job and provide extra assistance, extra funding to disaster relief fund. That's what Congress needs to do. And we're going to continue to urge that. You may not want that, but that's okay. That's what this president wants. And that's what the vice president wants. Thanks, everybody.
Isn't that interesting?
Keep unbelievable, Mother. That career, I can't wait to never see that woman again.
I kicked myself out. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah.
Isn't that interesting horse shit?
The best kind of horse shit. Money can buy.
Oh my God. I thought you'd get a kick out of that. I thought you would get a kick out of that. I thought you would get a kick out of that one. I thought you would get a kick out of that. You know? And then, Sunday, Johnson, talk about how corrupt our government. Johnson talked, he's like head of the House. He had an interview with Fox talking about the government. He talked.
Welcome back to Fox News Sunday.
Hey, Shannon, great to be with you as always.
Okay, so we're talking the Middle East as we now await to see what Israel's response is to the incoming attack by Iran. There are questions about whether or not Congress may need to come back for a supplemental for Israel. Now, the same day that attack was incoming from Iran, Secretary Blinken wrote this in Foreign Affairs. He said, the Biden administration's strategy has been to put the United States in a much stronger geopolitical position today than it was 4 years ago. He says when the Biden-Harris administration came in, our enemies saw a country that was in decline, that there was an undermining of norms and alliances. Now, the secretary says he doesn't do politics, but what do you make of his statements?
The statement, it's nonsense. Of course, everything that they've done since day one, the Biden-Harris administration, is project weakness on the world stage. And that has put us in the most dangerous situation that we have been in since World War II. Our allies are nervous. Our adversaries do not fear us. They don't respect us. And that is why China, Russia, Iran, North Korea, terrorists and tyrants around the world are coordinating against us. And that is why you're seeing the provocations of the war in Israel. Russia moved on Ukraine, China doing all the things they're doing and threatening Taiwan. None of this happened on President Trump's watch because he was a steady hand, a strong hand at the wheel. We have got to reelect him so that we can restore the order in the world and project peace through strength again. That's what we have to get back to, and it cannot happen soon enough.
So while you consider additional funding for Israel, obviously the main thought for most people is about Hurricane Helene and the victims left in the wake of that. Hundreds still missing. We don't even know their fate at this point. You've been to Georgia, Florida. You have plans to go to North Carolina as well. What are you seeing, and what do you make of the local, state, and Fed responses?
Well, I would just tell you at the federal level, this has been a massive failure. And you could just ask the people there on the ground. I have been there. I was in Georgia. I was in Florida where Hurricane Helene made landfall. They're on the coast. And then we'll be going to the hardest hit parts of North Carolina on Wednesday of this week. When you talk to the people who are directly affected, they will tell you that this has been an abject failure. FEMA has lost sight of its core mission, I think, in so many cases. And the administration has not shown that they were prepared for this this eventuality and this terrible disaster. The thing about hurricanes, Shannon, is that we know that they're coming well in advance. You know, they had more than a week's notice of this, and yet we still have people who have not been served and even rescued in North Carolina. It is a heartbreaking, tragic, and infuriating situation to have the federal government fail as they have.
Well, and we've got now the storm Milton that's being tracked in the Florida Gulf. May land there as a Category 3 later this week. So DHS Secretary Mayorkas has said they don't have money to get through what they need for the rest of this hurricane season. We've heard similar statements from the Secretary of Transportation. President Biden has said more money is needed. He actually sent a letter to congressional leaders on Friday night, including you. And he said specifically the Small Business Administration is in real trouble. Here's what he says. I warned the Congress of this potential shortfall even before Hurricane Helene landed on America's shores. I requested more funding for SBA multiple times over the past several months. And most recently, my administration underscored that request as you prepared a continuing resolution to fund the government. Will you call Congress back before the election? Do you need to?
Look, we'll be back in session immediately after the election. That's 30 days from now. The thing about these hurricanes and disasters of this magnitude is that it takes a while to calculate the actual damages, and the states are going to need some time to do that. I'm from Louisiana. We're a hurricane-prone state. We're experts at disaster recovery. We've done this. You don't just send estimates to the federal government. You send specific needs and requests based upon the actual damages, and that takes some time, especially with storms of this magnitude. So Congress will do its job. Remember that before we left Washington, the day before Helene hit, by the way, made landfall, Congress appropriated $20 billion additional dollars to FEMA so that they would have the immediate dollars they need to address the immediate needs. Then after that, Congress always takes the due approach of providing what is necessary. Congress will provide, we will help the people in these disaster-prone areas. It's an appropriate role for the federal government, and you'll have bipartisan support for that. And it'll all happen in due time, and we'll get that job done. There shouldn't be any concern about that at all.
But there is with some of these agencies. So is the conflict or confusion about the fact that we're not doing things in regular order? There are continuing resolutions. This is going to land December 20th, right before the holidays. And there are a number of agencies that are all fighting for a piece of the pie who say they can't have stability and count on what they need because this is the way we're funding the government piecemeal.
Yeah, continuing resolutions are no way to fund the government, and I sure wish that we didn't have to do that, but they need to call Chuck Schumer in the Senate. The Democrat-led Senate literally did not pass one appropriations bill this cycle. They didn't put one bill on the floor. They didn't even try. So Chuck Schumer put us in the position, the House did. We passed appropriations bills. We got all of ours through committee, over 72% of the federal funding done from the floor, and then the process stopped because the Senate wasn't engaging. You can't have two chambers negotiate the final spending bills if one chamber is not engaging at all, and that's the problem. So we were put in the CR situation once again, but we will meet our obligations. Congress will do it, and I trust when we get back, both chambers will work in earnest to get that job done.
Before we leave the issue of Hurricane Helene, there's been a lot of pushback from the federal government, from federal agencies, saying that Republicans are out there spreading misinformation about FEMA funding and how it's been used for people who have come here as migrants, many of them illegally, millions of them, versus how the money is spent for disasters. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre said this on Friday about conflating the two pools of funding.
I mean, it's just categorically false. It is not true. It is a false statement.
FEMA also calls this out as a rumor on their website and adds this: FEMA's disaster response efforts and individual assistance is funded through the Disaster Relief Fund, which is a dedicated fund for disaster efforts. Disaster Relief Fund money has not been diverted to other non-disaster related efforts. So what's your understanding with how FEMA money has been allocated and is spent with regard to both the border and the hurricane?
The streams of funding are different. That is not an untrue statement, of course. But the problem is what the American people see and what they're frustrated by is that FEMA should be involved, the Federal Emergency Management Association. Their mission is to help people in times like this of natural disaster, not to be engaged in using any pool of funding from any account for resettling illegal aliens who have come across the border. That's what the Biden administration, Kamala Harris, and Secretary Mayorkas have been engaged in, this program, and they have spent precious treasure of the American people and taxpayers to do just that. When you see illegals in your local airport and you see them being transported around the country with planes, trains, and automobiles to every community everywhere, every state's a border state now because of that, that's the NGOs, the non-governmental organizations mostly, that are transporting those people around, and then they send the receipts to the federal government. And Biden, Harris, and Mayorkas gleefully pay those receipts because they opened the border intentionally. The American people are disgusted by this. They're fed up with it, and so So are Republicans in Congress. And it'll stop after November 5th, because we're going to have unified government with Republicans in charge, and we will bring sanity back to this situation.
All right, we will see. People are well underway voting in dozens of states at this point. I want to ask you about this. One of your GOP colleagues, Matt Rosendale in the House, said yesterday, I believe it was, that there is a possibility of using money that's earmarked for Ukraine. He said there's a way that Congress can reroute that to hurricane victims. Is that accurate? And is that something Congress would consider doing?
I didn't see that statement. I'm not sure what Matt's referring to there. But look, I'll tell you that we are going to meet the obligations of the American people. It is the #1 priority. When we say America first, that's what that means. We take care of our own household before we take care of the neighborhood. We will get that job done. Congress will do it. We will find the money, because that's an appropriate priority for the federal government. We're going to get about that as soon as the states turn in those estimates and request the funding. It'll happen, and we'll get it done.
All right, Mr. Speaker, we always appreciate your time. Safe travels this week, sir.
Thanks, Shannon.
The Department of Homeland Security says it cannot stop migrants with terror.
Interesting that they may be able to reroute that money from Ukraine to the U.S. I hope that's true. I hope that's true. That would be interesting. Because there's a lot going on there, and
over their response to Helene victims while praising the efforts of our next guest during his triumphant return to Butler, Pennsylvania.
Corey Mills, he's out there fighting too. He's out there. He is out there in North Carolina, Georgia. He's out there helping people. We have to send our prayers and support to all the families affected by Hurricane Helene. This has been the worst hurricane response by a president and vice president since Katrina, and this is simply not acceptable.
Congressman Corey Mills was at the rally yesterday and on the ground this week distributing needed supplies, and he joins us now. Congressman, thanks for being with us. Your work in North Carolina has been well documented if you are on social media. I think those that watch Fox have also seen you've literally been in the middle of it this week. So tell me some of what you've seen in North Carolina.
Well, Will, as you can see, I mean, North Carolina was absolutely devastated by this storm. It wasn't just the increase in the rising water, but the mudslides as well in some of the upper mountain areas. You know, our team had traveled everywhere from Asheville as the main veterans charity-driven distribution center, out to Broad River, out to Pensacola, North Carolina, which has got about a 5,200 elevation. We've gone out to Burnsville. We've been in Elk River, Banner Elk. We've been in Cello. We've been across the western North Carolina area, delivering over 22,000 pounds with 2 helicopters and a hoist operation into these more hard hit areas and remote and isolated areas. So, and again, Will, this isn't just food, waters and non-perishables, diapers, etc., but medications. We have to keep in mind that you've got type 1 diabetics who need insulin. You have people who are on oxygen who are going to need renewals in their oxygen bottles. And many of these roads were devastated and cut off. So we're going in on medevacs. We've actually rescued a gentleman recently from Bailey, North Carolina, transferred him to Johnson City. Just got an update from his cousin that the doctors had even told him, said, if you were here, 30 minutes difference, you wouldn't be here with us today. So it's absolutely devastating what's going on there. I think the death count and the fatality count is extremely high compared to, or low compared to what the reality is on the ground. They're reporting about 220. I've talked to nurses and others in hospitals. They're saying it's around 405, and they're even requesting more body bags. Right now, after we've gotten outside of that window, we're going to go from what was a rescue to recovery at this point. And I talked to Chief Harrison in Pensacola, North Carolina, who watched 2 of his residents go down the river that he was unable to recover the bodies. He said, Will, he said, we're going to actually be recovering bodies throughout the end of the year.
Oh, man. You know, Congressman, I don't have a lot of time left with you, but I want to try to cover the concept of leadership for just 1 minute. And I have 2 places I want to go with you. I know from some personal experience, and I know through knowing you and watching you as well, that there is the correct way to lead. And what we have seen, and I am not giving you a gratuitous compliment, is a form of leadership that is necessary in a chaotic environment. And I would assume, you know, logistics, needs, even defining needs is difficult in the initial phases. How do you do that? How do you lead? Because from my perspective, it's just, you just jump in, to be honest. You have to start just jumping in. You can't sit back and, oh my gosh, what's the plan? What's the bureaucracy? You got to dive into the chaos.
Leaders get on the ground and they figure it out. They start getting to the actual problems and they actually start finding solutions. You work your A through Z, you work your tertiary plans, you start getting communication networks together, you start looking at other organizations. Look, you know this all too well. You've been covering me for a while, Will, whether it's Afghanistan in 2021, Israel in 2023, Haiti in 2024, or now North Carolina, and then hopefully not too badly Florida. I've been at the crux of every single one of these because I believe that as an elected official, we have to do more to represent the people and be there for them. And I don't see that whether it's through the GOP or the Democrat Party. The federal government needs to step up and the state government needs to step up and help the people.
So last question, because I'm over time, Congressman, but I want to take your form of leadership, your example of leadership, and just apply it to how it's failing the people in North Carolina. Is it because it's fat, bloated, and incompetent that it can't dive in and do what we just described? Or is it because they don't have the right priorities?
I think there's an unwillingness. I think there's a wrong priority list where they're prioritizing DEI or meritocracy and get things on the ground. I think if you look at FEMA, for example, they allocated money for immigration resettlement, not for national disaster relief and rescue and recovery. And so I think that we have to go ahead in this next administration and change how things are being done in the federal government and start serving we the people and get back to an America First agenda.
I appreciate that. I appreciate you and what you're doing, Congressman. And I think we have 2 forms of leadership on display. We as a nation can choose the way we want to deal with crisis, emergency, and priorities. Thank you so much, Congressman Mills.
Wow. He got to blame both.
There's some funky ass shit going on, man.
Yeah.
Stressful.
But you know, I found a story that's hidden. It's kind of being hidden. And, you know, it affects everybody. And I have not seen it anywhere at all. But on this, and it's a very short news clip.
Now to our Hurricane Helene coverage. A major plant that produces 75% of all IV fluid in the U.S. was flooded in the wake of Helene. That plant is located in Baxter, North Carolina. There is no declared shortage at the moment, but Ballard health officials say they're not sure how this will affect IV stockpiles and production. Officials say IV is used for critical care patients, trauma patients, or those who are dehydrated. It can also be used to deliver medications into the body.
The damage to infrastructure is still being added up. The water system's been ruined.
I like that very short blitz of a newscast.
The water's been the
75% of the IV fluid needed for trauma patients, surgery patients, and just basic needs in the U.S. plant is gone.
Right. And bye-bye.
In the U.S. Didn't you like that 30-second news blitz?
Fantastic.
Didn't you like that 30-second news blitz? Interesting, huh? I have not found that on national news. And that was 2 days ago.
These are not the droids you are looking for.
Isn't that interesting, guys? Isn't that interesting? But you know what, guys? But you know what we got here in the U.S.? Guess what we got here in the U.S.? Guess what we got? Guess what we got here in the U.S.? And we get to worry about here in the U.S.
Aside from World War III.
Oh, we got that here, right here in the U.S. We got them right here in the U.S. Because you know what we got coming here on our own soil? Because our illustrious vice president and our president here in the U.S. let it happen. That's what we got. And you've got a friend there in England too.
Oh, he's lovely.
Security says it cannot stop migrants with terrorism ties from illegally entering the United States. So this report that they just released called the Homeland Threat Assessment is basically a compendium of all the problems that they see with no plans to change it. It's just, here's why you should be afraid. We're telling you what to look out for, but we can't stop it, basically. So let's take a look at what they're saying, because the report called 2025 Homeland Threat Assessment basically says, yeah, regarding the bad guys and the bad drugs, we don't got this. Here's what they warn about. They says they're particularly concerned about a confluence of factors, including violent extremists' responses to domestic socio-political developments, especially because of the election, international events that domestic and foreign violent extremists will use to justify attacks on the homeland, lone offenders, small groups posing a threat. Meanwhile, foreign terrorists and their supporters will maintain their enduring intent on the homeland, plus trafficking, sale of drugs, transnational domestic criminal actors, fentanyl. I mean, this is just, it's a laundry list of what we've been covering on this show. The Department of Homeland Security says, yes, redacted, you're right. All that stuff is happening. But who does it say is even though that's happening, specifically through our southern borders, human trafficking, sex trafficking, drug trafficking, terrorists entering. But who do they say are the big three we need to be worried about? Any guesses? Who are the big three actors that are
China, Iran,
Donald Trump?
You got it.
That's a shock.
Yes, this should have been a Family Feud question. Take a look at what they say. The People's Republic of China, Russia, and Iran will remain the most pressing foreign threats to our critical infrastructure, even though the southern border has drugs and sex slaves pouring across it. Russia, China, Iran, they don't really. I mean, what's the last American town you saw inundated with Russian extremists? Anywhere in
Springfield, Springfield, Ohio. Yeah.
I'm missing this cultural reference.
Red Dawn. amazing
Wolverine.
1980s movie, Wolverines, where the Russians invade the United States, and we need a wily group of teenagers to stop the Russians from invading.
Okay. And the Iranian immigrants overflowing in certain towns. Is that happening? Who has Iranian sex slaves on their bingo card? Is that happening? Anybody? No?
No, I don't have any of that.
So in my experience and my news reporting, I have not seen that as a major threat to the U.S. homeland, but that's what they say. Even though they say that Russia and Iran and China are somehow involved in the drug trade, take a look at this paragraph and see if you can make any sense. Despite the lethal and destabilizing threats terrorism poses to our country, the production, trafficking, and sale of illegal drugs by transnational and domestic criminal actors is the most lethal and persistent threats to U.S. communities. Concurrently, adversarial states are intent on sowing distrust in our institutions, as well as confusion and division through their malign influence campaigns, which seek to boost these efforts to the 2024 election cycle. So, drug trafficking, bad, biggest problem, but also just keep your eye out because we want you to be afraid of Russia, China, and Iran. Can anyone make sense of that?
Well, it's a huge leap because it would be like if you looked at like the mafia and you said that Sicily was a major influence on the U.S. and it's like you're talking about criminals. So criminal organizations, they may be a Russian criminal organization. They may be a Chinese criminal organization.
Sure.
It's not like they're directly working for the government of that country. That's a huge leap there from one to the other.
Right. But it also does not connect China, Iran, and Russia to drug trafficking. It says drugs and the crime through the southern border is the biggest problem. But also, and it's just like an addendum, but also Russia, China, Iran.
Well,
okay.
They could argue
about Russian vodka, but they banned that from coming in through sanctions. So I guess
that's right. That's right. And in fact, they never prove that those countries have much to do with our drug trade, except that China actually, they later say, has changed some of their laws so that some of their drugs that are exported are better labeled so that they cannot end up in the fentanyl crisis. So China seems to have a handle on this a little bit, or at least a plan. This document is full of no plans at all. It's just a boo document, what to be scared of.
Gail says, redacted is really blind to evil in other countries, huh? No, not at all. What we're saying is that you leave the southern border wide open, and now you're pointing the fingers at other countries. Like our southern border is wide open.
Right.
Like we're pointing the finger at us. Close the southern border. There's a lot of other evil in the world. There's plenty. We don't need more evil in the United States coming from these other countries that we've helped destabilize.
Also, I would like you to prove it. Then let me see some proof, right? Because I've read books about the 8 years of sanctioning Iran during the Obama administration, where they never quite proved the Iranian nuclear power. Nuclear weapons. They never proved it. And I am waiting. I don't want to go to a war based on lies. Am I saying Iran is the best place on earth? I don't know. I've never been to Iran, but I'm not going to be sold lies to go to war. If you want to, go ahead and swallow that bitter pill. Take it with some orange juice. Okay.
Well, and
but go ahead.
Sorry, really quick. The everything that's in that document that you said are things that are happening because of the migrant crisis, but it's like kind of coincidental that they're now saying that it's Iran, Russia, and all these other places. They can say if something happens because of the migrants, they can be like, well, they were Russians or they were Iranians or whatever, and people will just buy it.
But that's total crap because the document clearly states they know who is doing the drug trafficking. Take a look. It's the Sinaloa cartel and the New Generation Jalisco Hotel, two large Mexico-based criminal drug gangs out of Mexico. But China, just remember, we hate China. So they say drug seizures are down, but only this year, not down since the Biden-Harris administration took office. We showed you these numbers yesterday when Tim Walz at the debate said that border crossings are down. You can sort of say that because in the year 2024, the general trajectory is down, but they're trending down. This year alone, they are not down during the administration. In fact, let's take a look at meth seizures at the border. Meth alone, we're only concentrating on that sort of darker green line that's trending above the rest. So what they're saying is that drug seizures are down only slightly since 2021, but up since 2023. Also notice that meth seizures alone since 2020 have exceeded 150,000 pounds per year. Okay, keep that number in your mind. It's always in every year of the Biden-Harris administration over 150,000 pounds. Well, let's look at the meth seizures from the Trump-Obama years. It never even exceeded 100,000 pounds. So never was it this high until the Biden administration took office. Now, you could read this chart and say, well, these are seizures. That means that the Biden-Harris administration is seizing more drugs. Maybe they're more on it than Obama and Trump are. I don't know, because we don't know the ratio of what's seized versus what gets through. So if that ratio is constant, then we're to assume that more drugs are in our country. We don't have an answer for that. We need more context clearly before we jump to any conclusions. Okay, on to terrorists. The document correctly states that Muslim extremists want to strike inside the United States. That is true, but if we listen to why they want to hit us so badly, it's because we kill civilians in their countries with constant droning, and we support Israel's brutality on the Palestinians. That's what they tell us. In fact, Osama bin Laden and the Orlando nightclub pulse shooter tried to tell us this, but we don't listen. We just think, oh, that's Muslim extremism. We don't need to hear that, right? What if we just said, oh, because we attack them constantly, that's why they want to attack us? Maybe we should stop that and then stop the retaliation that we bring upon ourselves. We never stop to listen. We just think they're crazy. We don't hear their pleas to stop bombing their kids, carry on. They also report that China, Russia, and Iran are going to step up their use of AI on us. No proof. They just say they're going to do it. Here's what they literally say under this document. You should look for yourself. They say Russia is likely to do this, and Iran almost certainly will do it too. That's what we get for proof. That the DHS is saying likely and they're almost certain that this is going to happen. Okay. What about human trafficking at the southern border? Basically, DHS says, yeah, that's a thing. So they give it a one-page summary. It happens. Forced sex labor crossing at our southern border. It's happening. Social media helps it happen. Forced labor. They don't say how they're going to deal with it. They don't say who's doing it. They don't say it's an increased problem, which it is. It's just, yeah, that's a threat to homeland security.
And social media is the biggest problem.
Right.
Social media is the biggest problem.
Sure.
Right. Okay. So Twitter is the biggest problem, I'm sure. So let's go after Elon Musk and take down Twitter. Not our facilitation by the Catholic Charities, by HIAS, the Hebrew Immigration and Aid Society, the Department of Homeland Security under Alejandro Mayorkas, under the Biden administration. But social media is the biggest problem with human trafficking in the United States.
And forced labor and all this stuff. Yeah, it happens. It's just saying, yep, continues to happen. Right. That's the thing. And we don't have a plan to stop it. We are not tracking it. We don't know who's doing it. We're not really all that concerned, but it's a thing. Right. So this document reads more like a war document than an actual document of what they're trying to solve at all. They're just warning you of, it reads to me, this is a bingo card of all the things they will use to sell you the war next, because they're not clearly trying to stop any of this. They're just telling you what to be afraid of so that you can just, it's a trampoline. It's a layup. Like, who are we going to sell you a war for? Here, come jump here. Come jump here. Oh, human trafficking. Got it. Iran, AI from Russia. And you'll borrow this. You'll buy it if you read between the lines and support a foreign war, I suppose. But it's not surprising given that we keep watching them not solve problems as they escalate. So read the document for yourself. Let me know what you think. Are you going to buy this and march right on into a war? Or are you going to demand that someone actually stop these things? What do you want?
Cyber criminals targeting people and businesses by exploiting vulnerabilities in everyday tools that we use, like email, social media messengers, free cloud storage, as well as weak passwords. In fact, in the last couple of months, there have been 2 major breaches that probably affected you. There was the breach at AT&T, which exposed all of those text message logs, and it affected every AT&T customer. Also, what about the National Public Data breach for Social Security numbers? Yeah, the Social Security Administration admitted that. So that's where the people at Bunker are helping you. It's an affordable, all-in-one app protecting you against identity theft, cybercrime, and surveillance. And guess what? You can get your Bunker application for $12 annually. That's right. Why pay several different apps when you can get yourself and use the code redacted?
Hello, Indy. Kind of interesting, huh? Our government is letting anybody and everybody in. We keep going. We keep going. It's interesting, isn't it? It's interesting. I wonder what's going to happen in Mexico, Mellows. Because, you know, Mexico has a new mayor, has a new president.
I was going to say not a lot, because most of the Mexicans are in America.
Mexico has a new president.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have a new president.
I wonder who voted.
You know that they have a new president.
Selected. She's been selected.
No, she was elected. She was elected a couple months ago. 2 days ago. There you go. Their swearing in ceremony.
No en 200 años, por lo menos en 503 años, no había habido una mujer presidenta de México. Y como siempre decimos, no llegó sola, llegamos todas las mujeres de México.
Tú eres la voz de las que no tuvimos voz por mucho tiempo. Hoy las mujeres indígenas estamos de fiesta. Las mujeres, pero no solamente las mujeres indígenas, también estamos de fiesta todas las mujeres. Estamos de fiesta el hermoso país que se llama México.
Lo que queremos es más independencia y autonomía del Poder Judicial, erradicar la corrupción. Además, ya el Ejecutivo se elige democráticamente, el Legislativo se elige democráticamente. Ahora le toca al Poder Judicial ser elegido democráticamente.
Y seguir atendiendo a 22 millones de familias. Por el lado izquierdo, y nos dirigimos a la fuerza del universo.
Empoderamiento y esperanza. Siento que el empoderamiento, porque significa mucho para tantas mujeres que han luchado, tantas mujeres que han intentado escalar al poder de esta manera. Siento que es empoderamiento y un avance porque, no, o sea, va a ser la primera de muchas.
Our own government, and we just fail.
Well, we shall see. But Mexico has a new female president. Bless you. Yes. Yes, they have a new female president. Now, since Mexico has a new female president, you know who else is terrified of what's going to happen? Their elections. Because guess who's going to be going through elections and who is facing conservative waves next? Guess who?
Party in an election in Europe, far right, the Freedom Party won the vote over the weekend, but opposition is refusing to allow them to form a government because they're far right, they say. We can't work with the far right. This is the will of the people being subverted in a Western country. So joining us from Austria is political analyst Ralph Scholheimer, host of Hammer Time on YouTube. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me, Natalie. Finally, we talk about Austria, right? Finally, we can actually talk about my country. It's been long, but it's finally happening.
But maybe not in a great way, because tell us what happened. This Freedom Party had a record turnout. They're being called anti-immigrant, of course, far right. But what do they really stand for? And why can they not form the government that the people are voting for them to have?
Well, in order to tell the story, I have to go back 32 years, because my theory is, and I hope that I will not upset your viewers by saying so, I think that modern right-wing populism actually did start in Austria in the early 1990s. Right? The Freedom Party, the rise of the Freedom Party began in the early 1990s. And one of the key elements of their popularity at the time was they made a referendum in 1992. And the name of the referendum was Österreich zuerst, which is German for Austria first. So I'm not saying that Donald Trump stole it with his America first agenda, but the idea that Western governments put everybody else first except their own people, right? That they act in everybody else's interests except the interests of their own people. I think this sentiment crystallized into a successful political movement for the first time in the 1990s in Austria. And if we look at what they said in that referendum, I mean, it's quite fascinating, right? They said there is too much migration, which is what we say now. They said there is not enough money for law enforcement and police, which is precisely what we say now. They said that the education system is failing young people, which is exactly what we say now, right? It's us that, that there are that there is too much obedience to institutions and organizations that are not accountable to the people, which is exactly what we are saying now. So I think in many ways, they were really ahead of their time. They had some up and downs as a party. They were in government before, then they imploded, then they were in government again, then they imploded again. But this is the first time, and this is so interesting, right? Because it shows you, even if you stumble again and again as a party, if you get the issues right, you can always make a comeback. So they were going up and down, but this time I think they really got everything right. They ran a very disciplined campaign. They got the entire COVID issue right, which I think is ultimately what pushed them over the finishing line. And they got the migration issue right. So I think I'm not hiding my sympathies for the party. I think they did lots of things right. And the Austrians in particular, you can no longer blackmail us into not voting for a party with the far-right moniker, because that has been done 30 years ago. It's stale, it's old, nobody cares about it anymore.
So is it as prevalent in your media as it is in ours? Because we can just call you those names, okay, and people just are losing trust in the media. That's a familiar story.
Well, let's put it this way. If there is what is a popular term now that I think is not entirely wrong, if there is a so-called uniparty system where you have maybe one populist opposition party, but all the other parties are more or less the same. That's true in individual countries, but I think when it comes to the media, we have a unimedia system that operates globally. I mean, you cannot distinguish the headlines from Politico in Europe, from the New York Times, from the Austrian daily newspapers, from most of the British newspapers. It's the same article all over. Sometimes it is like they have a prefabricated article, and then they just switch the names. It is far right, and then the name of an Austrian politician, or Donald Trump, or Giorgia Meloni, and then it's exactly the same article. Because there is no longer an actual engagement with the positions. It is just, these people are far right, therefore I don't even have to talk about the positions they stand for. We saw the same in Germany with the AfD, right? The AfD is far right, therefore they are bad, therefore it doesn't even matter what they demand on the policy side, which again, the voters are much smarter than that. What I really like about these developments is they show that the people are so much smarter than the media and those in power often think. And I find this very, very encouraging.
Okay, but the center, what they're calling the center left, or this, well, let's ditch these labels. The Social Democrats and the People's Party are refusing to work with them and allow them to form a government. So what power will they have if they are not allowed to form a government, which the people have voted for?
Well, that's a good question. And the problem is, yes, right, this time probably they will not make it into government. That is correct. But I think whichever alternative government is being formed will not have a very long shelf life. So to be quite honest, this might be a good thing, because they are usually very good as an opposition party. They came in first with about almost 3 percentage points ahead of the Conservative Party. If they have to go in opposition again, I would argue that the next time they will not have 29%, they will have 34%. And then they can govern even more effectively. So if the other parties, because this is the big irony here, I don't know what the expectation of the other parties is. People voted for the Freedom Party because they're dissatisfied with the performance of the other parties. Now, the other parties, they don't offer a program. They only offer, we are not the Freedom Party. We are not the FPÖ. But that's not enough, right? This is not going to convince anybody. By the way, this is the same. The reason why we know that this is not working, we see this in Germany, right? If all you have is, we are not the AfD, that's not weakening the AfD, it's strengthening the AfD, because contrary to the media and the politicians, people actually look or listen to the program. And just as with the AfD in Germany, or with Deutsche Vorrage in the UK, or the Freedom Party in Austria, they look at the program, or the parts of the program that they promise that they will execute, and say, we like what we see. So they want to see that executed. And if those in power are not doing it, well, then more and more voters will switch to that party.
So they're voting, though, for better living conditions for Austrians. I think most people may not realize Austrians have some of the highest tax rates in the Western world. So what specifically do you think people are going to? Is it very much like what we are going to vote for in November? We want safe borders. We want law enforcement. We want good infrastructure. When you land in America, you might notice that there's a big sign that says Joe Biden gave you this new water fountain in the Philadelphia airport. And then what else, right? And you're like, great, that's what I got out of this infrastructure bill. So what specifically do you think Austrians want that we may relate to in the United States?
Well, What's really interesting is I looked at the demographics of the people who voted for the Freedom Party. They are almost exactly the same demographics like the people who vote for the AfD in Germany. And what are those demographics? It's people under the age of 30. So it's those who have the most of their life still ahead of them. So for them, life is not in the rear mirror. Life for them is through the front window. So they have to live with the consequences of failed policies for the longest. It's the working class, right? It's people in a job, in working class jobs. It's people who are self-employed. So it's those who are the future of the country and those who keep the country going. Now, who voted for the quote-unquote establishment parties? It's mostly people over 60. It's the pensioners. It's the people, and no disrespect to the pensioners. They did their share, don't get me wrong. But it's mostly people who are shielded from the failed policies of the past. They have their fixed pension, they have their income, which just like in the United States with Social Security, nobody's going to touch it until the system collapses, of course. But nobody believes, even though it will, that the collapse is imminent. And it's people that, let's be frank here, they are on a clock in a way. And again, I mean no disrespect, but for them, the mass migration issue, for example, or what's happening in schools, unless of course they have grandchildren and so, but we have the same horrible demographic profile like everybody else in Europe. So for them, it doesn't really. If you're 60, 75, and you live in a nice apartment in a nice district of Vienna, it doesn't really matter to you whether schools are crumbling in working class districts. But what it shows you is that the future is right wing, because it's those who are young, it's those who are working, it's those who are paying taxes who shift more and more to the right. And that's, as I said, that's happening in Germany, it's happening in Austria, and I believe, to be honest, I think it's also happening, if we believe certain polls among union members, for example, I think it's also happening in the United States. I think this is the problem with, if you allow me to switch gears real quickly, the problem with Donald Trump has been that Donald Trump, I think, pursued very good policies, but he was very bad in articulating them. What we saw yesterday with J.D. Vance was, this is what Trump's policies look like if somebody talks about them in an eloquent, articulated way. And actually, they very much resemble the program and the ideas of the quote-unquote far-right parties in Europe, right? Protect the borders, create conditions where young people have a future, where they can afford a family, where they can afford housing, and where those who want to see a future for themselves and for the country have the conditions that they can fulfill the highest potential. So this is not just an Austrian phenomenon. I think this is a phenomenon across the West. The Europeans, I think, had one advantage, that, and this is just coincidence, this is not trying to be a cheap shot at the Americans, because I love the Americans, I love America, but that the United States, their right wing, or I just use the term far right because everybody uses it, but I don't mean it in a negative sense. It found an imperfect vessel in Donald Trump. And of course, Donald Trump also had the hardest fight, because in Europe, you just get new parties, the AfD, right? Nigel Farage, you get just new parties because our systems allow it. In the United States, founding a new party is a suicidal attempt. So Donald Trump had to take over an established party and reshape it into this populist, right-wing, working-class party. But I think he has accomplished it. Now he needs somebody who can articulate it. And that makes the J.D. Vance Trump tickets, or the Trump-Vance tickets, so interesting. I have to admit, after yesterday's debate, my dream would be kind of a right-wing coalition from Italy to Austria to Germany to Hungary to France to the UK, including the United States. I think this could really be a Western civilization-saving coalition. So I plead with your viewers, your American viewers, that go and early vote and go on November 5th, and every vote, even if you live in California, every vote counts.
Yes. Yeah. I guess what I worry about is that we saw in 2016, there was a vote for Brexit, and that same sentiment ended up in a Trump win in 2016. So we saw this sort of wave of a similar sentiment, and we had a template in the United States. We were sort of warned when Brexit passed. And so now we see a similar thing. We see a lot of right, I don't want to use wing anymore. I'm going to say right-leaning voters sweeping throughout Europe. We think that will happen in the United States, but we're being given a template in Europe for the leftist party to say, I don't accept this. I don't allow you to govern. I'm not. We dig our heels in. We're going to just throw a big fat temper tantrum. And
Yes.
so, is this the temper tantrum that we may see after a Trump win? Is that something that you see is a possibility?
No, I think you're absolutely right. I mean, Brexit is a beautiful example. So you had David Cameron came in. I was almost calling him James Cameron, but of course it's David. David Cameron came in. Like, they did the referendum, and to everybody's surprise, the British people voted to leave the EU. But the issue then was that the people that were supposed to make Brexit happen were people who didn't want Brexit to happen, and this is exactly how Brexit was executed. And this is where whether you want to call it the entrenched institutions, whether you want to call it the deep state, but this is the big problem. Very often, and I said this on your show before, right? The problem is, even if the right wins elections, winning an election gets you into office, but it is controlling the institutions that gets you into power. And this, I think, was also what hampered Donald Trump in his first term, that Trump was always not just fighting against the Democrats, he was always also fighting against the institutions, in the sense that, for example, a good one is, let's say, the State Department. They basically wanted to do whatever they wanted without any reference to the president. And he also had to fight the Paul Ryans and the Mitch McConnells. Both of them didn't like Trump because they were, old guard, institutional, country club Republicans. They were, and to this, Mitch McConnell, if he doesn't freeze up in front of a camera, was capable of adapting to this a little bit. But I think people like Paul Ryan, to the very end, did not understand that the Republican Party, if they want to survive, as they did under Trump, is the party of a multi-ethnic, working class, patriot coalition, just as it is for the right in Europe. But the problem is, and this was the mistake by everybody on the right to some extent, that we neglected the institutions, from the bureaucracy to the universities, and it's the universities where the people are educated that then move into the bureaucracy. If all of these people are left-wing, it's great to have a right-wing chancellor, a right-wing president, but to say it in a somewhat provocative way, he has a hard time getting someone, carrying a letter from his office to the post box. And I think this is also, of course, remember with Donald Trump, there were all these leaks and all these stories. And then it was very difficult for him to govern because you had all these people that actively tried to sabotage his presidency, even though they were in no position to do so. So in many cases, I know this conversation is not supposed to be about the United States, but there were many cases where, the executive branch, of which the president is the head, was not taken as serious as it was supposed to be, because the institution. There was this great op-ed by an anonymous source in the New York Times about how great the deep state was in resisting Donald Trump. Where they say, you guys are bureaucrats, you're civil servants. You're not supposed to be the resistance. You do whatever the president tells you because that is your job. And we see it now also with all these, the Windmans and all these people who I honestly sometimes feel have more allegiance to Ukraine than to the United States. Nothing bad against Ukraine, but if you are an American politician, I think your first priority should be the United States. And that's exactly this kind of deep state attitude that justifiably so many people are bothered with.
Right. All right. Well, we'll see if this is a template. We have less than a month before our election, so we'll watch it. But thank you for explaining what's going on in Austria and what the will of the people is, and how it's kind of okay to care what people of Austria think. That's got to be a thing. So you can follow Ralph. His channel is your show is called Hammer Time on YouTube, and you can find him also on X at. Which one do you want? Raphael? Is this one the one you're using for the? Okay.
Yes, I know that. I have to change. I have to change the name. The name is a funny story. I'll tell one day, but I have to change it to make it easier.
Right.
To say.
Yeah, it's like Schwarzenegger. You gotta meet us where we are. Things that we can spell.
Precisely.
All right. It's always a pleasure to see you, Ralph. Thank you for joining us on Redacted again.
Thanks for having me, Natalie. Thank you.
Our own government and.
Wow.
It's getting out of hand. I'm not sure what there's left to do, basically.
Sounds like every country is.
Yes.
Sounds like we're all going to shit. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. Mellows. I don't know. What's this all coming to?
Not good. I don't see no
What's
happy
this all
ending.
coming? I don't see a happy end coming to it all. Put on a happy face. These guys are going to clear up. Okay, Inferno. Okay.
No, I think if everybody goes out and votes a little bit harder.
Vote for who?
Just vote for Kamala, of course. I mean, we want things to return. We want things to return to normal. So let's just vote in.
Trump. Vote for Kamala. Vote for who? Vote for. Let's see. I know who will vote for. We'll vote for Snoopy.
Is there a cat in the White House?
Eating the cat. Oh, where's the cat song? Where's our cat song? Where's our cat song? Do we have the cat song downloaded? Where's the cat song?
It's up there somewhere.
It's somewhere. Where's our eating the cats? I know it's here somewhere.
Yeah, we've got the full version on there.
We gotta change that. It's gone. Where's our eating the cats? It's here somewhere.
These are the overlays.
God, we gotta change. Oh God, where'd we put it? I know it's at the bottom of one of these. It's at the bottom of one of them. I found it. I found it.
They're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats, they're eating the pets of the people that live there. They're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats, they're eating the pets of the people that live there.
People of Springfield, please don't eat my cats. Why would you do that? Eat something else. People of Springfield, please don't eat my dog. Here's a catalog of other things to eat.
They're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats, they're eating the pets of the people that live there. They're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats, they're eating the pets of the people that live there. They're eating the dogs,
They're eating the cats.
they're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats, they're eating the pets of the people that live there. They're eating the dogs,
You know what? I just got thinking. We need to have Trump Kamala ticket.
Trump
Forget about
Kamala.
the two vice president. Trump
So
Kamala.
who would you have as vice president?
Kamala.
She's good at that.
Trump.
She's got experience. Actually, you're right. She's got the experience as a vice president, and he's got the experience as a president. And together, they could make America great again.
Trump Kamala ticket. That way they could fight like cats and dogs in the White House. That would be the perfect ticket. Come on. Everybody's thinking about it wrong.
Yeah, I vote for Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. I want both.
Come on, people. Trump Kamala ticket.
We need both of them. I mean, we need them. Only they can fix this problem that we have in this world. You know?
Everybody's thinking about this wrong.
I've got a lot of trust in Donald Trump and a lot of faith in Kamala Harris.
People are thinking about it wrong.
Yeah. They're not corrupt at all. Not a little bit.
You put the two together. Two heads are better than one. You put the dog and the cat together and let them fight it out. Put them together on one ticket.
So, hang on. Put Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. Who's going to win in a ring?
Yeah, you know, the opposites attract. Come on.
I honestly think that Kamala Harris would deck him. I reckon she would have him on the floor and she'd twist him up.
Put the two together and they could solve anything.
Yeah, they could both start and stop the war. I mean, just like who was it that said that, you know, that we can end the war. Yeah, we can de-escalate the war by escalating the war.
The perfect ticket.
I can't hear what you're saying.
It's a perfect ticket. Come on, people.
Yeah. Go and vote for Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. Vote for
You
them.
put him in as president, share her in as vice president. We've got the perfect ticket.
Yeah.
Come on,
They're a good team.
people.
They're a good team. As long as I don't have to listen to that Karine Jean-Pierre, whatever her name is. As long as I don't have to listen to that lying bitch ever again.
Come on, everybody. We got the perfect ticket here. Nobody's thinking of it logical.
It's a logic, isn't it? In that equation at all. I mean, logic doesn't even come into it.
She wouldn't have to move out of the house she's in. She could stay right there. We got to pay for anything there. She could stay right there.
Well, that's saving money. It's thinking ahead. I mean,
has anybody thought of this logic? Nobody has. We did here on the, oh Lord, look, our first show here on the Truth Revealed and the Government Edition. We got it perfectly figured out. God, everybody fire one up. Fire one up. Smoke it, guys.
If you vote for Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, you're going to win. I guarantee you. I promise you.
Donald Trump is president, Hillary Clinton is vice president. It's a win-win.
Well, you want Hillary?
Oh my God.
Hillary.
We'll put Hillary in.
Like Hillary.
Yo, she loves to run her mouth. She loves to run her mouth. You know where we'll put her in? We'll put her in as press secretary.
Well, I was going to say she'd be excellent running. I mean, since the devil is here on earth, I mean, there's no one in hell. If we could elect Hillary Clinton to cover for Satan in hell while he's here, I reckon she could do a fantastic job down there.
Yes, it's comedian hour now, folks.
I'm being serious.
We're
I'm being deadly serious. What are you talking about? Are you joking over here?
We're at comedian hour now. We had our exclusive hour, you know, the truth hour. Now we're
the insane hour. I'm gonna drive you insane hour.
Really, come on now. If we put Donald Trump in as president, her as vice president, they can fight like cats and dogs. And maybe we get something done. Because right now, the Republicans and Democrats are talking and getting shit done. You know, at least these two would fight like cats and dogs and maybe get something done.
Well, to be fair, you know, shit needs to get done. So if they're getting shit done,
yes, and money over to Ukraine and Libya and all these other countries, but maybe we get something done for the freaking country. And then you find out today all this money being sent to North Carolina is all loans.
Yeah, well, we've got to pay them back. I mean, how else do they steal people's property?
And it's funny that, oh, this FEMA money, all this FEMA money, and it's a freaking loan. It's a freaking loan. But is all this money that's going to Ukraine and all these places is a loan? Is that all a loan? Oh, that's right. We've taken loans to get the money. Because we're borrowing it from China and other countries. This is hilarious. And the funny thing is John Pierre, after she said it, I think she knew she screwed up. I think she knew she screwed up because she walked right out of the press conference. She walked right out of the press conference. That's the funny part. She walked out of the press conference. She walked out of the press conference. I think she knew she screwed up when she said, "It's a loan." That's the funny part. She walked out of the press conference. Walked out of the press conference. That's hilarious. And it's funny, it's the president saying, and this is where I think Harris overstepped. The president of the United States is the one that states they are sending money to other countries. not the vice president. And she came out publicly saying they are sending $1.57 billion to Libya. The president never stated it. And that's where I think she overstepped. And I've seen people calling her out for it. It's usually the House representative, this Congress representative, which is Schumer, or Johnson, or the president, comes out and makes the official notification. It's never, ever the vice president. It's the president, the House, or Biden. It's never a vice president stating they are sending money. It's always one of those three before the vice president or the attorney general or any of them. It's always one of those three. She did it. And I've heard them say it, many of them saying that she overstepped her boundaries. Oh no, jab up. Jab up. All the money that's going to North Carolina is loans. It was stated in the press conference today. All that money is loans. The press secretary, the White House press secretary said it today. All that money is all loans. All that money from FEMA is loans. Because right after she said it, she beelined it right out of there. Because when I had my disaster from FEMA, because I've gone through a flood, and FEMA, my county was a disaster. And I flooded out. And I got a FEMA. Mine was not alone. Was not alone. FEMA came in and helped us. I got money from FEMA. I didn't have to pay back. Because water came in, took my foundation on my house. And I got money from FEMA to repair my foundation. I did not have to pay it back. They have to pay this money back. And 90 counties have requested disaster from FEMA. 90. 30 of them are getting it. Oh, yeah. Yep. 90 counties. 30 of them are getting it. Of the 90. Yep. Yipper. Yep. Hello, Tom T.
Right, Auntie.
It's a joke. It's all a joke.
Don't worry, everybody. Kamala Harris is going to be your next president. She got this. Yep, just a loan. They got to give it back. I wonder if there's any interest to pay on that.
Oh, probably. And you know something? Okay, they don't have jobs because their jobs washed away. All right.
Businesses, the jobs, everything gone. Livelihoods, their property, their personal possessions, their memories.
So, how are they going to go to work to pay the money back?
They're
They
not.
don't have homes.
They're going to lose their property.
Homes washed away. They don't have mailboxes to get their mail in. So how are they going to get the paperwork?
I didn't know that. Post office delivered by canoe.
Wait a minute, they don't have post office because the post office washed away. Okay? Now, you can't prove who you are because your ID wasn't in your car, or you swam through muddy waters and your ID's all screwed up and you probably lost it. So you have no ID, you lost your birth certificates, you lost your social security card, you lost your kids' IDs, you have no tax records. Your county office building's destroyed, so you can't even get a copy of your birth certificate no more. And you got to have two forms of ID, and you got to have a letter with your mailing address on it to show proof of who you are to get your driver's license. You can't get that. And you got to have an ATM card to get money out of the bank so you can get gas for a vehicle you don't have anymore so you can get somewhere. So kind of screwed all the way around. So if it wasn't for the volunteers coming in with all the food, you wouldn't have food. And then you got a dumbass with a helicopter that decides to fly down and you rotor wash, and it blows everything all over. That doesn't have a tail number on it. Who is that dumbass in the plane, in the Black Hawk? That's all over X. Who's that dumbass? And when people go on the app, because I have that app on my phone, it's not on the radar. So they couldn't track that helicopter. Isn't that interesting? Tom, I'm not there. I'm in New York. I just cover a lot of the news stories. You know, we watched one story. I seen one story of a retired veteran. He won't leave his home. He didn't even leave his home during the flood. He stayed in his bed. He's disabled. He stayed in his bed. His medicine's gone. He won't leave. He'll die in his home, he said. He will not leave. He will not leave. It's sad. I watched cadaver dogs in the mud. They literally sank in the mud looking for victims. And there's over 250 deceased bodies they have found right now. They'll be looking until the end of the year, if not longer. And I don't think they'll recover all of them. I don't think they'll recover all of them. I don't think they'll ever recover all of them. Okay, you're in the UK, Tom? Well, thank you for joining my channel, Tom. I don't think they'll ever recover all of them. I have friends and family down in Tennessee. I have family in North Carolina. But I don't think they'll ever recover them. What do you think, Mellis?
No one's going to recover from this. And
Okay.
I'm going to go ahead and predict another hurricane before the end of the year. I think they're going to intensify. It's a guess.
Oh yeah.
I think we're going to have more, and they're going to get more and more devastating. You know, because that
Tom is a
climate
very
is changing, right?
Tom is a construction channel. In the UK.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It's cool. Drop the link, I'll check it out.
I am going to drop your link, Tom. We around here, Tom, we like to help build small channels. We like to help build small channels. So we will help you grow your channel. Oh, you've done a little bit of police. We are a 1A audit channel, and we show the corruption of the police and show corruption of the government. The good, the bad, the ugly. And we're not only here in America, but in the UK, Australia, Switzerland, around the world. We are not just located in the US. Mellows is in the UK. I am here in America. So we welcome you to the channels. Mellows is I Am the Audit, Vigilante Media. We have a group of us that joined together and made Vigilante Media Network. And we have a bunch of network and channels, and we feature many different channels and many different auditors. Well, you know what? We may be 75. I'm up there in age too, but you know what? We have lots of fun with our cameras. So, you know what? When you're out there, it's never not fun to turn the camera on and show what's out there. It's always fun to turn that camera on and show what the police are doing and what they're not supposed to be doing. It's always fun to turn that camera on. And when they're doing what they're not supposed to be doing, yeah, show it. So, well, we have been now live for 6 hours. And I'm kind of getting hungry. And it's already 10, it's almost 10 o'clock here. So that means it's 2 o'clock where you are, Mellows.
Yeah, 3 o'clock.
Yeah. So I think it's time to call it a night.
Yeah. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. And we will certainly catch you on the next one.
Yes. And we will see you guys probably tomorrow to keep you updated on this storm hitting the U.S.
Yep.
For more
everyone. See. Say that again, Marvin.
And we'll see y'all for more corruption.
Yeah. Yeah. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Oh no. Got no outro. Why don't I have an outro? What the hell? Give me a second. Something funky's just happened. My screen's gone all funny.
emergency broadcast system. All civil unrest has gone global. All capital buildings and cities are under siege by the United States government to quell the domestic terrorist threat. All residents of urban neighborhoods and cities are being ordered to stay in their homes until the threats are eliminated. If you disobey orders, you could be shot on sight by rogue agents, federal forces, and domestic terrorist militias. This is your emergency broadcast system. This is a national alert. Imminent threat is nationwide. You must stay inside of your homes or risk being shot on sight. The conspiracy is upon you. Your conspiracy friends were right all along. Now you must learn to survive. If you hear this, you are the resistance. This is your emergency broadcast system. End of broadcast.